I'm talking about you because you made yourself the topic of the subject of the conversation. We haven't. You wanted to start this shit before we even got started, so I'm talking about you. What's up to the YouTube fam? Welcome to the stream. Ooh, excuse me. I'm sorry y'all had to uh come in on me cussing the motherfucker out
We, s-
early in the stream. Huh?
no, was trying to tell her we said no caps, and she did it again. So you are muted for 5 minutes.
I keep making the announcement, right? Like if you want to talk shit, pop your shit in the comments in lowercase, right? But if you type in all caps, you will be muted. It's not because of what you say, it's because you did not follow the rule of the live. Talk shit in lowercase. What's up, Majesty? What's up, Don Watson? Minitro, what's up? Woken Stoke, what it do? You're debating online now, 5 hours? Hey, okay, that's what's up. Woke.
Whoop.
Oh no.
Well, you
Why
know
you
what's
look?
not
Why you
asinine?
look shocked?
I was, I never know with you. I never know. You like to keep me guessing. I love it. I love it. Nothing. You're never predictable. That's the one great thing about you. You know what is predictable is getting that Dragon Plus card. You know, you can get that Dragon Plus card. If you have it for over a year. You don't have to be like that girl down there just don't understand stuff and like to get her routed up because you can have first row seats of going ahead and seeing I don't know, some silly pick me information. So if you want to be a pick me, why don't you pick that subscription down there and go ahead and do that? You know, like I said, you got moves, you got cows in the chat. Hey, what's up, cows in the chat? You know, cows knows their God. You know, so if you're a cow and you believe there's God, then hey, go ahead, moo 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 all you want. But if you don't want to believe, but you want to believe in having a card for a whole year that gets you all the greatest benefits, you know, you can be a great person like me that's missing out on a wonderful, talented person like thinker when she came to me with her herself like I got an idea, and I looked at her as a big multi-million-dollar mogul and said, you never be nothing thinker. And then she's like, I'll show you and God. And then, and then she did. And now I gotta eat my hat. Now I'm out there destitute in lands of Thailand and everything of that, while she over here doing a great job just hollering at these pygmies and cow people. So now she's fighting with cowboys and cowhoes and all that, and cowgirls and everybody. So go ahead, get your platinum card.
Cow hose?
I
I'm gonna
mean,
start using that one
I,
nowadays.
Cow.
Cow hoe.
you can be a cow, you can be a bull. And do you know we talked about oxtails? We're gonna have a debate tomorrow about oxtails because they ain't no really oxes out here. So what do they use the oxtails for? Like, is it really? Then when the last time you saw an ox? How we know they ain't no that it's not cow butt or bull butt? You know, but that's a whole different theory. So I don't know.
That is a good question. I don't eat oxtail, but what are y'all eating?
Yeah, well, you know, back in the day too, NPR did a whole thing about somebody taking a fried squid, and they were doing the behind of a pig anus and deep frying it and stuff
Oh
like
wow,
that.
I don't
So,
eat squid either.
yeah, yeah. So, I mean, oxtails. I mean, y'all let me. Oh, thank you, Josh. Thank you. I love you. I love you. So anyway, so this is the kind of love I should have gave her thinking back when she was, you know, she was a small person, only 100 people to her following. I'm like, nobody want to hear you deconstructing the Lord. Everybody love the Lord, cows and cowhoes. So anyway, y'all have a great day. I'm going to bed.
Go to
Love y'all.
sleep with your fucking
Don't just
oxtail.
leave me alone.
Bye, cowhole. All right, y'all. Let's get it started. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. You must be 25 and up if you want to talk about this topic. Um, Go ahead and share the stream. If you're a part of the team, hit the heart me's. And don't forget to feed the beast. Oh, y'all already did.
Yeah, there's like little mugs with fire in them. I'm
What
going
is?
through all the gifts.
Where did all the men and the loudmouth women go that were in the chat just now?
I have no idea. But to get back on that ox thing, I mean, really, an ox is just a cow that is a male cow that was castrated. That's really what an ox is.
What? I
That's
didn't
all
know
it
that.
is. Yeah, it's not, that's just a name that was provided for it. It was a working male cow with that has been castrated. That's pretty much what an ox is. But oxtails ain't nothing but cow tails. That's all it is.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Learn something new every day.
Yep.
All right, y'all. The
That's
guest box is
I said, well, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
yeah. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist. We were supposed to have a Jezebel mock trial tonight, but of course the Christian pastor backed out because he was not prepared. He said his TikTok was acting up. And then he said that he needed more time to prepare, and he asked for a month to prepare to read the story of Jezebel and to prepare his defense. Um, so yeah. So I'm trying to push forward as people who persist do, and see if I can have these conversations with believers and people who are deconstructing. If not, then I'll switch back to the regular scheduled programming of Jesus as a gaslighter. But if you want to discuss the topic of women being gaslit by God in the church, the guest box is open. Jezebel, Jezebel didn't worship the God of Israel, so she probably didn't like the Yahweh. She there's no reason for her to hate the God because he wasn't her God. Like that's no different than me. Like I don't hate the God. I don't believe the God. Oh, is my microphone quiet? Is my microphone is it better?
You sound good to me.
Hold on, I'm talking about YouTube. Heart
Um,
Kindle, is it better? Can the YouTube audience hear me better now? Sorry, y'all. This is for the YouTube. Okay. All right. Thank you. Razor, did you come up on accident or on purpose? Hello, Razor. Okay, I'm gonna guess that was an accident. Then come on stage, y'all. I'm not answering y'all from the chat. Like this is getting ridiculous to the point to where people are scared to come up and talk to me, and y'all want me to have whole ass conversations with y'all in my video comments. And then you want to be in the video comments talking shit, talking about you sliced everybody up, but you won't come for me. But you in my fucking comments. And then I go live. I go live with a request box 4 days a week for 11 hours per show. But you won't come in my box because you want to have a conversation with me where you feel safe, right? I'm not going to have a conversation with you about this topic from the chat. Aliya, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your
That's
age,
good.
please?
I am 38.
Awesome. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
So, um, I believe in Abba. I'm gonna just state that. I don't
What is Abba?
carry Abba is
When you
God
say
or my
father,
father. I mean my
right?
father.
But I'm trying to figure out, like, is that the God in the Bible? Is that just God? Period. Because I only talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, who are deconstructing from that God, or atheists.
Okay. So I believe in God in the Bible, but I think I perceive biblical scripture differently than most.
Oh, that's fine. Like, everybody says that.
That's why I say I believe or I think.
Well, I'm saying everybody that comes up here that believe in the God in the Bible say, but I'm different. I believe different, but I don't think a lot of believers realize that everybody, all y'all believe differently. Everybody believes differently, honestly, because
Well, yeah,
it's how
that's
you perceive it. It's how you understand it, right?
yeah,
So
correct.
yeah, so that's fine as long as we're talking about the same God that's in the Bible. That's the
Yes.
God that you believe in. Okay. What are your thoughts on the topic? Which one do you want to discuss? Jezebel, Eve, Delilah?
Jezebel was innocent.
Okay. What are your thoughts?
Um, I'm not sure. Let's talk about Eve. What
Wait, hold on. Do you
was
want to talk about
demonized?
Jezebel, or are
Because
you
I don't
switching?
know the whole story of Jezebel, so I'm not gonna try to speak it with scripture or anything like that if I'm not, versed in it. I
Okay, so
was
you want
just
to talk about Eve then?
interested.
Do you know?
Yeah, we could talk about Eve was
Okay.
demonized.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on that is that Eve, in fact, was persuaded. I wouldn't say demonized though.
No,
She
I'm
was
saying she was
persuaded.
demonized by the God in the church. Like, the God
Oh, I
punished
see.
her. Yeah, he punished her, one, for something that she couldn't help. Like, she didn't have knowledge of who she was talking to. And then the church just demonizes the hell out of Eve and blames women for damn near everything because of this story.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Yes. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm gonna agree with you there because literally in Jeremiah it speaks that, and I'm gonna do a new thing. A woman will compass a man.
But they don't talk about that scripture. How many times have you heard a preacher preach on that scripture?
Never.
Ever. Ever.
So, I mean, we're probably on the same page here then. So, us in some things and that, because that is definitely true. They
Yeah. What are
demonize
your thoughts?
women.
Sorry, go ahead. I thought you were finished.
Oh no, it's fine. They demonize women and expect women just to be submissive to men, not understanding that the true God, Abba, made man in his image. Man is woman and man, and woman is actually the version of wisdom.
In the text, right? So, like, so I'm not
And
a
it's
believer.
literally it's speaking that in the Bible, but people,
Hold on.
as
Can
you
I can
just
I
said,
finish?
perceive it differently. Sure.
Yeah. Give me that. So I'm not a believer. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if this is your first time ever
No, this
going
is
to.
my first time
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm
ever.
an atheist, right? So
Okay.
yeah, but I do study the Bible every day, probably at an unhealthy amount, more than believers do. But I used to be a believer. I was a missionary in the church. My father was a pastor. So I grew up in Kojic, and so when I started, like, studying, like really studying, so that I could get closer to the God and learn more about the God, I started learning more about the God, and then I eventually just began deconstructing, and that was about 6 years ago. And so today I am an atheist, but I do uh, know how to approach the text from a literary stance, right? And so in Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 to me are two different creation stories. So in Genesis 1, the God does create male and female at the same time and gives them the same directive to go out, be fruitful and multiply. He gives them the same blessing on the same day that he blesses animals, right? Like, so that God in Genesis 1 does do that, but the God in Genesis 2 is the one I'm talking about, because there is no Eve in Genesis 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, but the God in Genesis 2, and that version of the creation story, is where the demonization of women come from, and how men throughout, the the history of Christianity have used that story to gaslight women into submission, to gaslight women into believing that the burdens that they bear is their fault because, Eve was the weaker vessel and she allowed herself to be deceived by the devil, right? Like even the way they twist that story and say that the devil lied to Eve and he didn't
He
in the
really didn't.
story,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
huh?
I'm sorry. I was agreeing. Go ahead.
I was saying in the story, like he literally just gave her knowledge, right? He told her the truth, and because of that, it depends on how you perceive the story, right? One could say he told her the truth, got set her free from that fucking cage, right? She was in a garden in Eden, a closed off garden in Eden, butt ass naked. And really, the story says that she was created to be the Azer of Adam. Like if you know Hebrew and what that word means, she was literally his babysitter, or like she was a stronger version of him, right? Meant to be his counterpart, like his equal, but she was put in a place of authority, right?
Right.
And then when the God hands out the curse, he reverses that and puts him over her, and it just like they use this story, this allegorical story that really is talking about the reversal of the mother goddess worship and the patriarchal worship coming in to gaslight women into submission, even still today. Does that make sense?
That makes, yes, it actually does. And I would agree with you when you said there are two gods that's being told in Genesis. There is
Yeah.
the one in chapter 1, and there is the other in chapter 2. If you read the Apocrypha of John, that will actually states all of that.
Yeah, I've
It's a
actually
lot of
read.
books that are missing, and that's what caused Christianity to actually be demonized because they
Well,
just use King James version of the Bible.
well, I wouldn't say that's what causes Christianity to be demonized. And those books, like the apocryphal texts, like they're not any more uh, credible than some of the text that's in the Bible. It doesn't. A lot of the text was written in like common era time, and it was written by people trying to fill in the gaps of stories that were already circulating, and then they were attributed to certain authors. But I have read the apocryphal text of John the Baptizer, and but in the text of John the Baptizer, he literally has Jesus being the bad guy. Like he doesn't trust Jesus in that text. Are you
Yeah, I
talking about?
know.
Yeah, like he shows that Jesus gaslights in that text when he like gives him riddles to solve, and Jesus does it in a very conniving way.
Yeah, and it's other, and I don't just read script. I don't attend church, so I'm open minded in actually listening to other people. Because I do understand that the truth of it all is not just stated in one book or with one person, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a
So
lot of
that's why I
sense.
came up here to hear your perspective because I found it interesting what you were talking on.
Yeah, I would love to talk more about like the Jezebel thing. I know you said that you don't necessarily know the full story of Jezebel, but I'm pretty sure as a woman, specifically a black woman, you've been called a Jezebel a time or two during your life.
Yes, yes, certainly.
And it's so crazy because I don't take my children to church, and my daughters are 20, and my oldest daughter turned 22 today. So I have a 20-year
Oh.
old and a 22-year-old, but they know what Jezebel mean, and they've not been called Jezebel by myself, by their father, by their uncles, by their brothers, but they know that a Jezebel is a whore because they see men on social media using that term. And it's so crazy because there's nothing in this book that says Jezebel slept around, right? That she had sex or she committed adultery. that literally is what men are calling her. And then because
Mm.
Jesus in Revelation refers to Jezebel and refers to her sexual immorality. And it makes me wonder, like, why would Jesus say that Jezebel committed sexual immorality when there's nothing in the story that says she does? Right? Like, is that
Right.
that alone tells me that the writer of Revelation was someone who grew up hearing the like oral traditions of what Jezebel means, which means to be without a man. Her name literally means "where is the king?" or "where is your
Oh,
man?"
I did not know that. So that's what
Yeah,
Jezebel means. Okay, go
yeah,
ahead.
that's what right. And so like for that person to write in that Jesus said that Jezebel committed sexual immorality, that tells you that that person was writing from their own thoughts, right? Like from they're having a vision of Jesus in heaven, like people do today. I went to heaven and I saw Biggie Smalls. I went to hell, and I, you know what I'm saying? And they're
Yeah.
going by their own knowledge, right? And that they literally wrote that into the text. But if you study the story of Jezebel, she literally used the Mosaic law to help her husband, the king, get the land that he wanted, right? And the reality is that they were allowed to trade land amongst the Israelites and get it back within the year of Jubilee. So
Yep, that's
Jezebel,
true.
yeah. So it's very plausible that Jezebel knew the law. She knew Naboth was interpreting the law incorrectly or intentionally because Naboth invoked the name of this God while doing so, and she brought him up on charges, right? But they look at that as anything that somebody does to harm an Israelite, right? Then that's wrong. No matter what, it doesn't matter if they're innocent. If you fuck with an Israelite,
And
then
that's
you're
it.
wrong. Yeah, yeah,
And yeah, I would just totally disagree with that. Even scripture disagrees with that. So that's kind of, but that's good to know. I did not know that, like, again, the Jezebel story. So I wasn't aware even the meaning of her name.
yeah. But scripture doesn't disagree with if you fuck with a if you fuck with an Israelite, then you're gonna get fucked up. That's literally the whole scripture. Like the Israelites are the chosen. When Jesus is taught, when Jesus says like, "Suffer not one of these little ones to come to me," and like if you were to harm one of the little ones, it'd be better for a millstone to be around your neck. He's talking about the children of Israel. When Balaam wanted to curse, when the king of Moab wanted to use Balaam to curse the Israelites, and the God ends up taking over Balaam's body and actually blessing the Israelites. And he's like, bless those who bless Israel and curse those who curse Israel, right? So that like that's literally what this text is about. And if I don't know if you know the story of Sisera and Jael, right?
Hmm.
Jael is another woman who was used to help the Israelites. Her husband had a treaty with a king, Jabin, a Canaanite king. She invited him in, gave him some milk, rode his, and while he was sleeping, she drove a nail through his head, right? She's praised for
Hmm.
that. She's praised for like blatantly using sex to murder a man in his sleep because it helped the Israelites, right? But if you look at Jezebel was helping her husband, the king, but she's a woman, right? Who was not obligated to worship Yahweh. She was raised on her ancestral gods. Her father raised her on the cult of Baal. She was Canaanite in nature, and because she was a boss, and because her husband Ahab, who was a sickly little whiny little somebody, allowed her to rule, she was seen as a bad thing because she would not allow the Yahwehists to do what they wanted to do in the land of Israel. She was cutting them off, right? And so
Hmm.
she was seen as this bad thing. Same thing with Delilah. Delilah was not an Israelite. She might have been Philistine. I'm not sure, but she lived near the land of Philistine, and she she took an offer. They was like, hey, we're going to give you, a certain amount of money to find out what Samson's strength is. She like, I bet, because if this is going to help my people, because he's terrorizing the land. Right?
Yeah.
So she's
Yeah,
like,
I know that story. Yeah, it's
yeah.
going.
But the oral tradition is Delilah was a betrayed lover. Like, she betrayed him. He loved her, and that was his wife. She wasn't his wife. They wasn't in a relationship, and she owed him no loyalty. Right? So, but when she does what she needs to do, and Jezebel does what she needs to do for her people and the people they love, they're demonized. Jael, who was not an Israelite, right? She married an Israelite. She helped the Israelites by killing a Canaanite king using sex, praised and worshipped.
Yep, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
And that totally makes sense, actually. And the thing is, like, of course, with scripture, it has been rewritten by, the Catholic Church. So then that should ask the question of, like, who does the Catholic Church praise? Or even the Israel, who's considered Israelites, or if you go by the Jews today, I guess, and who do they praise?
When you say it's been rewritten by the Catholic Church, what do you mean? Like, what's been rewritten?
Scripture.
What part of the scripture?
Is literally the whole New Testament.
Why do you say that?
Through history, when the Romans took over the empire,
Well,
it's literally stated in. If you look in scripture, I mean, I know in the Bible apps it does, but even in the behind the King James version of the Bible, it tells you who the Bible was actually. The older version, anyway, that I have, it tells you who the Bible was written for, and it was Queen Elizabeth.
So Queen Elizabeth patented the King James Bible. I think she patented the 1729, or the 1611.
The 1611.
Yeah, and then she got a letter patent on like a 1700 version. I can't remember which one. She had to go through the courts to do it, and they kept sending her back. Right, it took her 3 tries to get the letter patent, but it's not that the Bible was written for her. That's not true. There were several Bibles prior to the King James Bible being commissioned, right? And King James actually used the Bishop's Bible. His team actually used the Bishop's Bible and the Geneva Bible when they were doing their translation. So that's not. It wasn't written for Queen Elizabeth. And then if you ever want to check whether anybody rewrote anything in the Bible, you can use GreekCenter.org and look at the actual papyri that was found over time. Like, we actually have, it'll show you what are the oldest copies of each scripture that we have in history. And so you can check what's actually been interpolated, what's been redacted. And then the Hebrew, there are some, like, there's not a Bible out here without variations, but there are some mistranslations from the King James Bible. From the Hebrew scriptures to the King James Bible, and even forced translations. But
and what's that resource you said again? I'm sorry, I'm gonna write it down.
Greek Center, and Center is CNTR, so it's GreekCenter.org.
Okay.
And then you can also go to Sepharia.org for the different versions of the Torah and the Ketuvim, and the what's it called, the Navim, so that you can check to see what the original, the closest to the original Hebrew text actually says.
Like the oldest versions that are here. Okay.
Yeah, but I think a lot of times when I hear people say that the Bible has been whitewashed, or that Rome took over, and Council of Nicaea, and I don't think people realize that when Paul in the New Testament, when Paul is teaching and going throughout and setting up his churches, that he's doing that in Europe. right? Like
Oh no, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's already in Rome and he's spreading the church throughout Europe. And so it's kind of interesting that when I talk to people, specifically black believers, where it seems like that it doesn't click how white or European Christians began to see themselves as the chosen ones, because it literally started in Roman province. Like, in Jesus was under Roman occupation in a Roman province, and then he goes to Paul, who then goes to Rome and ends his commission in Rome, right? And then he deputizes Gentile Christians throughout Rome. Throughout Europe. So it's just interesting to me when they say Christianity was in Africa before it was in Europe. How, when you're literally reading a book who and using Paul when he is in Europe. You know what
No,
I'm
yeah.
saying?
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah. Hey, Ria.
No, that is, and you gave me food for thought. So I do appreciate that.
You are so welcome. Thank you so much for coming up. Did you have anything else you wanted to add, or?
It's almost 1 o'clock.
Okay.
I'm going to bed, but I will follow you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And thank you for the information.
You're welcome. It was a pleasant conversation. Thank you so much for coming up. I hope you have a good night.
You as well.
All right.
I can be that.
That was a good conversation.
Yeah, right.
Hey, Ria, did you come up here on purpose? You haven't spoken back yet.
Oh, sorry. Hey, you guys. Yeah, I'm here on purpose. Hey,
Awesome.
yeah, I'm sorry. I just had one of those, like when you leave a toddler alone for 2 seconds. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay. Don G. Don. Hello, Don. Don.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Uh, I'm I
It was
haven't
on
requested
accident.
up. I'm sorry. Hit the wrong
That's
button.
okay. That is
Thank
okay.
you.
I'll take you down. Have a good night. Okay.
You too.
All right. I wonder if TikTok needs to fix that. Mareno.
Hi,
Hi. How are you?
I'm good.
That's good. How old are you?
25.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer, but I just wanted to say something really quickly
No,
about
I
this.
don't.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Hold on for a second. So if when you come on stage, you have to start a brand new conversation. I don't carry over from the previous conversations, okay?
Okay.
So it'll be your whichever one of these topics you want to discuss from your own perspective, okay?
Yeah, I was gonna say that I just wanted to say about the Jezebel was innocent at the one that you have at the top. I was just recently reading up about her, and funny enough, I really just heard about her. Well, I heard about her name like recently, a couple months ago. Somebody used it on TikTok, like in a weird way, like kind of just like against another girl on a live, and I was like, "What is Jezebel like?" And then everybody was saying that was like basically like calling her, like a hoe or whatever. And I was like, "What?" So I obviously went to read up like what it was, and I was like, "Wait a minute." Jezebel is basically in the story is like a princess and like married to some king and this stuff. And then I read a little bit deeper into it, and I was like, so people are demonizing her because she had a voice as a woman back in those times where it was like not really seen as proper, I guess you could say. And they've just like twisted the stories. So yeah, I guess I just wanted to say that, yeah, she's innocent. And then it wasn't even about it being promiscuous or anything. And then people use it nowadays as that. And I'm trying to understand, like, how did that even turn into something sexual versus like what the issue was back then? Do you understand what I'm saying? Maybe I'm getting lost in what I'm saying,
No,
but
yeah. The crazy thing about it is that I'm gonna answer your first question and then your second one, or not your first question. I'm gonna respond to a statement that you made about it not being normal for women to be able to, handle business the way
Mm-hmm.
Jezebel did, and then how did it turn into something that had to do with sex? So it actually was normal, right? Like Jezebel was the daughter of a king. She was diplomatic, so she understood how to work the law.
Mm-hmm.
And so she was married to King Ahab under a treaty, right? So it was a peace treaty. So it's not like they fell in love and wanted to get married. This is a contract, like a transaction, right? And so, because she had been used to operating within this scope, she was a woman of high status. There would be no reason for her not to move about that way. And she was educated, right? And we see women throughout history being able to negotiate things. We see Ruth do it with Boaz when they're negotiating the retrieval of the land after Ruth's husband dies. We see the daughters of Zelophehad when their father dies, and they go to Moses and they're like, "No, our father didn't have any sons. Give us the land inheritance." And like literally, that's one of the first social justice movements for women in the Old Testament, because women didn't get inheritance of land. It had to be passed down to a son. So they negotiated, right? They fought for their rights because their father didn't have any sons. They fought for that right to inherit their father's land, and that created a change in the law. You have Bathsheba, um, who negotiates Solomon's succession, right? And then you have the Proverbs 31 woman, right? So it wasn't unheard of for a woman to negotiate land. I think the Proverbs 31 woman says that she negotiates and buys land with her own money, right?
Mm-hmm.
So them demonizing her had everything to do with the fact that she was in Israel. She was not an Israelite. She was under no obligation to worship Yahweh. She was a worshiper of Baal, and that's what she was raised on. Her father raised her on the cult of Baal, and Ahab worshipped her god, right? There's nothing in the story that says that she told Ahab to do that. There's nothing in the story that says that she commanded the Israelites to do it. But it gets to the point of sexual immorality when in Revelations, Jesus says that she committed sexual immorality. And this is what I was saying earlier when I was talking to the last young lady on stage. There's nothing in Jezebel's story for Jesus to say that she practiced sexual immorality.
Yeah, you're 100% correct, because when I was reading that, it actually said that. There was nothing in the books that ever said that she was doing that,
Yeah.
which is crazy that people use this word and they use it against women. Like, I've been on certain lives where like guys are like calling women Jezebels. I'm like, at first I was like, what is that? Like, why are you guys using that word? And then it was used obviously like calling them 3 or 4s. And I'm like, ridiculous. Like, and then I was like, when I read the story, I was like, that has nothing to do with that. But then it started getting twisted later on, how they use this word about sexual immorality, and then how they want to tie it. And then I don't know if you read this, or if you know, I'm sure you do. Because I know you know more about this than I do, because I had to obviously look up what a Jezebel was, right? But they later on in time started using Jezebel towards Black women. And I was like, why is that?
It actually wasn't like later on in times. It was unless you're talking about like during the antebellum South. Is that when you say later on in times? Is that what you mean?
Well, I guess in the beginning, Jezebel's story was just her name and like who she was. And then later on, I guess the world started using Jezebel for different ways to demonize women. I don't know. I guess you can let me know. I don't know. But it's obviously not being used for anything other than just to say someone's sexually immoral or whatever, promiscuous or being a hoe or whatever. Nowadays, it's not used for anything else.
Yeah. I agree. It's been used to call Black women whores, fast, aggressive, for a very long time, including during slavery. I actually am looking for a Jewish library entry where they talk about how they used Jezebel to basically demonize black women themselves in the Jewish community. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Give me just a second.
Hmm.
I have so many. Hold on. Rhea, are you there? I'm trying to see if I can find this resource for you. Um,
Everybody keep tapping. Let's get the likes up to 100,000 and help beat the beast.
it might be under the Hagar thing. Hold on, because they talked about how they used Hagar's story too, so it's probably under Hagar. I should have put Hagar up here too because that's another one. Oh, I'm so sorry. Give me just one more second because I know it's in one of my thousands of bookmarks. Okay. Let me see if this is it. Hold on.
It's saying you have 41 unclaimed fan points. They
Who?
will expire in 10 minutes.
Who?
I don't know. That's what it's saying
Saying who has
in the
41?
chat. I think you.
Why would I
Claim
have
your fan points to increase your fan level and unlock your
me?
rewards. I
Me?
don't know.
I,
That's what it's saying in the chat.
I don't have fan points.
I'll take a screenshot.
Where would I get that at? Uh, mm, I'm gonna have to find.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I don't want.
Uh,
Sorry, I'm making you search.
it's
Um, but I had been reading a little bit earlier, and I'm still trying to understand too and learn more. So, um, yeah, it was just interesting to really like find out that she wasn't bad as everybody was trying to make her sound like. It's crazy. But yeah, I don't really know about that last story you were mentioning about Samson, I think it was.
Delilah
Oh, I'm
and
sorry, yeah,
Samson.
Delilah. And then the Eve story, obviously I have my opinions about that, but that's something
What are
else.
what are your opinions on the Eve story?
Well, so going back to this Jezebel thing that kind of ties into the Eve and just every woman that's in the books, if there's if the story about Jezebel was twisted, I question everything when it comes to any other women's stories in the books at this point, because they're always made out to look or sound a certain type of way, and that just obviously is just upsetting. I mean, honestly. And then, unfortunately, we get people that want to go out and spread these messages and say that women were this, and that, and the third. And I just don't think that's true. There's no way that's possible that every woman was portrayed to be a certain, like, wrong or, I don't know. That's just me.
Every woman isn't in the Bible if as long as they're helping Israel, right? Like we were just talking about Jael, right, and Deborah. Jael literally, she married an Israelite. She wasn't an Israelite, but she helped them kill a Canaanite military leader, and she used sex to do it, and so she's praised, right? Esther is praised. Rahab is praised, right? She literally lied, right, for the Israelites and told her own people, like she betrayed her own people, hid the enemy inside the camp so that they could, scope out how they protected the city at night, what time they opened the gates, where did the soldiers go. Like she literally betrayed her own people, and she is praised, right? But if it's a woman that is using her skill sets against the Israelites, or just being a woman, period, whether
Exactly.
she's helping or not helping, she's then seen as unvaluable, right? She's seen as inferior, and she's talked about that way.
Hmm.
When we look at Eve, when you were saying that you have your thoughts about that, and you wonder if all those stories have been twisted, right? When we were growing up, were you taught that Adam was right there with Eve while she was having this conversation with the serpent?
Um, no, oh God, I don't remember. Maybe he was around or maybe he wasn't there. All I know is that the main story is she ate the apple and that's why the world is the way it is and that she's at fault for this whole everything. And I'm just like, what if he ate the apple and lied and then that's why he has an Adam's apple?
Hey, that's a thought too.
No,
But
I'm
like in
serious.
in the story, like he's literally with her while she's having this conversation with this serpent, right? And so he was given the command from the God. That's all we see in the story, is that the God says to Adam before this woman is created, don't eat of the tree, right? Because you'll die the day that you eat of it. And then we know that Eve knows about this command, but we don't know if Adam told her the command or if the God did. We don't know where Eve got that from, right? But he's with her while she's talking to the serpent. If he is supposed to be, you know, so protective and
A
so
leader.
smart, yeah, why didn't he stop the conversation?
Exactly.
Right? And step in and say, no, we're not supposed to eat of this tree. Shoo away, you serpent. Second, let's say Eve made, which she did, she made her own decision. She goes through a process of analyzing the fruit, analyzing what the serpent is saying, right? And then she makes a decision. But once Eve does that and she hands the fruit to Adam, she didn't shove the shit down his throat, right? She hands it to him, and he just eats. He could have said, "I'm not eating that, you disobedient woman," right? He could have said, "You do this on your own. that I was told that I'm not supposed to eat the fruit, so I'm gonna obey God. He didn't do that. So why is she being blamed for him not having the balls to stand up and say, I'm not eating this fruit because I was told not to? The command was given to him. Like, this is just a way for men to blame women.
Exactly my point. And if I don't believe how people are using the Jezebel story, it makes me question every other story. And I know you're saying unless they were against the Israelites, I understand that, but I still, okay, forget those stories too, because whatever, forget those stories if they were with the Israelites, but I'm talking about every other story. I just don't believe that women were as bad as they made them out to be. And then men like to use these stories and blame everything nowadays. The blame is always on the women. I just don't believe it. And this whole story about how Eve came from a rib that's a lie. I don't believe that.
Of
I'm sorry, I
course,
just
yeah.
don't. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If
It's
women give
impossible.
life, it's impossible. If women give life, how is that possible? How? And also, I also read that God was never said he was a man or a woman in the Bible. They used the he terms.
Are you going to sleep?
Who are you talking to, Lala? Lala. Lala, you're not on mute.
Should I just mute her?
I got it. Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry.
And then I also read that God never, that when the books were written, they used the terms he, but it was never told that he was a he or anything. It's because of the times they were living in. Leaders were men, and the people that were in power, that all that was male, so obviously they would assume it was a male, but that was never actually confirmed. But hey, whatever, everyone to each to their own opinion. I'm just saying at this point. I don't know, there's just I don't know, I've just questioned a lot of things recently. um But yeah, I don't know. I have to do more reading and understanding. At this point, I'm just trying to keep an open mind. And I basically question everything now. All the stories at this point. Everything.
Yeah, that's good, right? Like, questioning it is what leads you to read it for yourself and not just accept the oral traditions. And what I'm finding, right, is in having these conversations with believers, most believers, belief is built off of what they've been told orally and not actually what the book says. And so they don't actually go and sit down and read it for themselves, and get the context of the story. They don't get the historical context either, because some of this stuff is it's embellished. A lot of it is mythology, and some of it is historical fiction. So it talks about real events that happened in history, but embellished a lot to turn it into like fan fiction, if that makes sense. So, like, being able to, study the actual historical events, the archaeology behind it, the other nations and their telling of the story helps to form a more factual picture of what took place. And then you can see what was embellished and what theological or, personal agendas were being pushed or taught to that specific culture at that time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. Um, yeah, I got a lot more learning to do. I mean, I was just long story short, I am raised Catholic. But I haven't, gone through the full process of confirmation and everything, just because like I feel like there were so many things I question. I just don't think it's right. But I don't know. I question a lot of things, but that's
I
just
mean, as
me.
a Catholic, though, you are allowed to question, but you still have to take the teachings of the fathers, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's pretty difficult because they're not solo scriptura, right? And so they don't necessarily go by what is scripture anyway.
Yeah. I don't know. I've recently just been like, I'm just gonna talk to God and like Jesus, if whenever I need, like, when I need to do that and pray. But like I just don't want to follow stories because I don't know the full truth and I don't know everything, and I just don't feel like I don't know. Like you hear me now, like I just question everything. I don't know.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, um, it's these stories in this book
Mm-hmm.
that lawmakers today, or people who are in power, who fund the lawmakers, are using to take rights away for specific groups of people. And
100%.
yeah, and
It's horrible.
they're using the plans in the book to do so. And so, like, reading the book will help you under recognize their plans, right, and know what their moves are.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that nowadays the way the world is going, especially with climate, the politics and everything, that people are using the books, and I'm going to say, obviously women follow it too, right? And like, the conservative people are using these books and they're trying to get women to not have rights and like voting rights and like having women stay at the home. Like, what do you think about that?
What do you mean? What do I think about it? Like,
Like, wouldn't you agree that they're kind of using these things and twisting them and trying to like control people and like change the
well, that's what I
law?
was just saying. Like, they're
Yeah.
not twisting them. Like, the plans are in the book. Like, the book is literally a guidebook on how to do those things. Like, so the stories are like war plans, political plans, plans for how to govern a people. So they're literally using the book to do it. Like, they're kind of presented as stories,
Hmm.
but people who know how to read them understand that they're like a how to guide.
Yeah. I think that's why I'm pretty upset like recently. It's just because of that, honestly. It's just, yeah. That's probably why I've questioned everything so much more recently because of everything that's happening. And I'm like, yeah, it's just really pissing me off. But yeah, I don't want to take more of your time. I'm sure there's other people that want to talk. Thank you for letting me up here. Uh,
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Think I was gonna say I was watching a video today, and honestly, I feel like this man literally articulated everything I've been thinking about. He was talking about how, like, if you're someone that sees patterns and you study history, right, you can kind of see like the pattern of how, like, Christianity, or like Christian nationalism, if you want to call it that, kind like the process in which, like, cults or like organizations like this kind of die themselves out. Like, they explode themselves. They get so confident, right, in the power of their belief, or the power of their movement, that they go the extra mile, where they start to say the quiet things out loud. The followers that they thought they had kind of start to look at the cult a little bit differently. They're like, I don't know if this is what we wanted to be in, right? And then you start seeing the great falling away, right? A lot of the Trump supporters, or whoever you want to call them, the white supremacists that were going gong ho a second ago, now are like, okay, this is a bit too much. And then you kind of see throughout, like, in history, organizations like that, or like cults like that, blow themselves up because they get too confident, and now they just show their ass. And he was basically trying to say, don't think, like, don't stew in the havoc, right? Basically he was just saying, like, fight as much as you can, because it's the explosion before the calmness comes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was basically saying, like, a lot of the times when things like this happen in history, there is a moment where society starts to reconstruct itself, right? And then now we're like, okay, that Christianity part, it didn't work that time. So the new society more than likely will not be integrating it as much as possible. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Lobes the Absurdist.
Hello. Hey, how are you tonight?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. For TikTok, I'm 29 and I'm an atheist. I've been up here once before, I think, very briefly. Shared some laughs. I agree with your prompt, and you're pretty knowledgeable. You're exploring it in a depth that I hadn't really ever gone to before. I didn't expect to learn as much from the few minutes I've been here as I have. So it's really great that you're doing this topic too. I feel like this is one that isn't really touched on nearly enough.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I agree, and I think today in today's climate, it feels a little bit scary for women to speak out because a lot of men. I don't allow cameras on the stage. Thank you. It feels kind of scary because a lot of men are actively trying to repeal women's rights. When it comes to like voting, they've already taken over the rights of a woman to make medical decisions for her own body. And so we see a lot of men getting, violent with women on the streets for rejecting them and not wanting to give them their telephone number. And so when I first started the live, a woman came into the chat and she was just automatically defending men and was against herself as a woman, right? And
Mm.
sometimes women feel like that's the best way to go to keep themselves on the good side of men, right? Like we've been gaslit into believing that we have to bow down and keep ourselves safe, and if we don't, then it's our fault. And I saw a video yesterday of a man saying that a woman should know her place and not, talk crazy because a man is like a loaded weapon, and if she talks crazy and he, pops off on her and busts her in her mouth, that's her fault because you wouldn't play with a loaded weapon. And it's like this is the mindset, right? Most women say, like, what's the point of speaking out? What's the point of even having these types of conversations? Because it can be scary and dangerous.
Yeah, that's true. Because I mean, I don't want to take away the responsibility of this loaded weapon, so to speak. They don't have to be a loaded weapon. I think you should be wise about like what you say to certain people, given the circumstance. Obviously, if somebody is a loose cannon, that's their personality. If that's who they are, men don't have to be a loaded weapon. I'm not a fucking loaded weapon, you know.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like yeah, like it's some women are loaded weapons. It just depends. It's entirely based on the personality, and I think that I wonder if you'll remember this. I think that this is something that has been perpetuated by constant gaslighting by adhering to some Bronze Age balls.
Absolutely. But I think too, like it's those Bronze Age balls that created, right, like that loaded weapon. So,
Exactly. Yeah, I was sitting waiting for an opportunity to say that this whole time. Because every time I see that you're live, I just remember that one morning. And I was like, that was fucking hilarious. It does need to be on a shirt.
I forgot to even create the shirt.
Create the shirt and I'll buy one. I'll wear it in my live too.
Will do. Did you
Hell
have
yeah.
anything else?
I actually wanted it's unrelated, but I don't have to bring it up if you don't want me to. It's about another creator that I saw you interact with.
Yeah, no, I would rather not.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then that's all. Thanks for having me.
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming up. Have a good one.
All right. Yeah.
Man, think like what you were saying earlier, it's hard not like what I'm saying. It's hard not to think about it, but it is a genuine fear that like platforms, like like yours, is you can't help but think about it has to be targeted. They will target it.
Yeah, I know.
Like even like when I'm even with YouTube, I'm like I posted my first YouTube video yesterday, and I'm like I don't even know how that's going to go, because with the identification nonsense that they're starting now, everything is going to be censored as fuck, or at least just tracked to the max, you know? I don't know.
I thought about this 1,000 times. I know. Zoe,
Hi, Thinker. Good morning.
good
Hi,
morning.
everyone.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Right.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. What you got?
Won't take too much of your time. I just had a question. It's something that I run into with people that are like friends that are believers per se, and when I'm talking to them, and like they can't step like out of their comfort. Um, they always say, "Oh, well, in the Bible, it always says that it says that there's gonna be false prophets and stuff." It's like this brick wall I run into with each of them individually on individual basis. So it's the commonest thing that I hear regularly with my friends whenever they won't step out of their comfort zone and try and stretch themselves. It's like I could like see their gears grinding and they're just like can't compute what you just said, and that's what they always say. And I'm not sure if you have like a way that I can maybe respond to them to kind of help them um not really take that part of the book into account and like actually just think about what is being said, in conversation, because I feel like that in itself is kind of is like a cop out, because that's like to not proceed in the conversation, like they're just not comfortable. I don't know what to do in these, like when I hear that.
Well, one, it's a preemptive it's strategy that's built into the loop of gaslighting, that we were talking about last week, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I was talking about how Jesus is a gaslighter, and one of the reasons that I gave is that he reinterprets rejection of him as prophecy, right? And he does that in John chapter 15. Give me just a second.
Mm-hmm.
And so when someone is rejecting Jesus and a believer says, this is fulfilling a prophecy because in the last days, the world will hate Jesus. And let's see, it says, if the world hates you, be aware that it hated me before it hated you. If you belonged to the world will love you as its own, because you do not belong to the world, but I have chosen you out of the world. Therefore, the world hates you. Like, what does that sound like? If you like are in a abusive relationship, right? And the person that's abusing you wants to get you away from your mom and your dad or your sister, your brother, or your best friend, right? And it's
Yeah.
like they don't love you like I love you, right? They just hating on you because I treat you so well, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so
Yeah.
it's like it discredits the people that would normally be able to get to you to help you wake up and see that you're being harmed. It automatically discredits anything that they would say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember the word that I said to you: slaves are not greater than their master. If they persecuted me, they will persecute you. If they kept my word, they will keep yours also. But they will do all these things to you on account of my name, because they do not know him who sent me. If I like this, have you heard them ever say to you, you just don't know God, or you just don't have a relationship with God, or you don't have the Holy Spirit, so you don't understand scripture? Like, it's pre built in, um to where it makes it difficult to get to them. So when they say to you, that you are a false prophet, one, they're looking in the wrong place. Like a prophet is someone who speaks for the God. You're not, so you wouldn't fit that prophecy when they throw it up. But like, well, I don't fit that, so like that doesn't apply here. The prophet speaks for the God. The prophet prophesies on behalf of the God, false prophecies. I'm not doing that, right? So kind
Mm-hmm.
of like let them bring them back to the fact that they're just basically calling you a non-believer. Like, they're looking at a non-believer and putting you in the same pool as a prophet and saying that that's fulfilling prophecy. It doesn't fit. right?
That's good. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It says, whoever hates me hates my Father. Also, if I had not done among them the works that no one else did, they would not have sinned. But now they have seen and hated both me and my Father. So he says, if I here's another thing. He says, if I had not done the works among them that no one else did, then they would not have sinned. So like he's like, they saw me do miracles, right? And they
Hmm.
rejected it. Now, had I not done these miracles in front of them and they rejected it, then it wouldn't be a sin. So that right there, like I ain't never seen Jesus do no miracle.
Okay. Okay,
You,
me
you
neither.
right? So
Yeah.
I would use that. But now they have seen and hated both me and my Father. It was to fulfill the word that is written in their law. They hated me without a cause. First off, this it wasn't in the law. That's in the prophets. That is David crying about people not liking him because he was doing some fucked up shit. But yeah, I would use that, and then I would use the fact that you are not a prophet. You are just somebody who don't believe, and they putting you in the wrong
Category.
category. Yeah,
Okay, I appreciate it because I'm like, why do they always say that? Like, I ain't even talking about I'm a prophet or nothing. Like, I'm just pointing out facts and
yeah.
inconsistencies. Okay, much appreciated. Much
You're
appreciated. Thank you
welcome,
so
Zoe.
much.
You're
I hope y'all
welcome.
have
Have
a
a good
good
night.
morning. Good night. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If you can let me down too, thank you.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
Mhm. Oh, Nell, I'm gonna say who is this on the stage? Nelson, when did you change your Nelly? When did you change your PFP?
I just did it. I was on my
I like
tablet.
it.
Yeah, that's my Facebook one. So I just thought I'd change it.
I like it. You want to do the next one?
Fine. No, let's do it.
All right.
Is that punk? What does that say?
Fuck the world.
Fuck the world. Are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm right here.
All right. And how old are you for TikTok purposes, sir?
I'm 40 years old.
40? Okay. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, or are you an atheist, or are you
Oh yeah,
deconstructing?
I definitely believe in God. Yes,
Okay.
I do.
All right. Well, there's a couple of prompts up there on the which one would you like to talk about?
Um, what they were talking about, they talking about Jezebel was innocent, Eve was demonized, Delilah.
Whichever one,
Did
yeah. Which one would you like to talk about? Eve, Jezebel, Delilah, or
whatever. I just want to say that whoever is responsible for this doesn't know the Bible, or
well, that's
they're
not what we here
actually
to. Hold on, sir. You
yeah,
got to
because
pick
you're
a
misleading
topic.
all the people on here.
Excuse me.
So
What? What did he say?
Pick a topic.
Yeah, I think this one just came to
you guys
like
are
fuck
misleading the
around or
people on here.
something.
That's
Like,
why.
I think he was crying in the
Right,
comments
whatever,
earlier,
whatever you want to talk. Let's talk about
but
the
he
first
doesn't
one,
want to.
Jezebel.
I don't know why you're talking while I'm talking. Like, he's not here
Yeah,
to engage.
let's talk
So if you
about
can't pick
Jezebel
a topic,
then.
we
Let's
can
talk
move
about
on to
Jezebel.
somebody else.
Let's talk about Jezebel. Yeah.
Okay. What's your thought on Jezebel?
Well, she said that Jezebel was a hoe and this and that, and the Bible don't say nothing about that. Jezebel
He
was a
did not say
manipulator.
that.
Who
Yeah, that's
said
what they
that?
were saying. The lady was saying it earlier that that's what people say that they call women Jezebels or they call black women Jezebels and
And you saying they don't do that?
yeah, they're what she's saying is got nothing to do with it. Like what the Bible says. That's what I'm saying. So it's like you're using the Bible for an excuse to do whatever you're doing. You know.
So let me ask you a question. When you in church and you hear the word Jezebel, or the preacher's preaching on Jezebel, what is he actually saying?
It's a woman that have you read the story? A woman like Jezebel that does not respect her husband or tries to go over her husband. like the most women do in these times that don't respect God, don't respect the word. They try to be the man of the house, you know. This is what a Jezebel is.
Did you say if we read the story, we would see her disrespecting her husband?
No, I didn't say that.
You said disrespect. Okay, you said trying to go over her husband.
Yeah. That
So in
that's
the
another
story,
not
he
trying to,
wasn't
not trying to say she does. Like she has absolute control over her
right. So
husband.
in this story, he don't know about it. Like the husband don't like. He's just like, was he kidnapped or something?
He was afraid of her.
He was afraid of her.
Yeah, she had like 400 prophets killed. Like this woman was evil.
And we're seeing this when we read the story,
Yeah, read it
or
for
just what
yourself.
the pastor told you.
No, you need to read the Bible
Yeah,
and
we
see what it
should.
says.
We definitely
Yeah,
should.
because if you see what Jezebel is, you see this woman is evil. Like this woman is not good.
What did
Can
she
you
do that
show
was
us?
evil? What did Jezebel do that was evil?
She had,
Apparently, her husband was afraid of her.
No, he wasn't. He was
everybody was
he was
afraid
a
of her.
weak. I'm sorry, hello. He was a weak man. Like he got in the bed and cried because Naboth said no to him. But what did she do that was evil?
She had all these men beheaded. Like
Where does it say that?
you
Show
guys
me
don't know
where.
the
Show me
story?
where it says that she had them beheaded.
I just asked him, Thinker, are we? He apparently he said if we read it, we would know. So I'm asking him, is it what he read or what he digested from his pastor? So apparently he read it. So show us.
All right, hold on. Let me look for it. I have to leave the page because I don't have my Bible on me because I've been laying in
Well,
bed just
I
listening.
have it. I have the Bible here. Yeah. What verse did she? Does it say that she had them beheaded?
The Jezebel slander. He said she just wanted to go over him and disrespect her husband. Damn.
That's why
Sounds
I asked him,
right.
what exactly does you, when the preacher preaches about Jezebel, what does he actually say?
Right. That's why I said, did you read that or did your pastor say that?
Well, his pastor told him that. He heard the story from somebody because it damn sure ain't in the Bible.
Did you guys read it? Have you guys read it?
Yes.
No,
Where
Can
does
you
it
go
say
and look
that she
for it?
beheaded him and beheaded anybody?
You guys don't know the story,
Don't
but do
do
you
the
guys
weird
know the
laugh.
story or
Just
no? Are you
don't
just
do
are
the
you just
weird.
going from what like?
Don't
That's
do the
why we're
weird laugh.
asking you for
Just
the
go and look for
scripture.
it.
Like
Projection.
yeah. There's no need to. Like, where's the scripture at?
This motherfucker just tried to ask me the same question I asked him.
did we read it? We're just gonna bring up a topic that we have not studied. Oh wow, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I believe it's in First Kings,
First,
first Kings 18.
first.
Yeah, because I have to get my physical Bible because I can't do it on the phone while I'm on here
Why not?
because I have to get off of it and then come back on
Been
it. It
off
won't.
of it. You've literally been on teacup. Go ahead and do it. You've been
There's no
off.
teacup. Grab your
Like
Bible.
you
You got a
just went
Bible?
off the
Do
app.
you have?
You just went off the app, my guy. We can see when you get off the app. You just went off. We can tell.
Yeah,
You didn't
that's
know
why
that, did you?
I'm telling you I have to go
Yeah,
back and
so
forth.
go
That's what
back.
I'm saying.
Go get it.
I'm getting my
Go
physical
back.
Bible. I'm
No, you
getting my
don't need a
physical
physical
Bible.
Bible. You were just on the internet. Go back on the internet like
Yeah,
you were.
because I'm looking for it.
Lying
I'm trying to tell
ass.
you. I'm gonna read it to you right now.
First Kings what?
18.
First Kings 18 what?
While Jezebel was killing off the Lord's prophets, Obadiah had taken 100 prophets and hidden them in 2 caves, 50 in each, and had supplied them with food and water.
Hold on. First Kings what?
All right, 18. Go present yourself to Ahab. About 4, you can start.
Yeah, let's look at the we're gonna look at the let's see. After many days, the word of the Lord came to Elijah in the third year of the drought, saying, "Go present yourself to Ahab. I will send rain on the earth." So Elijah went to present himself to Ahab. The famine was severe in Samaria. Ahab summoned Obadiah, who was in charge of the palace. Now Obadiah revered the Lord greatly. When Jezebel was killing off the prophets of the Lord, Obadiah took 100 prophets, hid them 50 to a cave, and provided them with bread and water. Now let's go to the Hebrew. All right, quick.
So she did
Hold on,
have
hold on, hold on,
prophets
hold on.
killed, right?
Let's
So
go
she did
to
have prophets killed, right?
no,
It's,
she
it's, it's
didn't.
written
No,
right
she
there.
didn't. Stop fucking talking. And I know you heard me say, let's go to the Hebrew. What are you laughing at?
Himself.
This is going to also prove uh, what is going on with the Sepharia. All right. Uh, all right. See. Vahikrit is the word right here. Vahikrit. This is the word for cut off, right? So if we look at and see what this word means, hold on, let's see if I can show it. Let's see if I can. Actually, let's just do the Blue Letter Bible because Safari is having a fucking issue. Alrighty. There we go. So here's the word right here. Baha is Bahikrit, right? And the root word is karat. That word means to cut off or cut down.
You just said it.
Nuh-uh. Look, keep looking. Cut off things with accusative foreskin. First off, in the Hebrew, this word here is in the accusative form, right? It means to cut off or to destroy or to eliminate, right? It does not mean necessarily to kill, right? She could have cut off their covenant, right? She could have destroyed their temples, but it does not explicitly mean to kill. The translation, because of the agenda to demonize Jezebel, the translation, right, is forced to say that she killed the prophets, but that word does not mean to kill. If we look at when we get to it saying that it means to kill, Jezebel, the story of Jezebel is not referenced.
Okay. So why
Let's
so
see.
why
One
did why did
second.
he have
One
to hide
second. Let's
100
one
prophets?
sec. Because she was not allowing them to practice their whatever the hell they're supposed to do in their Yahwehism.
All right.
And they were killing her prophets.
Okay.
Hold on. Let's see. Let me get to the where it says to kill. To be cut down, to be shown with teeth, to be cut off in a more general sense. Feel to be cut down, the Asherah poles. To be cut off, flattering lips. Cut off, destroy the life of animals with accusative cattle. Men of absolute by men with accusative enemies. So this is to be like when humans are cutting them off, right? But you don't. It's of men with accusative enemies. There it is, right there.
All right. I mean, look, I'm just gonna say one last thing because I get what you're saying to everybody, but there's a price to pay, in
A
front of
price to
God.
pay for what? A
We're
price
gonna
to pay
go.
for what?
I'm talking. Let me talk.
Hold
One day
on,
we're
because
gonna
I
go in front of
asked you.
God.
Hold on, wait. I asked you, what did she do that was evil? First
I think
off,
she just killed all the prophets. And you
she
just
did
read
not.
it.
It doesn't say she killed them. That word in Hebrew does not mean that she literally killed them. It could
But
mean
read
she
it in
stopped. It
Hebrew
could mean
then.
she caused them to be destroyed. It could
So
mean that
read the
she.
sentence in Hebrew then, and then you'll see
I
what it
did
says.
just read the
Same
sentence
thing.
in Hebrew.
You read
I
the word. You
literally.
didn't read the whole sentence.
Yes, I did.
It's telling
Like
you right here
literally
that she killed them.
it's not saying that she killed them. That is a translation that a human did. And again, it is a forced translation of men with the agenda to demonize her.
Saying that, but it says right here
Again,
it's a calf
again,
cut off.
again,
You
again,
read it
let's say
yourself that
she
it says
did,
to have cut off.
kill Yahweh's prophets. They were killing hers.
And that,
My goodness. All right, like I said, I get what you're saying, but to
No,
everybody on
no,
here,
respond to
their
that.
blood is
Respond
on
to
your
that. Hold
hands.
on, hold on.
Their blood
Respond
is
to
on
that.
your hands.
Respond to that.
That's all I'm
No,
letting you know.
respond to that.
Their
Are
blood
you
is on
finna
your
fucking
hands.
run? Are you finna run, neighbors? You
I'm
finna.
listening to you.
Yeah, so
You're
respond to
cutting
that.
me off. You're
Let's
the one
say
getting
she
mad.
did. Stop. That's because you keep talking while I'm talking. Let's say she did kill off the Yahweh's prophets. They were
hmm
killing her prophets, were they not?
They had to. They had to because
Why?
she was gonna kill them all. She was gonna kill
Why
them
did they
all
have to?
because her spirit was to take over everything. That's who
Well,
she was.
show me where her spirit. Show me where she wanted to take over everything.
We would have to read
What
the
did she?
whole thing. We would
Yes,
have to
let's
read
do
the
that.
whole. We would have to
Yes,
read the
let's.
whole
Okay,
chapter. Every.
I'm here for
We would
11
have to
hours.
read
Hey,
from
crybaby,
First Kings,
Naboth. I'm here for 11 hours. Let's read it. Let's get
Jezebel.
an
Jezebel. Listen to me,
understanding.
Jezebel.
I'm
Listen
cool
to me,
with being called
Jezebel.
Jezebel. Do you know my
We're gonna
picture
read.
is all in the chat? Like I got an emote for Jezebel.
I know who you are. I know who you are.
Exactly. Naboth, stop whining. Let's read it.
I know who you are. I
Okay,
know who
let's
you are.
read it. Let's
In
read
the
it.
name
Let's
of
get an
Jesus,
under.
I know who
Let's
you
get
are.
fuck
I
your
know who you
Jesus.
are.
Let's get an
I know who
understanding.
you are.
Let's get an understanding.
I've been dealing
Okay?
with you for a long time. I know who
Let's
you
get
are.
you haven't dealt with shit. Let's get an understanding. And if you've been dealing with me for a long time and you still fucking crying with your Jesus, you need a new Jesus. You need to go back to build a Jesus.
I'm not crying, sweetie.
You are
I'm right here.
whining. You are
I'm right
literally
here.
whining.
I'm trying to help these people.
You are literally whining. Then help them get an understanding. Let's walk through it.
help yourself.
Let's see if she wanted to take over everything. Later, the following events took place. Naboth, the Jezreelite, had a vineyard in Jezreel, beside the palace of King Ahab of Samaria. And Ahab said to Naboth, "Give me your vineyard so that I may have it for a vegetable garden, because it is near my house. I will give you a better vineyard for it, for it seems good to you. For if it seems good to you, I will give you its value in money." But Naboth said to Ahab, "The Lord forbid that I should give you my ancestral inheritance." Ahab went home resentful and sullen because what Naboth the Jezreelite had said to him, For he had said, I will not give you my ancestor inheritance. He lay down on his bed, turned away his face, and would not eat. His wife Jezebel came to him and said, Why are you so depressed that you will not eat? He said to her, Because I spoke to Naboth the Jezreelite and said to him, Give me your vineyard for money, or if you, actually, I'm going to read this in Naboth's voice. Because I spoke to Naboth the Jezreelite and said to him, Give me your vineyard for money, or if you prefer, I will give you another vineyard for it. But he answered and said, I will not give you my vineyard. And his wife Jezebel said to him, Do you not govern Israel? Get up, eat some food, and be cheerful. I will give you the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite. So she wrote letters in Ahab's name and sealed them with his seal. She sent the letters to the elders and the nobles who lived in with Naboth in his city. She wrote in the letters, proclaim a fast and seat Naboth at the head of the assembly. Seat 2 scoundrels opposite him and have them bring a charge against him, saying, You have cursed God and the king. Then take him out and stone him to death. The men of his city, the elders and the nobles who lived in his city, did as Jezebel had sent word to do. Just as it was written in the letters that she had sent them, they proclaimed a fast and seated Naboth at the head of the assembly. The 2 scoundrels came in and sat opposite him, and the scoundrels brought a charge against Naboth in the presence of the people, saying, Naboth cursed God and the king. So they took him outside the city and stoned him to death. Then they sent to Jezebel, saying, Naboth has been stoned. He is dead. As soon as Jezebel heard that Naboth had been stoned and was dead, Jezebel said to Ahab, Go take possession of the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite, which he refused to give you for money, for Naboth is not alive but dead. As soon as Naboth heard that as soon as Ahab heard that Naboth was dead, Ahab set out to go down to the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite to take possession of it. Then the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, Go down to meet King Ahab of Israel, who rules in Samaria. He is now in the vineyard of Naboth, where he has gone to take possession. You shall say to him, Thus says the Lord, Have you killed and also taken possession? You shall say
Hold on,
to him,
who told Ahab to do that? Who told Ahab to do that?
hold on. God damn. Thus says the Lord, in the place where dogs licked up the blood
Who
of
ordered
Naboth,
Ahab?
dogs will also lick up your blood. Ahab, you can't wait to blame a woman, but goddamn, let me finish the reading of the word. Ahab said to Elijah, Have you found me? Oh, my enemy, he answered, I have found you. Because you have sold yourself to do what is evil in the sight of the Lord, I will bring disaster on you. I will consume you and will cut off from Ahab every male, bond or free in Israel. And I will make your house like the house of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasha, son of Ahijah, because you have provoked me to anger and have caused Israel to sin. Also concerning Jezebel, the Lord said, The dog shall eat Jezebel within the bounds of Jezreel. Anyone belonging to Ahab who dies in the city, the dog shall eat, and any one of his who dies in the open country, the birds of the air
Oh
shall
my
eat.
God.
Indeed, there was no one like Ahab who sold himself to do what was evil in the sight of the Lord, urged on by his wife Jezebel. He acted most abominably in going after idols as the Amorites had done, whom the Lord had driven out before the Israelites.
Read it in Hebrew.
When
Read it in
Ahab
Hebrew.
heard those words, he tore his clothes and put sackcloth over his bare flesh. He fasted, lay in the sackcloth, and went about dejectedly. Then the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite. Have you seen how Ahab has humbled himself before me? Because he has humbled himself before me, I will not bring disaster in his days, but in his son's days I will bring disaster on his house. May the Lord add a whatever to the reading and hearing of his word. Okay, now we can go. Let's go back to the beginning. Since you,
Amen.
who told Ahab to do that? Was that your question? Was that your question? Who
Don't
told
cut me
Ahab?
off. You keep
No,
cutting
I
me
just want to
off.
make sure I understand your question. Who told
Yeah,
Ahab to do what?
yeah. Your spirit. That's the one that told her.
Who told Ahab to do what?
Your spirit. Your
To
spirit.
do what?
Everything that he did.
What did
Who
Ahab do
told him?
here? What did
Everything
Ahab
he
do
did.
here? Ahab did.
That
What
was
did
so
Ahab do
terrible
here?
to God. What
What did
was so
Ahab
terrible?
do? God,
Everything he
are
did.
you dumb?
Everything
Are
he
you
did.
dumb?
It
What
was
did he
Jezebel.
do?
He listened to Jezebel. That's what it
What
was.
did A? Oh
That's
my fucking God! This is like talking to
everything
a
he
fucking
did.
wall.
You just
What?
read it.
What did Ahab do here, dumb fuck? What did he do? Are you that dumb?
He
Everything you
obviously
just read.
is.
It just said
Like
Yeah,
that
what?
he's
that
laughing
This
too
Jezebel
story
hard.
told
doesn't
him to
say
do.
Ahab did shit. Are you that dumb? It literally says she wrote a letter to the fucking elders, right? She wrote a letter in Ahab's name, dumb fuck. She wrote it to the elders and the nobles. It was the elders and the nobles who did the shit.
So why would a woman do that for her husband? And why
Because
would
she
she get
fucking
him in trouble with God
because
like
she
that?
was the queen. She was the
What?
queen.
He was
Why would anybody
crying.
go over the
He
king?
was crying like a baby. He couldn't handle his fucking issues like you, like a little wimp.
He
That's
had to
why she
deal
had
with
to
it
step
though. But
in.
he had to deal
That's
with it.
why
I'm a
she had
little
to
wimp, but
step
I
in.
gotta deal
If
with
he
my
was
problems.
good
I gotta
enough,
deal
if
with them.
he, you see how you can't shut up like a little wimp?
I gotta
See, somebody got to pat your butt. Now somebody got to put you in your place because you can't fucking get it together. That's what she did. You see
I'm
how
a
that
wimp, but I
worked?
deal with
He
them.
can't even
I'm a wimp, but I
comprehend. Like
deal with them.
what kind of kingdom would
Any
his
man here
ass be
gotta
able
deal
to
with their
lead? What
problems.
kind of
Every
kingdom
man.
would he would be able to lead? He can't even fucking comprehend. This motherfucker thought Ahab was doing all this shit.
Right. They want you. They gonna lead your ass into a fucking volcano. These are the men that they want you to just sit around, let them lead. They're gonna lead you into a fucking tree.
It's this type of motherfucker that just bumps into the wall on purpose.
Hell yeah. Somebody said, "Let me lead you into the wall." Hell yeah, that's what you're gonna do.
Like you think with your dick. Like that song on uh the pickup on Amazon Prime with Eddie Murphy and them. I think with my dick. That motherfucker stupid. It's a dumb bitch. Like that should be your song.
I'm just
Fuck.
laughing at himself the
Are
whole
you there?
time.
Fuck. Fuck. Are you there?
Yes, Jezebel.
Do you
You keep blocking
understand?
me.
Do you
You keep
understand? It's
taking me
called
down.
mute, not block, dumb fucking. You haven't been taken down. You are still
You,
on stage, dummy. Words
you were
mean
taking me
words.
down. You were taking
Words
me
mean
down.
words, you dumb fuck. How did we take you down and you are still on stage?
Yeah, you mad, man? 'Cause
Yes, because I hate stupid people.
bro, yo, it's gonna be all right,
He
bro.
keep
Like,
laughing
It's
at
not gonna be
himself.
all right. Like, do you realize that you are probably one of the loudest, dumbest motherfuckers, and that there are probably young men listening to your fucking mouth, and that is irritating as hell because
all right,
you represent what our young
okay.
people will become because you are willingly dumb.
You're making fun of the word, reading it the way you were reading it, and then you
Oh, and now
telling me
you want
that
to
I'm
cry about
dumb.
that? Motherfucker, you will sit and go and watch Kev on stage. You'll sit and go and watch Tyler Perry. You'll sit and like a motherfucking live that's saying a hunk coming on a shonda, Chipotle. Yes, I never had Chipotle. She shana she
No, I've never
Chipotle.
spoken in
Shut the
tongues.
fuck up. Like y'all will laugh at that shit and then get mad at me for making a fucking God voice. For fucking reading a book in its character.
Nah, God loves you. He ain't gonna
You
talk to you
so
like that.
fucking scared. You so fucking scared of your God that you can't even focus. You can't even focus on the conversation, right? Like
No,
I'm trying to get you.
I'm actually grateful for him.
I'm trying to get your dumb ass to focus on the fact that she told the elders and the nobles to do that shit. She wrote in the letter and told the elders to proclaim a fast, and they did it. She told them to put Naboth and in the judgment seat at the assembly at the gates of the city, and they did it. She told them to pick two witnesses from the sons of Belial to bring a charge saying that Naboth blasphemed their God and the king, and the elders and the nobles picked the witnesses. They did it. They held a trial. If the elders, after holding a trial, executed Naboth, it would have been the witnesses to be the first to stone Naboth. And that means that the elders found the witnesses' testimony to be credible enough to issue the execution. Jezebel did not issue the execution. Jezebel was not there. Jezebel did not pick the witnesses. So if the elders executed Naboth, it's because they either found the witnesses' testimony to be credible or they were corrupt. And your
But
God had corrupt men.
isn't that what they
I'm
did to Jesus?
talking right now. I'm talking right now. Your God had corrupt elders on the side of Jezebel and didn't fucking know it. He didn't fucking know it because what he said to Elijah was as if his ass was in the dark. Or could it be
Yeah,
that
Elijah
the
was scared.
witness, or could it be, you whiny little motherfucker, that the elders found that the witness's testimony to be true? And
Elijah was terrified
that is
of
why
Jezebel.
they executed Naboth.
Elijah was terrified of Jezebel.
This motherfucker is like there's nothing there.
He's super dumb.
He's
I
just
I
I
mean, it's
can't.
there. You guys are reading
This
it.
motherfucker.
he's
I
just
ain't
a
You're reading
dummy.
never.
it.
Like
You're
it's
reading it.
nothing there. Like he has
She's
no
the one that was telling.
comprehension.
She's the
He
one that
has. This is why there's violence amongst. This is why women deal with violence because dumb motherfuckers like this are incapable of reasoning.
you're
They're
violent.
they're
You're violent.
incapable of critically thinking. Like all
I'm,
they care about is their fucking masculinity and blaming women. He for some reason he's hanging on to this. Yeah, he hates women. He's hanging on to this because he needs to blame women for some fucking failure in his life. And some other dumb fuck that thinks like him has convinced him that this is his out. And
Oh
he's
yeah.
just like he's saying Elijah was scared of Jezebel, he's scared of thinking. He's scared of me because he's scared that I'm gonna make his ass think. He's scared that I'm gonna take away his excuse.
I'm
That's why I'm your
curious.
Jezebel.
I'm curious to know where are you getting that from out of this verse, out of this story that he was terrified of Jezebel. Where are you getting that from?
you have to read the whole thing. Go back to
Man,
Elijah
we just
was
17.
we
Because
just
Elijah.
he's
read
Go
it.
back to
terrified of
17. You
women.
guys skipped up.
He's talking about another verse where Elijah went and hid in the cave.
He already
He
started
was
off
terrified
lying.
of Jezebel.
He
Yeah,
already
like
started off lying, saying
everybody was scared of
Jezebel's
her.
husband was scared of her. You lied
Everybody was
already.
scared of her. She was
Her husband
crazy.
was never scared of her. That's a lie that you
What?
started off with.
She was telling him everything to do. She was the one that was
That
like,
does not mean that he was scared of her. You just like
Because
to
he
make
was
shit
a
up.
wimp.
He was a wimp like you.
And the Torah says he was sickly. Like
yeah, I'm
that's what
not
he
She
said.
had
disrespecting.
The
to
Y'all
step
Torah
up.
disrespecting me. I'm talking
the
and
Torah
then y'all like, oh
says
my word. Like,
I mean not the Torah, the Talmud says that Ahab was sickly, and that he should have just jumped off of a ship and unalived himself. Like the Israelites hated Ahab. They thought he was a weak king. Like you. Like you hate strong
Mm-hmm.
women.
Mm-hmm.
How well, I guess I got a question. How would you react if that was you and your people were being killed? Well, how would you react to that?
Hold on, Nelly. Just Brandon. Yes, she worshipped Baal. Baal was her ancestral god. She was under no obligation to worship your fucking god. She was not an Israelite. She was not in covenant with your god. She was under no obligation to worship your god. Answer Nelly's question.
Fuck the world, are you there?
It's not. It's justice for Jezebel. She was a
you
hero.
gonna let me talk now, or is you gonna keep cutting off my mic?
Can you answer my question?
Yeah, I've answered every question you had, but y'all keep cutting off the mic
What
when you want
question?
to hear
What
what you want to
question?
hear
Hold on. What question did I just ask you?
about. She threw me off, but I think it was about what would I do if my people were getting killed or something like that. You said.
Yeah, how would you react? What would be your reaction? You drop to your knees, start praying or something?
Yeah, I would have to ask God first because I'm the king. Like I got a lot of people under me. I don't go to my wife and ask her. I mean, she's my wife. She's
Mm,
not God.
See how dumb this is? What
yeah.
does what does Proverbs 31 say?
Read it. I don't know the
Y'all,
whole
y'all,
Bible.
y'all dumb motherfuckers be like, I'm waiting on y'all be making these stupid ass TikTok videos with the Bible in your hand, waiting on my Proverbs 31 woman, waiting on my virtuous woman. And literally the Proverbs 31 woman is working her back to the fucking bone. Wakes
Yep.
up before her husband wakes up. Goes to bed after her husband goes to bed. She's buying vineyards. She's building this. She's doing that.
God bless her. God bless her.
But you dumb motherfucker just said, I don't go to my wife and ask for advice.
Yeah. What am I?
You a
If
hypocrite.
it's got
You a
something to
But
do,
but
you a hypocrite.
if
thinker,
it's
he's
got
one of the
something to
You
do
men
are
he
a
knows for
with that
hypocrite.
sure.
level,
And
why
then
would
and
I?
then it's motherfuckers like you are the reason why we're in the shit we're in right now with that motherfucker in the White House.
So if
Because
so if you're if so
dumb
if you're working
motherfuckers, shut the
hard,
fuck up. Dumb motherfuckers like you who hate women,
you cut me off.
who think that women shouldn't rule over men, would rather have a dumb motherfucker like that in the White House ruling over you with motherfuckers taking away your rights, calling you the N-word than to have a woman over you. Like it's you. People like you who
That
think like
part.
you why we're going through what we're going through. Like you will ignore the corruption. You'll ignore that it says in the letter she told the elders and the nobles to do all this shit. She didn't do none of it. All she did was write a letter within her rights as the queen to use her husband's seal. Family members of the king used the king's seal all the time. That was within their right. And then on top of that, for them to send word to Jezebel that it was done, they knew that it came from Jezebel. They followed through. They held a trial at the city gates. They picked the witnesses. She didn't. The witnesses brought a charge. He blasphemed. They held a trial. They did an inquiry. The judges found him guilty and issued a sentence of execution.
Because of his wife.
Because
Because of
she
his
brought him
wife.
up on, because she let them know that he blasphemed?
Because she basically set him up for failure.
How she set him up? Set who up for failure?
Every read it again, man. Like it says that she's the one that did it. Like what?
She
She
did
had these
what? She
people
wrote a
killed.
fucking
She had the
letter?
prophets killed. She had to send. Yeah, it's basically saying, "Oh, my husband sent these letters, but it's me." Like what? Of course.
She used the king's seal, which was protocol.
No,
She
it's
was
not
the queen.
protocol.
It is
No, the queen is not
protocol.
the king. The queen is not the.
Are
Talk
you
to some
fucking
Jewish
dumb?
people.
Are you
Talk to
fucking
Jewish
Yes,
dumb?
people.
he is. He
Talk to
Yeah,
Jewish
uses.
he's
people
dumb.
and
You are this is what happens when you open your mouth and you have no
talk to
fucking
Jewish people and
comprehension.
ask them.
What the fuck? There are Jewish people in the comments, you dumb fuck. Jezebel was the daughter of a king. This was a
All right.
peace treaty. This was a transaction, a contract. She was learned. She was a woman of high status. She married Ahaz as a treaty. She was the queen. Queens used their husband's seal. She had her own fucking seal. And then for them to send word to Jezebel to let Jezebel know that what she had asked for had been done was done, they knew she wrote it.
They knew Ahab wasn't gonna write some shit like that. He don't have enough
Mm-hmm.
brain cells.
But the fact that you are choosing to ignore that it was the elders and the nobles who carried it out. It was the elders and the nobles who picked the witnesses. It was the elders and the nobles who are responsible for doing what your God said, right? Pursuing justice with no partiality, holding a trial and doing a thorough inquiry, not taking bribes. If they found Naboth guilty and you're saying that they did it because Jezebel told them to, then your God has corrupted elders and he didn't do shit about it. He focused on Jezebel. He didn't do shit about the elders who were corrupt, because they are the ones who issued the execution of Naboth. Now talk about that, or can you? Can you only focus on Jezebel? Are you sucking your thumb?
Oh, you're not gonna take my
Can
mic
talk
off?
about that, or can you only focus on Jezebel?
You, we said we were gonna talk about Jezebel, what she did,
Talk about
and
the
then now
elder.
you.
Talk about the elders, or can you only focus on
But that's the
Jezebel?
thing. You
Talk
want
about
to take
the
the
elder.
blame. You want to take the
Hey,
blame
hey,
and put it on
hey, hey,
somebody
fuck
else.
world, fuck world. The
That's the spirit of
story says,
Jezebel. That's the spirit of Jezebel.
fuck world. The story says the elders did
All right.
what Jezebel wrote in the letter.
That's what I'm saying.
The elders found the witnesses. The elders called the fast. The elders held the trial. The elders issued the execution.
Because of
Now
Jezebel.
talk about
They did
that.
the same thing to Jesus. They did the same. The
So
Romans
hold
washed their
on. Okay,
hands and said, no.
hold on. So were the elders corrupt?
Everybody washed their hands and say, I didn't do it.
Were the
That's
elders
how it is.
corrupt? Were the
And
elders corrupt?
that's how the spirit of Jezebel
Were the
works.
elders corrupt?
No, they're going by the laws.
That they went by the law?
They're going by the laws that they were supposed to do. So
Which is
now
what? Hold on.
Jezebel is the boss
Hold on.
of her husband. So now Jezebel
The
does what
king
she
did not
wants.
stop.
See what I'm saying?
Stop. The king did not have anything to do with justice in Israel. The elders did. The monarchy didn't have any power over that. The elders did. So the elders did not have to listen to the king when it came to stuff like that. They didn't have to listen to the queen either. And we can go to the law.
Nobody had to live.
We can go to the law. That's okay. I don't just talk shit like you do, right? I back it up.
Yeah, because she was having them all killed. She had
No,
everybody.
let's go
Everybody
to
was
the
feared.
law.
Everybody feared her.
Let's go
Everybody
to the
feared for
law.
their life.
Let's go to the law.
Like you, it's like you. Like
Let's
who?
go to the law.
People are scared of you.
Let's
People
go
are
to the
scared to
law.
say.
Oh, like you?
People are scared to go against you because
Like
of
you?
the spirit you have.
Like you? Like you?
Yeah, I'm not me. I'm not
Let's
afraid
go
of you because my
Deuteronomy
God is bigger
16.
than you.
Deuteronomy 16.
My God is almighty.
Deuteronomy
Yeah, you
16,
stuttering like a
18.
motherfucker.
My God is almighty. They might fear you, but I don't.
Yeah, your ass is scared. Deuteronomy 16, 18 through 20.
And you're gonna say that they were obeying these
You
rules?
shall appoint judges
They were
and
obeying these
officials
rules?
throughout your tribes and all your towns that the Lord your God is giving you, and they shall render just decisions. So the elders were responsible for righteous judgment, right? You must not distort justice. They could not show partiality, right? You must not show partiality, and you must not accept a bribe, right? So no matter what the king said, no matter what the queen said, the elders were responsible for justice. For a bride
Jezebel used
blinds,
the king
stop
seal.
talking.
Jezebel used the king seal.
Stop fucking talking, you scary motherfucker. And you ain't scared of me. You scared of the Bible. You scared of the Bible proving this misogynist ass oral traditions that you've been holding to your heart wrong because you haven't read or studied this shit. You ain't fucking scared of me. You scared of this shit. For a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right. Justice
I'm not
and
scared of
only
you.
justice you shall pursue.
I'm not scared of you.
So that I said you wasn't scared of me, but I'm just trying to like calm your ass down because I really think you are.
You need to
so that you may live
be
and
scared of
occupy
God.
the land that the Lord your God is giving you, right? So they were responsible. They had a duty to judge righteously. Let's go to Deuteronomy 19, 15, 19. Deuteronomy 19, 15 through 19. A single witness shall not suffice to convict a person of any crime or wrongdoing in connection with any offense that may be committed. Only on the evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses shall a charge be sustained. If a malicious witness comes forward to accuse someone of wrongdoing, then both parties to the dispute shall appear before the Lord, before the priest and the judges who are in
Jezebel.
office in those days.
Jezebel.
And the judges shall make a
Jezebel.
thorough inquiry.
Stop using the
If
king.
the witness is a false
Using the king.
witness, having
Stop
testified falsely against another, then you
using.
shall do to the false
Stop
witness
using the king.
just as the false witness had meant to do
You're
to the
using the king.
other. So you shall
Using
purge
the
the
king.
evil from your midst. So if the two witnesses that testified against Naboth were false witnesses, the judges had a duty, right,
You're using
to
the.
bring those false witnesses to charge
You're
and
using the
do to
king's.
the false witnesses
You're
what
doing it.
Jezebel intended to be done to Naboth. But the judges found the witnesses' testimony credible because they issued an execution on Naboth, not the false witnesses.
You're using the king's seal again.
Deuteronomy 17:6-7.
You're using the king's seal.
Y'all see
The
what
word of
happened. Y'all see what happened with
the word of
the
God.
Yahweh
The
is
word
when Jezebel brought Naboth's ass up on charges. It was like, no, my boy, you don't invoke the name of the Lord and you
serve Baal.
misinterpreting
Serve
the
Baal.
law, and you're
Serve Baal.
disrespecting the king. And she brought his
Serve
ass up
Baal.
on charges. The same way how
You
fuck
serve
world
Baal.
is acting right now, it's the same way
Your
motherfuckers
God
would
is
have acted
Baal.
back then.
Your God
This
is
is the
Baal.
same way. On the
Your,
evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses, the death
my
sentence
God is
shall
not.
be executed.
My
A
God is
person
not Baal.
must not be put to
My
death
God is
on the evidence of only one witness.
in the
The
name of
hands of the witnesses shall be the first raised against the person to execute the death penalty,
praise
and
Jesus.
afterward the hands
Praise,
of all the people. So you shall purge the evil
praise
from your
Jesus.
midst. So if the witnesses were lying, then they were supposed to have been stoned. But if the judges found the witnesses to be credible, the witnesses were the first to stone Naboth. Jezebel didn't stone Naboth. Jezebel didn't pick the witnesses. Jezebel wasn't at the trial. Jezebel didn't issue the execution. She wrote the letter.
Praise
She
Jesus.
asked them to hold a trial. She asked them to find 2 people who heard him blaspheme, and they did what she said. They found him guilty, not Jezebel. And if you say that it's still Jezebel's fault, well, then you got to ask your God why he had corrupt ass elders over Israel and he didn't fucking know it. Because
Because you
when he came to Elijah,
your God is the devil.
right here, he didn't fucking know, right?
Your God is a liar.
The God said to
Your God
Ahab,
is
have you killed and
the devil's a
also
liar.
taken possession? Right? That means your God had no idea what the fuck took place. So either your
The
God is
devil's
not all
sleeping.
knowing, right? And your
The
God did
devil's
not
sleeping.
know that he had corrupt
The
ass
devil's sleeping.
elders in his
Sleeping.
camp, right? Or Naboth was
Corrupt.
guilty.
Satan is corrupt. He's a liar.
I swear this is just a waste. I can't
The
talk to
devil's
scary ass
corrupt.
people. Like
Baal is
you
corrupt.
have no fucking intellect.
Baal is a liar.
It's a fucking waste. This is just sad. If anything, I hope it showed people in the chat uh like when you listen to motherfuckers like this, 9 times out of 10 it's because they don't fucking read and they don't have reading comprehension and they failed literature in English.
It's because your God is the devil.
Okay, cool. I'd rather my God be the devil than your God.
I
Yep.
already know.
I don't know why you had to tell me that.
Everybody here knows now.
They've been knowing. Motherfucker, I say it every goddamn day. The
Praise Jesus.
devil belongs in your story. Your God is irrelevant without your fucking devil. But the Satan in this book don't do half the shit your God does in this book. I'd rather
Praise
the Satan in this book be my God than your fucking God. But that's your motherfucker too. because you need that motherfucker for your God to be relevant.
Now you know who you're following.
No, now you know.
I'm telling them.
They know.
Um, they've been there. We've been doing this for over 2 years, dumbass.
Right. Yeah. Thinker, you remember when we
Yeah, but
did
some people don't.
this topic a while ago and
Some people
like
don't know.
we set the scene and Ahab
Now
was
they
like
know.
under the blanket and shit? That was
Yep.
funny.
That's how he is right now. He's scared than a motherfucker. And then
Hell yeah.
there's another guy in the comments talking about keep the same
You're
energy during
muting me.
tribulation. Like, bitch, come to
You're
my
muting
house talking
me.
about grape. I swear to God.
Center mass.
Like, think think I'm some weak little woman if you want to, because I will take your ass out. I swear to God. And it's shit like that that made me strap up. More than one strap.
Are we done?
I hope
I
God can
am. I
help.
don't know if Nelly is.
You know,
I
people
hope
be
God
so
can help you
surprised.
all.
People
I've
be
been
so
Thursday.
surprised that men like him
I've
are
been bad.
married. But there are women that will listen to motherfuckers like this and
Oh,
still
they're in
take
the
their
comments
panties
caping
off.
for him.
Hmm.
They in the comments taking his side.
Hell yeah, they still take their panties off.
Nelly, are you done with him?
Oh, he's gone. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he doesn't comprehend. He only regurgitates what he done heard. That's all.
But you know the crazy thing about it is that the violence that we see with women, it comes from men with a mind like that.
Hmm.
And that's what pisses me off so fucking bad. They
Yeah.
refuse to think.
Yeah.
They be some of the dumbest motherfuckers. And then at least he admitted that motherfuckers are scared to talk to me.
Right.
I told you I was feeling that. Shit crazy. Got
Imagine
motherfuckers.
the life of his wife though.
Yes, you do, Sean. That's why y'all motherfuckers come in here threatening me. Mylar,
Hey, how y'all doing?
good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it.
How old are you?
29.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I would definitely believe in God and the Bible for sure.
Okay. Nelly, go ahead and do this one since we took over that one.
Oh no, that's
Go
fine.
ahead.
That is fine. Um. Okay. So, what would you like to talk about? Pick one of
I
the
would,
topics.
yeah, if respectfully, I would like to talk about Eve was demonized.
Okay. What are your thoughts?
Before I give my thoughts, I want to know what angle to come at. So, how is Eve demonized from y'all perspective or y'all beliefs? If that's a fair question.
Well, I mean, it is a fair question, but how do you take the question? That's what my question to
Uh,
you is.
Probably like she was blamed for the fall of man. That's how I would assume. Just looking at that people would demonize her for being the reason, they was kicked out of the garden, whatever. Like
Okay.
people like blame Eve for that. That's what I would think, you know.
Okay. Do you blame me for that?
Man, this is something I struggle with. And me believing in God, I want to think that God has some ultimate plan. but I blame Eve for sure. But I definitely blame like a question, I should say, why God would allow it, and why the serpent is talking, and why that's even a situation, and if Adam was there or not. But yes, to answer your question, I do blame Eve for sure.
And why do you blame Eve?
Because at this point, from my understanding, right, and I'm always willing to learn. My understanding is they were perfect in paradise in the presence of God, and she knew just as much as Adam knew about not eating the fruit. So her eating the fruit, despite being directed not to, is kind of like, you know, it's her fault in a sense because she knew better. I think it was greed. I think it was greed, and she had all the other trees to eat from, and she chose the one she can't, and that's why I blame her.
So you blame her for eating the fruit,
Yes,
and you think she corrupted?
I don't think so because they was in the presence of God, talking to him face to face. And I don't think they was sinners yet.
Okay, so let me ask you this. I'm talking about the serpent. Did the serpent corrupt her?
Um, corrupt as in what sense?
I mean, what did the serpent make her do anything?
Nope. And that's why I think it's her fault because she chose to.
Okay, so let's go back to Adam and Eve.
Okay.
Well, let's go back to that. Adam and Eve, of course, wasn't raised as children. They were born in grown bodies
Hmm.
with the mind of a child. Would you agree with that?
The mind of a child.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I don't know if I would agree that they was. I don't know if I agree with that. No, but I also don't know if I disagree because the Bible. I don't know the Bible talking about that. They have minds of children. No.
Okay. Let me ask you this: would you consider disobeying God as a sin or or some type of evil to disobey God?
Yeah, because I believe that God ain't going. I think it's subjective to people because some people have different mental capacities. But I think, and that's where mercy comes in and grace. But I think some people. I think
Well,
God,
we're not talking about people. We're talking about Adam and Eve.
yes, who are two people, correct?
Yeah, Adam, just Adam and Eve.
Yeah. So that was a segue for me to answer you. So what I was saying is, in their situation specifically, they had the capability, under in my belief system, to follow God's directive. So disobeying that will be evil, yes, and sinful.
Okay, so that if they have not ate from the tree of
Yeah.
knowledge that
Yeah.
possess good and evil, how would they know the difference?
If they if they didn't eat from the tree of good and evil, how would they know the difference?
Yes.
Hmm, that's a good question. I would say is that I would ask, is that tree, so that fruit from the tree of good and evil, is that all good and evil in the world?
Well, that is knowledge. That's what the tree of knowledge was,
Of what? Just everything?
of
Like in
good and evil. Of course, everything, good and evil. So if they had not ate from the tree at all, how would they know disobeying God would be a sin?
um I don't think sin was introduced until after, like right
Okay.
when she
How
go
would they
ahead.
know disobeying God would be an evil act?
How would they know it would be an evil act? That's something. I'll be honest with you. I'm not one of these believers that think they know everything, right? I don't know. That's why I said at the beginning, I question why the serpent was there, why God allowed that to happen. If because that's a good question. Why didn't they know? Did they know? I would like to answer and say God had to like let them know like this is wrong, or how would they have the choice? Like can they make? Okay, let me ask you a question. Can they make a choice without knowledge at all? Like, because then if you're saying I would assume you're implying that because they didn't eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, that they didn't know better. But I'll ask you this. if they didn't know better, how can they make a choice? How can she choose to eat if she don't know to choose between to eat or not when she knew not to eat of it?
Okay. The best way to explain that is, what did God tell Adam about that tree?
I think you'll die. You'll surely die.
He said what?
That he'll die if he eats from it, or am I wrong?
No, you're right. That's exactly what he told Adam. So Adam told Eve this. Okay.
So, so not to cut you off, but so that you just made me think of something when you asked that question. So Adam had a concept of death, right? Would you agree or disagree? Since God told him that's what happened, he had a concept of that, what that would be.
I don't believe Adam even had a concept of death.
I I respectfully disagree because I this is what I believe. I believe when you in the presence of God, you know more than we know in these bodies now. You know more, you have a different level of consciousness and understanding because in my beliefs, God, I feel like things is like you know more stuff. Like you just have a knowledge of things more, if that makes
Okay,
sense.
so if I tell you something,
Yes.
so that God told Adam that if he eat of this tree, he shall surely die.
Yeah.
What does that actually mean to Adam? Adam never experienced death, never seen death, never seen
Yes.
nothing die.
Yeah.
So what would that actually mean to him by saying that?
I think that even if Adam, let's just assume Adam has no concept of death, right? Whatever this death means, some people say spiritual death, physical death, um, whatever it means, I would like to think that Adam had an understanding of what a consequence was, right? Like, why else would God tell him you will surely die? Even if you don't know what death is specifically in this context, he had a concept of this is the consequence of eating this fruit. So that means he has the choice to choose not to suffer that consequence, whatever it is, or face what's going to happen if you eat the fruit.
Okay, and what did the serpent tell Eve?
You will be a god or gods.
Can
Let,
I
let,
can
Be
I
let-
like,
can I can I ask a really quick question?
go
So
ahead.
yeah.
when you say concept of death, are you saying that Adam had a concept of spiritual death or physical death? Which one?
Am I saying it? I'm saying I don't know, but I understand that I'm just going off like a objective, like he had some level of consciousness to like understand that like, if this happens, here's the consequence of it. If you eat this, you're gonna die. Whatever death is. I'm not speaking for God. I don't know
Okay,
what that
so
death is.
and did animals have eternal life? Were animals
Animals?
yeah, were animals at this point in time immortal as well?
I I think I think possibly because I don't believe that animals ate each other until after what's the name? The first thing that come to
Well,
my mind
I
is
don't know why we saying ate each other. Like I'm not asking
well,
what they ate. Did they live? Did animals live forever as well?
I think so, yeah, and I was gonna tell you why, but you don't. Okay,
No, I don't need to know why.
got you. Okay, I
I'm
respect
just
it. I got you.
asking. Like, so the animals
Yes,
had eternal life
possibly,
as
yeah,
well.
possibly.
Okay, so your to think that the animals had eternal life, then the concept of death here either had to be a spiritual death because animals didn't die, right? And so they had no concept of any type of physical death. So it would have
Hmm.
had to have been spiritual if you think animals, you know, the God was creating animals, animals were having babies, and it was just going to be a world full of animals eternally.
Well, I'm saying like I don't. I'm not saying I don't know any
I'm just asking you
definite.
to use some critical thinking, right? So animals are
I
fucking.
can critically think. I got a
Like,
master's
hold
degree in
on, hold on.
psychology. I
Okay,
know I
good.
can think.
Stop.
That's
I didn't say
insulting.
you couldn't. Oh my fucking god, y'all and y'all's ego is tripping me out.
I don't have an ego. I'm
You
just
do listen. I did not say you could not think. I said I'm just asking you to use some critical thinking.
uh,
Animals are fucking. They're having babies. They're
okay.
multiplying. They're never
Uh,
dying, right? So at
yeah,
this point, you just have animals just multiplying,
yeah,
living forever, right?
um,
And then you just
yeah,
have these two humans, right?
yeah,
Who have not multiplied, who are having fun,
yeah,
but animals are. So the earth
yeah,
is just filling up with animals who's never dying, right? So
Yeah.
at this point, Adam and Eve have never experienced any type of physical death, even in animals. So the only concept of death that they would have would have to be like a spiritual death, right?
Um, I'm kind of scared to answer because I feel like you're gonna start yelling again once I don't answer the way you want, and you're gonna start
I hate
cussing.
when y'all fucking do that. Listen,
I
motherfucker,
don't
I
know what
curse.
I'm
I
doing,
curse
but
regardless.
no,
Like
I don't
this
know what
isn't
I'm doing.
about you. Like this is not about you. And the way you are trying to like victimize yourself right now,
I'm not.
it,
I'm just don't
yes,
want to be
you
yelled at.
are.
I'm a grown ass
Like,
adult, just
please
like you
stop
are. I
being
wouldn't yell
Naboth.
at you.
Please stop whining.
Lower your voice, then,
Please
please.
stop.
I'm
I
not yelling
no,
at you.
no.
Okay, then. Have a good night. You're tripping.
Bye.
You're triggered.
Yeah, you the one who got triggered. God damn. This book has fucked some of y'all's men's heads up.
Wow.
I literally said,
Wow.
I'm just asking you to use some critical thinking. I know how to critically think. I didn't say you didn't.
I have a master's degree.
Golly.
Wow, the ego came out quick. Oh my goodness.
But I just needed to understand what type of concept of death he was talking about. And if the animals were living, if the animals had eternal life, right? Then it would have only been a spiritual death concept because that means that they had not experienced any type of physical death if animals had not died. You see what I'm saying?
Right. That's
That's
what
all I
my
was
question
asking
was.
him.
That's my question. I mean, I didn't see how they experienced any type of death, so how would they really know? You know what death is? Wow. I thought that was going to be a good conversation.
Like the fucking whining is ridiculous.
Mm.
God damn. But also, like, why would they think that animals would have eternal life?
Hello. Hello. Oh, I'm talking while you talking.
One,
Oh, what you quiet now?
one second. Like, why, like, does that even make sense for animals to have eternal life, to be having sex, multiplying, and just animals never dying, and just populating the earth and never dying? Does that make sense?
At least not to me, it don't.
Let me
And
unmute
that,
myself. This is
I'm
Sonisha.
sorry,
Who's
I'm
that?
sorry, I'm sorry. And that's why I was
Is this
asking him. I
Melly?
was like, I'm sorry. Please don't unmute
Is
yourself.
this Melly, baby?
Please. Oh my gosh.
Is this Melly, baby? Shut up, babe. You stalker.
What the?
And yeah, this is why I was asking him to just use some critical thinking, right? Like, think about what you're saying. It doesn't make
Right.
sense
Right.
at
It didn't.
all. Girl, go take your ass to sleep. Ain't nobody getting ready to argue with you just to fucking argue with you. Like, I understand that you're
It's
obsessed.
weird.
Right. Like, go take your ass to sleep.
I
Nobody's finna
saw
play with
her
you.
picture and I just knew she was gonna be. I knew it.
Can you block her? Like, nobody's finna fucking play with you just to fucking play with you because you want some fucking attention.
She said, Hannah said, I got a girlfriend.
Who said what now?
Ha- uh, Hannah in the comments, she's a nerd. She said, you got a girlfriend, Nelly.
Oh, she like you?
No. I think she was talking about that lady that came up or something. I'm not
No, that's what I'm
sure.
talking about. That lady that came up saying she like you.
I don't know what that was about. I have no idea.
But you know, the crazy thing is it's like they're getting mad at thinking. Like, they're just getting mad at being asked to fucking think.
Yeah, yeah, because they never had a chance to think. That's the problem, and it angers them. We're not supposed to think. This is God.
Like,
Mm.
it's insane. Hey, Maddie.
Hi. Hey, Mr. Nelson. Hey, Lala. Hey, Rhea.
Hey now.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So I was
Hey.
I was talking about the Jezebel thing with wait, can I diverge from the topic, but I'm still on the topic? Can I do that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was telling my boyfriend, we I think I already told y'all he's Catholic. I was telling him about how you were gonna do the mock trial. He was excited and he was waiting. He was really upset when he found out the preacher the preacher was like, "Oh, I'm not ready for a month." He was like, "Man, that preacher's scary as fuck. He just knew he was gonna lose." And so
Needing a month is crazy. After you done had 2 weeks, is
yeah,
crazy.
that's what I'm confused. And I feel like if you're a preacher, you should already know that story, but I
He's a
don't.
lawyer. He's a Christian lawyer. He's not a preacher. I don't think he's a preacher.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so me and my boyfriend, we read up on the story of Jezebel, and he asked, and he was like, "What did she do that was bad?" And I'm looking at him like, "Hold on, you're a Christian. You're kind of going off script here." I was like, "You don't think she did nothing bad?" He was like, "No, I don't see anything she did bad." Like he was just as lost. So he was ready for you to come and defend her, and I was too. I was excited.
That's
Just
why I
want to know
kept
what's up.
asking the last guy. Like the last guy was incapable of any type of reasoning skills, right? And I kept trying to hone in on the elders and the nobles. Like, why are we not talking about the fact that the elders and the nobles did what Jezebel said in the letter? Like, Jezebel wrote the letter, yeah, right? And
Hmm.
it could be argued that she had ill intent. It could also be argued that she was just using the law, right, to help her husband, the king.
Right.
Either of those are plausible, right? But
Hmm.
why are we not talking about the fact that the elders are the ones who carried the trial out? They are the ones who picked the witnesses. They are the ones who issued the execution. And they either had to do that because they found it to be credible, or they are corrupt. Why are we focused on Jezebel?
Yeah. And I just asked my mom, like, while I had the live playing out loud, so I've gotten real bold with having the live. Like, I will literally turn it up sky high and turn off the TV in the living room when I'm in here and just listen to it. I asked my mom, I'm like, "Hey, do you think Jezebel is evil?" And she says, "I don't know, but I know that's not a real answer." My mom always has an opinion on something. So I'm like, "Are you sure?" I was like, because they were saying that Jezebel, being called a Jezebel means you're promiscuous and all that. She was like, "No, it means you're a deceiver because Jezebel deceived people." So I'm like, "Okay, so you do have an opinion on Jezebel. You just lied to me."
I would have asked her, who did she deceive?
I did. And she was like, "Well, she deceived the elders." I was like, "No, she didn't. She wrote instructions and they
How did she
followed."
deceive them?
Like she never deceived them. She just said what to do, and they did it. And she was like, "Well, I'm not going to talk about this with you because I already know you're going to disagree. You're going to disagree. Duh, I'm going to disagree, girl. You're not making no sense."
The problem is that your mom will have to answer this part, right? As soon
Hmm.
they sent to Jezebel, right, saying Naboth has been stoned, he is dead. So even though she signed the letter and she used her husband's seal as a queen, she is allowed to do that. They knew it came from Jezebel, so she didn't deceive them.
That's also what I said. I said they sent the letter back to Jezebel. Like, how would they know? And my mom was like, "Well, if they sent it to her husband, they sent it to her." I said, "No, no. The Bible specifies a lot of stuff. I'm pretty sure it would have said that. Oh, like he read it, and then he told her. No, they sent the letter back to her because they knew she wrote it. Like, and she was swearing up and down that no, it was because that's her husband, and her husband read it, then gave it to her. So by default, if you send it to her husband, you're sending it to her. What?
Then by
So
default, if she sent it from her husband, it's coming from her. It has to work both ways.
yeah, that's why I was just confused. But we all know my mom's still indoctrinated. I'm just hoping one day she breaks out of that vicious
Yeah,
cycle.
I think the sad part is like she don't realize that she's indoctrinated against herself as a woman. Like she's literally arguing against herself, right? And making excuses for why a woman deserves to be demonized for something she didn't do. Like she's like, oh, they sent it back to her because if they send it to the husband, they send it to her too. But refuses to say if she sends it from the husband, it's coming from her too. Like that
Oh.
that is intentional demonization of herself. And like that's sad that a lot of women can't see that. Like it's like when a black Christian get up there and apologizes for slavery.
Mm-hmm. It's really sad. I also tried to talk to my mom about slavery, and she didn't want to talk about that. And I felt like she knew I was finna get her because she had heard me listening. I was listening to a live that I had missed of yours. And I was like, Mom, do you think God endorsed slavery? And then she said, Madison, not right now. I was like, why you don't want to talk? You're not doing anything. And then she was like, no, I don't want to talk about that. I was like, oh, I thought we was going to be able to have a conversation.
It's sad. Like they would rather believe the harmful shit than, allow themselves to reason and ask questions and, get to the truth. They're so filled with fear that they would rather believe stuff that are harmful to them. And
Yeah.
it's sad.
And I also feel like she really doesn't like believe like she seems to be. I really think she's pulling away from it, but she denies it because she says like a lot of questionable things. That's like, girl, you're not supposed to be saying that. Like she talks about I remember when I was younger she used to always talk about different ways she felt like stories in the Bible was lying or they didn't make sense. And now like she won't talk about that with me. And she knows that I told her that I wasn't believing in that anymore. And I feel like she doesn't want to talk about it with me because she doesn't want to push me towards becoming an atheist more. So I feel like she backs off from the topic so it doesn't like convince me even more.
That makes sense. I know a lot of parents do that.
Yeah. But that's all, guys. Y'all have a nice night. I'm gonna be listening all night.
All
Have
right,
a
have
good
a good
one.
one. Hey, Monday night I won't be live, so we're gonna do Maddie's hour on Tuesday night.
Okay, that's fine. That's
Okay.
fine. I'm gonna be up anyway.
All right.
All right. Bye
Have a
bye,
good one. Bye
guys.
bye.
Let me down.
You and Theo gonna have to do a duet one day, singing "Let Me Down."
Yes, please let's see Moch on stage. Like I'm talking about my mom. What you gonna do about it? You gonna whoop
Oh,
my
he's
ass?
scared to come up. He ain't never
Right.
been
He don't want to come up on this stage because he don't want that smoke. I'll cook his dumb ass. Anyways, with that, let me get down because it's not Maddie hour. It's not Maddie hour. I'm gonna pull back. I'm gonna pull back. I'm gonna pull back.
All right. Have a good one, Maddie.
You too.
All right. Maddie is a trip.
I feel like Maddie is like the girl, like the the girl I would have been if I was let that space to talk. You get what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
just oh man.
Yeah, I agree. Rhea, you want this one?
Yeah, sure.
All right, go ahead.
What's his name? Nels.
Nails, are you
L.
there? Did he just laugh?
I thought
Hello?
so. Nels.
I don't know how to use this.
Did you come up
Did
on
you say?
accident?
You'll connect using audio.
Uh-oh. I don't think he knows his
Nails,
name.
did you come up on accident? He commented in the comments. Hey,
Hello?
did you come up on accident?
Sorry, I don't know how to use this thing. I don't know how to use it.
You don't know how to. Okay, I'm gonna take you down. Okay. That was weird.
Why do they laugh at themselves like that?
I don't know. He was saying he don't know how to use it, but I'm like, did you come up on accident or like there's a yes or a no? Or, I don't know.
Joshua is like, what don't you know how to use? The phone or TikTok?
Right. Like I'm like, what? What is happening? Like he's just typing yes in the comments right now. Yes, what? Yes, what? 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 I don't. Oh my God,
Yes,
Travis, what's up,
Lord.
love bug?
Hey, Thinker, can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
I'm fine. Hi, Ria. Hi, Lala.
Hello.
Hey, Travis.
I have a question, and it's about just a quick question, and it's about the deity Jezebel was worshiping. So it's come to my attention like it was Baal, but there are different Baals within the Bible, and specifically the Baal she worships was the one with fertility, the god of fertility and a storm god basically. And
It was
I'm
the
just coming
Canaanite
up here
god.
to.
It was of the Canaanite pantheon where El Elyon was the head of the pantheon. So it was just uh, a god of the Canaanite pantheon.
Oh, and does he have like a specific name?
Mm-mm. Well, I think it's Baal Hadad. Um, but it's yeah, it's sometimes in he's called Marduk in other Mesopotamian stories.
Oh, okay. Because people be saying like, especially in the comments, people be saying like she worships like Bahal, but they don't specify which Bahal, and they said they usually she worships the one with child sacrifices, that the one that does child requires child sacrifices and stuff. So
But
yeah,
we're like
just
the Israelites worshipped a god who took child sacrifices. Um, a lot of these gods in the ancient Near East accepted child sacrifices.
Mm-hmm.
Even the Roman gods did. I mean, literally, Jesus was a child sacrifice.
And honestly, like Thinker
ye-
was saying, it's hard to pinpoint, like, quote unquote, which ball, because over time, he's pretty much like turned into other, like they give him different properties. He turns out to be kind of showing up in different mythologies. So there's no, like, which Baal, because, you know.
Yeah, she was just raised on the Canaanite pantheon, which a lot of the Israelites originally were raised on the Canaanite pantheon before Yahweh came on the picture.
oh yeah, I didn't like know that the Israelites do child sacrifices, worship a god that practices like does child sac, yeah, basically I already know that, but I just come up here to just ask the question
I think a lot of
because
people,
people
when they
just
hear,
love.
sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I was saying that they love to demonize Jezebel and say she's demonic and stuff. So yeah,
Yeah,
you
and
can.
that comes from a lack of understanding, right? Because like when they hear Baal, they think Satan. They think Baal
Right.
is Satan,
Yeah.
which is crazy because Satan is literally the God's right hand man in this book. It's not even the same character, but there are multiple Baals. There are Baals in the Jonah story, right? It was one of the Baals that sent the wind. Like it's just a lack of knowledge and fear that people use to inform themselves when they, hear about the story of Jezebel because of oral traditions. Their pastors have instilled them with a lot of misinformation and a lot of fear mongering. And so they approach these stories this way. That's why the topic is women have been gaslit by God in the church. Because in the story of Jezebel, like if the God was mad at Jezebel and wanted to kill Jezebel for what his elders did. Like he should have been holding his elders responsible. Then he, gave Ahab grace. Ahab was a man, right? Ahab knew what Jezebel did. Ahab, just because Ahab repented, he's like, oh, I'm not gonna kill you, during your lifetime. I'm gonna wait till your son's lifetime. But he goes and he's, has Elisha start this all out war with Jezebel and the prophets. Like he was just really jealous of Jezebel and her God, because he's a jealous God. That's all he really cared about. He didn't care about the corruption of his elders. He didn't care that he had a king who couldn't rule, who was not intelligent enough to know how to call his own subject into law. Like Naboth misused the law. Naboth did invoke the name of this God to misinterpret the law, but the God didn't care. Like a man could be the weakest link, could do the most egregious shit, and this God is going to take up for the man the same way he took up for David when David committed adultery and coveted and premeditated murder. Right? Like they rather focus on
Yeah,
demonizing the woman, and women have been gaslit into joining men in demonizing themselves.
because at the end of the day, in God's eyes, the man is valued higher than the woman, unfortunately. And I agree with everything that you said. Yes.
I think a lot of
That's all.
people too don't
Huh?
pay attention. Oh, sorry. What did you say?
No, continue. I
I,
apologize.
I was just gonna say that I think a lot of people also don't pay attention that the God in the Old Testament, while he is misogynistic, he has a little bit more. Um, I don't want to say reverence, but he doesn't dismiss women completely the way the New Testament does. When you get to uh the pastoral epistles, right? Because like there is no law in the Old Testament that says that a woman has to obey her husband and like not talk. Um, I only can ask him questions at home, like stuff like that. That what we read in Timothy didn't come from the God of Israel. That's Roman shit. Like that came from Rome, you know. And so you see that like the God in the Old Testament uses women strategically to aid and help Israel, kind of like how we see with white supremacy, right? White supremacy, they disrespect their women, but they use them strategically when it comes to like white woman tears and um like putting like they used their women with the affirmative action plan like a motherfucker to come up, right? Like they would put their businesses in their wives' names, and then when the SBA was like y'all can't do that no more, that's when they went after affirmative action because they could no longer benefit from it. So if they couldn't use it, right, by putting their businesses in their wives' names and getting the grant funding, they didn't want nobody else to have it. So they use their women strategically. But they've taught through these stories other nations to demonize their women and not, right, like to shut their women up, right, like um to kill their women. And so like that's why I'm saying, like, if you look at the difference from the God in the Old Testament and how he used women to aid Israel, and any woman that did not aid Israel, he shut down, right? He killed or he demonized. And in the New Testament, women are just shut up, period. Like Rome was just like, psh, men have dominance. Men are, no matter what, men are smart. Men are this. And we see that in society today, and how white supremacy kind of marries both of those two concepts. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes complete sense. And I always say this, like, all roads lead to Rome, like metaphorically and like literally. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
absolutely.
all roads lead to Rome. And one more like tidbit of a kind of fact, yes, a fact. Did you know like why the mummies in Europe, Egypt? I mean, the mummies in Egypt are so rare to find. Do you know why?
I heard they ate them all because they was trying to either live forever or gain the knowledge of the the mummified bodies. But I heard they ate them all. They like it was gonna
Yes.
make them stay
Mm-hmm.
young or something. I don't know what their purpose was for eating them, but yeah, they ate them.
Yes, and they ground the mummies to make like I forgot what it's called. I just learned about this like this month. And they ground them the mummies, and they used the ground remains for like treatment like headache, the plague, and so forth.
You talking
Yeah,
about
that
when they
was
used to sniff it? You talking about the
that what they used
bones
to.
that they ground?
Yes,
Yeah, they used to
yes.
ground their bones and like sniff it. And they thought it was somehow medicinal. Hmm.
Wow.
And they must have like convinced themselves that it was working for them to do it to the point to where there were no more.
Hmm.
And that is insane.
Yeah, and not just sniff it. I think they used to also like like make little herbal like paste and stuff like that.
Smoothies.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Hmm.
joking.
You never know.
That is crazy. Yes, that's all came up to ask. And thank you for hosting these lives. It's very knowledgeable and so forth.
You're
And it
very
keeps me
welcome.
company.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up, Travis. Have a good night.
Thank you. Same to you. Goodbye. Goodbye, guys.
And bye. Unique, are you in the box on purpose or did TikTok throw you in there? If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist and you're 25 and up, the guest box is open. The guest box is empty right now, y'all. It's 2 a.m. Central. We have 541 people on TikTok and 102 on YouTube. Almost 700 people watching the live. Anytime I see you in the request unique, I'm just going to automatically assume that TikTok threw you in there. For some reason, TikTok is telling you to come on stage. Nobody wants to come up and have a conversation, Sean. You said you're not scared. You're in the chat. There's a empty request. Come on up and let's talk about Jezebel. Sean. Hey Trinity Knight, how are you? I think he is scared. Are you scared, Sean? Hmm? Laxman? Not you, Sean. Uh, Laxman?
Hello. Yes,
Hi.
please, I am here.
Mm-hmm. Are you a believer in the Bible?
Yes, I believe in Bible.
What Bible you believe in?
Uh, I don't know, but I believe in Bible because the Bible is the trusted book and
What's the name of the Bible
very
that
holy
you
book.
read? What's the name of the Bible you read?
Yes, please.
Why? Like why? Just unnecessary. Like I just, and then they be wondering why I be cussing motherfuckers out. Like I'm a no nonsense person.
Think that
No, lax man, no.
when you were talking about like how you're talking about how like the white supremacy like it kind of wants to dwindle the woman's role, or how important, like just the fact that a woman can be able to take charge like Jezebel does, right? It has to be twisted into she's evil, right? So that the patriarchy can stand, right? Is that kind of like a synopsis of what you were saying?
Uh yeah, unless the woman is being used
Mm-hmm.
by white supremacy to further the mission, kind of like how Israel used women to further their mission. If she did something to help Israel, then she was praised, right? No
Okay.
matter if she was an Israelite woman or not. If she did something uh, that harmed Israel, then she was
Mm,
demonized, even if she was defending her own people, right? Or if she
right.
just was a woman, period.
Okay. Right. So, okay. So I did understand what you're saying. So I was thinking when you said that, I started to think about, I talked about Umuadas before. So these were, and still are, Igbo women, back in, I think, just like think, British occupation time. Okay. And these women were pretty much in charge of like trade, right? Like they ran the community pretty much, right? They were in charge of like farming, trade, all of that. And when British occupation came, in Europe, women were at that point, seen and not heard, right? So when they came and they saw all of these women like running all of this stuff, the one thing, like the first thing that the priority was to completely stop that. And now they put in laws where women had to have a man with them to buy land. They had to have a man with them to trade, to buy palm oil, um, on like a big scale where like you're distributing, right? But then in Igbo history, you'll hear of like Mary Slessor. Mary Slessor was a European woman, right? Which now is praised all over Nigerian history for stopping the quote unquote killing of twins, right? But that history is completely skewed. But my thing is, they were willing to bend that. Does that make sense? Like they were willing to bend that whole like women are not seen that but heard when it came to trying to highlight a woman that put them in a good standing, right? This is a European woman that comes and helps these savages stop quote unquote unaliving their twins, right? But when you first came and colonized, it was women should not do anything. When you first came and took over, it was women should not be seen or heard. But now we should elevate this woman in our history. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, I remember reading about Mary. reading her story. Yeah, you there?
Yeah, yeah, and it's funny because you know, if you actually read up on like what she actually did do, she didn't necessarily stop it. There was already a movement to say, hey, we should stop doing this. But then because she had that European power, right, she was able to say, okay, I will be the face of this. And she took it from the other women, the other people that had already organized to say, hey, we don't want this in our community anymore. It's kind of like the idea that, you know, like feminism here in America, how Black women started it and now pretty much, you know, white women picked it up and became the face of it, right? So now she's put on that pedestal, but no one really knows what her role really was.
Wow, no, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I have no idea why my body reacts the way it reacts to wool. Like that's fucking wild. Uh, Justin.
I did not try to come up. Sorry.
No worries. Have a good night.
You too.
Yo, hello. Sebenarnya,
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. You?
Good. How old are you?
Um, I'm 25.
No, you're not. You just look to see how old you needed to be to come up here.
What?
You're not 25.
Alright, I'm joking. I'm 19.
Okay, you can't be up here. Okay. Have a good night. I don't know if they like. You can tell when they pause. I'm 25.
Mm-hmm.
And then they choose, like the crazy thing is they choose the exact number that they have to be on stage. That's the crazy thing that they don't even realize it's the dead giveaway every damn time. Besides their voice. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Miss Paychecks, are you in the box on purpose or was this an accident?
Hey y'all,
Hey.
how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I just came up because I wanted to talk about Delilah for a minute because I feel like with that story, everyone always demonizes her for cutting Samson's hair, but never demonizes him for lying to his wife.
I agree.
Like no one ever says anything about him lying to his wife, who he supposedly loved. But everyone demonizes her for cutting his hair. Like I never understood that. Like even as a child, I never understood that because like lying was a sin, and like why was he lying? But he was allowed to lie because it was quote unquote a secret, and it was okay to lie about secrets because they were protecting him. And I like never understood that. Like why was that okay?
Wait, when you say he lied to his wife, I thought you were saying because he was going after Delilah while his wife was at home.
Well, yeah, that too. Like lying to his wife and then also lying to Delilah. Both
Well,
of
he
them.
didn't lie to Delilah. Like Delilah wasn't in a relationship with him, and Delilah wasn't his wife. He just liked Delilah. She didn't like him back. Like they wasn't in
No,
any
I
relationship.
know. That's what I'm saying. Like both of those things, like lying to his wife and going after her, and then lying about where his strength came from.
Oh, did he lie to her? Did he lie to Delilah?
Mm-hmm.
What did he say?
So he's at first he said that he could be tied up by 7 cords, and then he said he could be tied up by a rope, like a brand new rope. And then he said that if his 7 locks were like woven into if his 7 locks were weaved together, that would take his strength away. And then finally after that, and she was like, why do you keep lying to me? And then after that, he finally told her that if his hair was cut, and because he was a Nazarite, and if his hair was cut, then that's when his strength would be gone. And then she finally cut his hair.
Oh, okay. I didn't even remember that part. I mean, I don't
So
remember
he
the
was
lies
lying
part.
to his wife, and then he lied to her too. But he was still so praised in the Bible, and she was just demonized the whole time. And I
He
just
was,
find that so crazy.
yeah. He was a whore. Like he slept around. I think he
Literally.
slept with like 30 people. I don't know if it was 30 women or 30 men. I think it was just 30 people at his wedding.
Yeah, I don't think it specifies.
Yeah. Like he was we did a live probably a year ago that said that Samson was a womanizing assassin.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was created to be an assassin.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, that pissed him off bad.
it's the truth.
The AI image for that one was funny as fuck.
Hmm.
I bet it
He
was.
was created for that. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But it's true though. But it's just like all of these. And what's crazy is if we turn this around and they were women, if Samson was a woman, it would never fly. If David was a woman, what he did would never fly. Like they would have never been chosen. They would have never been revered in the church. We would never be like, oh, they were so holy. Oh, they were God's chosen men. Oh, we have to live our lives. Like people live their lives after David, live their lives after Daniel, and they was out here doing some fuck shit. Like I just haven't been deconstructing long, but it's like the church sells so many lies at such a young age that you are really so indoctrinated that as you get older and you start questioning, it really makes you question your entire existence. And like makes you feel like your whole life has been a lie when it really has. And it's so crazy.
I was thinking about, the video that I did today asking questions about how good comes from bad and the truth comes from a lie.
Yeah.
And I talked about how David was a murderer and adulterer and all that.
Yeah.
There are women in the comments talking about how God chose to, uh, you know, deal with men who had problems and is patient with them and he changed them. Like it's like forgive the men for being horrible, right? Like they're able to see that. Oh, he chose horrible men and he saved them and changed them, and that's why Jesus had to come. But to see women fight hard to say that Jezebel deserved what she got, that Jezebel was evil, that Jezebel was a demon, and not have the same
They
arguments.
never will. They never have the same arguments for the women. They never do. Jezebel, and that was the first thing. Oh, you got a Jezebel spirit. I would think I was 11 or 12 and I wore like a quote unquote short skirt to church and someone told me that. Oh, you got a Jezebel spirit. You're in here trying to seduce the men. Well, why don't they not look at a 12-year-old?
Exactly.
Like why are we demonizing children and demonizing young girls and making them cover up because they might make the grown ass men stumble? Why aren't we talking to these grown ass men that are sexualizing children? Like why is it always the women that have to cover up or the children that have to cover up? Why are we not talking to these grown men that's out here being nasty with kids?
And why are we making them forgive these motherfuckers? Why are
Hello.
we making them see that they need salvation, they need love, they need forgiveness? Like I heard a video of this new creator. Like she's an up and coming creator, and I really hope she goes viral more often. But she does the videos with the lip gloss. Like she be
Yeah.
like she say sanction. Like I don't know how to do her voice, but she is fucking hilarious. But I saw her video of her talking to her mom about somebody that had essayed her and somebody else in her family, and that person was getting out of jail, and they were trying to convince her that she needed to forgive him and blah blah blah. But she stood her own. Like she she was not going. But like to hear the the gaslighting, right? And trying
Yeah.
to make her feel guilty because she wasn't willing to invite this person back into her life, and to hear the Christian say well, he repented, and he deserves, a chance to change, and he deserves, to be loved. And it's like that's the same thing that they do with like David. And
Yeah.
then they'll demonize the victim, which is a woman, for not being open to seeing that David or this SAer deserves their forgiveness or
Like
deserves the love of Jesus.
it's absolutely disgusting. Like why? Like no. Like they don't. Like they don't. And I mean, if you think they do, then cool. Then they can hang out with you. But like they're not gonna get it from me. And like I'm not obligated to say sorry, and I'm not obligated to still be friends with that person. And that's the same thing. Me and my wife were literally just talking about this, and my best friend, how people demonize single moms. Like you see a mom at the gym with their baby and they're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe she brought her baby to the gym. Oh my god, I can't believe she couldn't find somebody to watch her baby. Like this is so ridiculous. What a terrible mom she is. Like this is crazy. Why would you bring your baby to the gym? It's 5 o'clock in the morning. That baby needs to be at home, blah 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 blah." But flip side, you see a dad bringing their baby to the gym, and it's like, oh my God, he's such a great dad. Look at him taking care of his baby, doing the best he can. Like, men are so praised for doing the least amount of nothing. They take care of men. The world coddles to men. Men get given so much grace. Men are given so much forgiveness. Like men can do the most egregious act, and we're just expected to forgive them and give them grace and give them patience and give them love. And women can do women can steal food because they need to feed their baby, and now they need to be in jail for life. It's like it's so crazy, and people don't realize that this model is in the Bible, and this is how the Bible has taught us to do. They've taught us to put men up on this pedestal and forgive them for everything that they do, no matter what, and to stay even if he's abusive, and to stay even if something happens, and to stay even if he's knocking our head between a washer and dryer, and if he's touching on our daughter, well, it's okay. Just teach her that we need to forgive and we need to forget and we need to let go, because God's forgiveness is for everybody. And, it's okay. And people make mistakes. No, that's not a mistake. That's not a mistake. You make mistakes when you spill something on the floor. That's a mistake. When you put bleach in the towels, the black towels, that's a mistake. And saying somebody's not a mistake. And like the fact that society has read this Bible and has decided that all sins are equal, and me taking the bread because I need to feed my kid is the same as my uncle saying somebody, and they all need to be forgiven, is absolutely wild to me. I will never understand it. Like, it's crazy.
I agree, and I think like they've gotten used to that, right? Um, being having like the little bit of amount of accountability required, right,
Hmm.
by women and by society, and it allows them to skate by. And so many of them who believe in this God, and even some who don't, like who recognizes that this expectation and this misogyny has seeped off into the culture of our society, they hold on to that, and they want it to stay that way. They don't want to lose that ability to not hold themselves accountable, but still be defended for not, what I'm saying, for the very little that they do. Does that make sense? Like
Yeah.
they like it and they know that they don't have to do a lot,
Yeah.
and they want to keep it that way. And so what they're recognizing though is that they're losing it, right? They're having to now work to be in these relationships. They're having to actually be valuable to a woman. They're actually having to hold themselves accountable, and so they don't like it because they haven't had to for so long. And so they're working really hard to turn back the hands of time to where they are given women, right, and not necessarily have to be worthy of the woman. They just want to be given the woman,
Yeah, I
and
saw.
be.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, and be told and tell the woman what to do.
No, no, for sure. I saw something that said that the only women that thrive in the church are pick-me's. And like that couldn't have been a more true statement. Because there's no way that a woman that is like sure of herself and confident in who she is without having to be up under a man or having to feel like she has to submit or be controlled by a man could thrive in a church. Like there's no way.
Oh yeah, definitely not.
Like that made so much sense to me when I heard that.
Yeah, and sometimes that status of like being respected in the church or being respected amongst men in society, period, is worth it to them to be a pick me, and they will sell women out every fucking time because to get a foot off of their neck is it's all they care about.
Yeah, and they'd be the first ones to talk about I'm a girl's girl, I'm for women, blah blah blah, and be the first ones to throw women right under the bus and support a man.
Yep.
Be the first one to tell you to apologize to your husband after he done put you in the hospital. They'd be the first ones to tell you to let that man back in the house after he done been messing with your kids. Because what God said, everyone's redeemable. And, like, as long as you pray for that man, everything gonna be okay. No, girl. Like, some things is just not gonna be okay. Like, some things are just not gonna be okay. And it's okay.
Women have been taught that they have no value unless they have a man, and unfortunately so many women are afraid of, they're afraid of themselves, just like a lot of men that come in here are afraid of
Mm-hmm.
women and information and books. There are women that are afraid of their own value and their own, having to depend on their own worth because they've been taught that they're not worth anything unless they have a man. And like they're afraid of being shamed or laughed at, for living alone or for being a single mom. And so they spend their whole entire life trying to make themselves, a palatable or fit into some damn cookie cutter so that a man will pick them.
Yeah. A friend of mine and I are doing a podcast. We're about to start our podcast, and one of our topics is about like mental health and that like being selfish is okay, and how women in society have been forced to be the caretaker and have been forced to put everyone first. And then when we decide to be selfish and start taking care of ourselves, how we become demonized in society. Because how dare you take care of yourself? How dare you focus on your own mental health? And sometimes taking care of yourself means getting a divorce because that man been a mess for a long time and now you're finally realizing it, or sometimes it means cutting off your toxic family because your parents have been very toxic for a long time and now you're finally realizing it, or deconstructing from your religion. There's a lot of things that people don't realize for a very long time until they decide to finally focus on their mental health and take care of themselves. But women are always demonized for that. We're always demonized for taking care of ourselves, and we're selfish. And how dare you how dare you go on a spa day? How dare you get your nails done? Like, it's a mess.
Yeah, and it's just insecurities, like nuggets for life. It's fucking in the
Hmm.
comments having a whole motherfucking bitch fit, but it's their insecurities. Like they need to take away the power of another in order to feel powerful. But like I think the crazy thing is that like a leader, a good leader, right, will have people wanting to follow them even when they're not trying to get people to follow them, right? Because
Yeah.
people will notice something in you and they'll be like, oh my God, like I want what he got, or I want what she got. Like, let me learn what they're doing, how they think, right?
Yeah.
And 9 times out of 10, that person is not even trying to get people to follow them,
Exactly.
right? But if you got to be somebody that tears another motherfucker down, and then constantly screaming, I'm a leader, follow me, then you're not worth shit. And the only way that you get people to follow you is through fear, right?
Right. Or if you
And
begging
through
people every
violence.
day, you in people's face every day, telling them how amazing and how great you are. Like, if you are, I'll figure it out. You ain't gotta tell me.
Exactly.
I'll figure it out. Like, you don't have to explain it to me. You don't have to have 25 million people coming knocking on my door, beat me down in the grocery store. Like, I'll find out.
When I was a Christian, I used to think that that's how Jesus got his followers, right? Like I used to believe that he did not want followers and that people just flocked to him because they saw how great he
Me
was, and that he
too.
never was like, oh, I'm so great. But then like when I started studying it, I'm like, oh my gosh, he's like, I'm the only way, the truth, and the life. Nobody gets to the Father but by me. Or when they were, the woman was rubbing him down with oil, and he's like, let her do it. I'm worth it. And I'm like, holy
Right.
shit! Like, I was wrong. Like he
He was
was
like,
like,
nah, it's okay.
yeah.
I
You know,
deserve it.
you know what else I noticed, thinker? While I'm like, oh yeah, he was boastful as fuck, and then you see other pages where he's like, oh, what, me, the son of God? Don't say that. Don't call me that. Like the gaslighting is ridiculous,
But you
nigga.
know
You
who he
did
was saying that to? The demons.
right.
It would be the
Right.
demons. Like when he get ready to cast them out, the demons be like, hey, bro, I know you.
And he was like, no, 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 you
Yeah.
don't. Don't say my
Yeah, he was like, no, no, no,
name.
no, shut up. Don't say nothing.
Exactly.
I'm like, why the fuck is he
Exactly.
telling the demons to shut up and not tell people who he is?
He was
Like,
like, no, no, no,
what?
don't tell these people who I am. Don't let them know.
Like, that was weird. But
And then like I thought like the disrespect to his mom at the wedding when he was like, it's not my time yet. They're not ready for me. When he was doing like his quote unquote first miracle, turning the water into wine, and she was like, "Come on, like don't be embarrassing our friends. Like you need to do this." And he was like, "I'm not ready yet. Like it's not my time to shine."
What
he
is in the
literally said his mama
air?
wasn't his family. He's like, your mama them looking for you. He was like,
Right,
my boys is my family. He
right.
was like,
He's like,
like
"What family?"
exactly. He redefining what family is and shit. Like it's yeah. I was so shocked. I was like, oh my gosh, like this is not the Jesus that I've been believing in.
Right, like he redefined family, but heaven forbid I have a chosen family because my mom and dad kicked me out because I'm gay.
Right.
They didn't, but like heaven forbid I have a chosen family. Oh, that's the worst ever.
That shit is crazy. And then I was thinking about somebody had commented in my video, was like, Jesus loved the children. There's like you were doing something dangerous. Jesus was a good man and he loved the children. He put the children on his lap. And I was like, okay, so it says that, Jesus says, suffer not the little children to come to me, and that you have to be like a child, right? You have to have the mind of a child to get into the kingdom of God and come to God like a child. And then it says he laid his hands on the kids and blessed them and then walked off. Here's my question, right? Because I looked everywhere in the Bible. What did he bless the children with? Like, when it says he blessed them and walked off, like, did they get rich when they grew up? Did they have automatic salvation? Because he says, whoever caused one of these to sin, what sin
Yeah,
can little children commit?
it.
Huh?
It never explains it.
It never explains it, right? And it's so vague. He laid his hands on the kids and blessed them and walk off. Like, bless them with what exactly?
Like they got auto passes to heaven.
Exactly. Like, it just
Like,
doesn't make sense, right? Like, you can tell, like, the shit was written for some theological, it was just added for like a theological point, because it's just so vague, and it just stops there, and then it repeats itself in Matthew. I think it's in Mark and Matthew and Luke. I don't know if it's in John. It's in three. It's either in Mark, Luke, and John, or I mean Matthew, Luke, and John, or Mark, Matthew, and Luke. But it just repeats itself like consistently, and it just stops right there. And then there's nothing else about Jesus and children.
yeah. You know, it's very interesting. Like there's so many like things, you know, like when you really sit down and start looking at stuff, and then you sit down and like start listening, because like I still go to church every now and then with my wife, because like she's not deconstructing, which, you know, is fine with me. Like I'm not gonna, you know, force somebody to do anything. And like listening to like sermons and like listening to songs and stuff now is like, that's not true. No, he don't. Like one song was like he cares for me or something. I was like, he don't give a shit about me. No, he
Why
don't.
you at
He
church?
do not care. He does not care at all. No, he does not. Why are you up here lying to all these people in the church? Like these ladies crying for what? He don't care. She been praying that her husband gets saved for 20 years. And he's still at home. Like, I have been praying that all these, my little problems would go away since I was 15. And I had to end up getting surgery. Where was my healing? Like, oh, God healed you through the surgery. No, I got surgery because it wasn't going away. He didn't heal me. I got surgery. There's a difference.
That's why, like, I brought up the other day when that guy was on the live, like when they'll say that, the God took over the hands of the doctor and did the surgery or healed your body, and because God was in the doctor. But why y'all don't be like God was in the janitor? Like, I have never heard a
Never.
believer. I have never. God, who the hell is this? What the hell is that? I have never heard a believer say, "God bless the janitor cleaned the toilet so well when I went into the McDonald's bathroom. Oh, it
Never.
was clean." Never.
They don't even be like, God bless the nurses that put the IVs in or that took care of me after the fact. It's only the doctors. When the doctors really don't be doing that much. Like, if it wasn't for all the nurses and stuff, the doctors wouldn't be able to do half the shit they doing.
Exactly.
Like, we don't be thankful for the people that checked you in and gave you your bracelet when you got there. For the CNA that brought you the warm blanket when you was cold.
They change your diaper. Hmm.
Right. Like
They
no,
did
I
change your
got
diaper.
surgery because I waited 16 years and I didn't get healed. So I got surgery. That's what happened. I didn't get no fucking healing through no surgery. I got surgery. Someone was tried to compare me to the woman with the issue of blood, and I was like, yeah, but it didn't work the same way for her. I had tried to reach out and touch the garment. Where was my healing? The garment was gone.
she said
It wasn't no
she said
fucking
the
garment.
garment was gone.
It wasn't no garment. I've been reaching out for years. It wasn't no garment. Like, what are y'all talking about? I was just selling fairy tales to people.
Then on top of that, it ain't like he healed her anyway.
She
It
did
says
all the damn
she did
work.
exactly. And then he turned around and was like, "Who touched me?"
He said, "Who took my shit?"
Exactly.
I felt the
Was
power
he gonna
leave.
snatch it back?
Right. He said, "I felt my power go." Who did that? Because I didn't. I didn't authorize this transaction.
Stolen healing.
Right.
Right.
I
She
didn't
really did
authorize.
steal that. She really did steal
She
that.
Yeah.
really did steal it. She was like, "You know what? Fuck it. I'm finna take this shit."
And,
It's like
and
you're
they
not about
done,
to walk in this motherfucker and not heal me with your
right, walk
selective
right
ass.
past me.
You ain't finna walk past my ass. I'm finna get my
Right.
shit.
Also, we're in a live today asking why does the God discriminate against his healing? And we were talking about the fact that his healings are selective, right? Like there he goes into towns like and leaves a whole bunch of people unhealed and he only heals selective people,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then he goes to the next town and there's a scripture where he's like, I can't heal everybody. I got to go to the next town and preach. That's my mission. It's not necessarily healing people. And it reminds me of an evangelist that's like on a tour. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like they got to hit every city. Like,
No, literally, like Benny Hinn.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Benny Hinn was out here punching people in the stomach. Like he was out here assaulting people for Jesus. He was really out here assaulting people for Jesus.
Man, hitting people in the head with a suit coat. Like people
I
just,
will never forget. He was really out here hitting people. And I was like, oh my God, he's so powerful. He's so anointed watching the videos as a kid.
me too. I used to
I
think
was
the
like,
same thing.
he's so anointed. I want to see him so bad. I wanted to go to a Benny Hinn rally and get hit by that suit coat so bad. I was like, there's so much power in that suit coat.
But
I swear, I really did. I wanted to get hit by that suit coat so bad.
and then the crazy thing is that these men can come out and say, I deceived you. I lied. Please forgive me. And still go on tour and
People would
still
be like,
rack up
oh, it's
money.
okay. It's okay. No worries.
Like that is crazy. He came out and said he lied.
And they'll be like, no problem.
That is insane. There is a lady on TikTok. Sean did a video. Sean Towers.
Mm-hmm.
He did a video. I don't know if y'all saw it. There's a lady on TikTok telling people they need to sow a seed, and she's like, if you don't sow, I heard God's coming. She said God came into her room and told her to tell the people on TikTok Live that if they do not sow the seed that He told them to sow, they're going to feel His wrath.
Child,
What?
her rent must be due.
Like he coming to tell you to tell people on TikTok that they need to sow a seed to you, but there are kids being raped, essayed.
Her rent must be due.
Like, but there are people who believe it. That's the crazy thing. And then they'll demonize us, right? We'll be the Jezebel. We'll be the
Right.
demon for telling them, "As you getting swindled."
Shit, let me go on live and tell people to sow a seed. Let me see how much money I can get real quick.
Bruh, I keep saying if I was a worse person than I am now, me and my wife, like, we keep talking about, we're like, bruh, if we were horrible people, we would open a gay church and just take all the people's money.
Listen, I would be so same. Me and my wife be talking about that too. I'd be so rich. But I could never do that to people. But I would be so rich.
Right. Bruh, I'm gonna be back, like, I'm gonna be out in myself. Like, y'all know this shit ain't real, right? Okay. Like,
Right. I would feel so bad. I could never. You know, I was thinking about the other day, like some just crazy stuff that like I used to do, and that the people that I went to church with used to like had talked us into doing. And we was at a friend of ours had passed away, like the young kid had passed away. At his funeral, me and like five of my quote unquote like friends at the time, they had us like, and the youth pastor had us up at that casket during his funeral praying for him to come back to life.
What?
Yes.
Are you serious? At the funeral
At
with
the
the
funeral.
embalming already done?
Listen, he was already all done, all dressed up in the casket, and they had us sitting there praying over him. I will never forget that. I had just thought about that the other day when I was talking to my wife, because I had was going on like a rant of like all these like crazy things, like I was just remembering all these crazy things, and I remember that, and I was like, I cannot believe that they had us up there praying over this boy, like it was just gonna happen. Like he was just gonna pop up out the casket. Like, what were we gonna do? Like, what were we really gonna do if he popped up in the casket? I would have fainted. I would have probably died. If he would have popped up, I'd have been in one. Like,
I feel like this is what
Wow.
like
I
if
feel
he
like
really would have, like, what, why? Why in
this
the hell?
this is why I'm not gonna go outside no more, or like go in like church like, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of that prayer, I would have been like, okay, what do we do now? Because like, how would that prayer end? You're praying for him to get up, and now what?
And we prayed for a good like 20 minutes, and then we went and sat down.
Right.
And then we got up and did it again.
Yeah,
And then
that
we
would piss
sat
me off.
down.
I would have
And
been
then we
like,
got up
okay,
and
like
did it
what?
again. We did it like 3 times. And then at the end of this funeral, his mama came over and was like, it's okay, I guess it wasn't God's will.
Oh my
Right.
gosh.
She
Because I
was
was
Of
getting ready
fine.
to
course.
She was
ask, like, how I was getting
she
ready to
was
say, like,
okay with
did
it.
Of course.
No, she was okay with it.
oh
She
my
was like, I
gosh.
guess it wasn't God's will. And I was like, oh my God. Like, and I was like, yeah, I guess not. Like, I was in it. I was like, yeah, I guess not, but it's okay. He's living a better life now. But I was in that shit. But thinking back now, I'm like, that's psychotic.
That's psychotic. And that the pastor even, like, encouraging that, like,
Yes, that
he's
is
pushing
psychotic
people to
behavior.
psychosis. Like,
That is psychotic behavior.
That's insanity. That's the definition of insanity right there.
Like, that is literally psychotic behavior to be praying at somebody's funeral for them to pop up out the casket.
And doing it over and over again.
Literally over and over again. We did it like 2 or 3 times. That is
how
psychotic
many
behavior.
people got up and walked the fuck up out of there? I need to know. Did
Nobody.
anybody?
No
Like,
one.
everybody in the
Nobody.
motherfucker
No,
was
nobody
psychotic.
left. Like that. Norton said that church was culty. That church was very culty. Like that church was very culty. That church is no more. Like that church has since disbanded. But no, that church was very culty. That it was a very. While I was there, I felt like I was like in the high heavens. I was doing my thing. We had flags and stuff, and we was dancing, and I was like the Christian of all Christians. I was up there, like I was more holy than everybody. Like y'all wasn't doing what we was doing. We had all the long services, and we was tarrying in the spirit. We was doing all kinds of cool stuff. No, we was doing psychotic stuff.
What denomination was this?
It was non-denominational.
This is, I think non-denominational sometimes just mean closeted Kojic. I swear.
It was a
It's a
white church though.
denomination.
Yeah, there are white Kojic,
Yeah, it was.
like non-denominational
I
that,
feel like
that
I feel
basically
like
copy
it.
Kojic.
I feel like it be closet Kojic too. Yeah, no, them people in there was crazy. They was really crazy.
The Assemblies of God literally started from a
That's
white woman
that's what I
who,
grew up in. AG.
yeah, that it was started by a white woman who worshipped amongst Kojic,
Kojic.
right? And she was like, "Oh, the world needs to know about this speaking in tongues." And then she started traveling and sharing it, and then she ended up starting the Assemblies of God, like
That's the
literally from worshiping
that's
amongst
the main
the
thing that
black
they do in
community.
the AG church. I'm 5, 6 years old, saved, and now they screaming in my head talking about some. Just say hallelujah over and over, and he's gonna feel you. Like
Wow.
I'm like I don't even know what that word means, but okay. No man, no the AG church was wild. I was like how like 10 or 11, I think it was 10. And the church we went to was like all white except for me and my mom and my brother. Because my mom's black, my dad's white. And my parents were youth pastors, and we had got a new pastor, and he had came to my parents and was like, I don't believe that your family belongs here anymore, and had kicked us out of the church because me and my mom and my brother was black. And I was like,
Whoa.
oh, okay. So this is how this goes. So then we started going to like non-denominational churches because they were quote unquote more accepting, you know. No, it wasn't. No, it was not. But child, yeah, no, that one church was crazy. They was culty for sure. Had us doing weird shit. Had us doing crazy stuff. I will never forget that. They had us praying at that boy's funeral. They really did.
Yeah,
Like,
that's wild. Give me just a second. Nate and bracelets by Linda. I think it was. Are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? Bracelets by Linda and Nate. I think are they nerds or Rhea, can you see?
Yeah,
Lala, are you up?
only Nate is.
Nate, okay. Um
I'm a
bracelets by Linda, isn't it? I thought they were. Maybe I was mistaken. Okay. All right. My bad. Go ahead, Miss Paychex.
no, you good. I'm finna hop down. It's almost 4 o'clock. I'm gonna try and lay down and listen to the rest of the live and go to sleep.
All right.
But
Thank you for coming up.
yeah, of course. Of
All right.
course.
Have a good night.
You can drop me for the algorithm. Let me down.
I got you. I don't know that does that even work?
I
I
don't know. I
and I
hear a
don't
lot of
know.
people talking about it.
Like,
I do too, but I
I
don't see
just,
how it would
it's
work.
so hard to keep up with all that stuff, man.
I think they sleep. Bracelets by Linda. Bracelets by Linda. Yeah, that was an accident. I see them in here almost every night. I think they are either deconstructing or an atheist. Amanda?
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please?
30.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Atheist.
Right? And what are your thoughts on the topic?
I actually had a question for you.
I don't answer questions from the chat unless you are a
It's
subscriber.
not even about the topic.
Yeah, I don't answer questions unless you are a subscriber.
Oh, okay.
But you are more than welcome to talk about the topic if you like.
Um I agree with the topic fully, except for the last one. Um I just want to understand why Delilah didn't owe Samson loyalty.
Can you tell me why you think she did? Like, what's giving you the impression that she did owe him loyalty?
Nothing really does, I guess. I just more so wanted to know your opinion on it.
Well, my opinion is that she didn't owe him loyalty at all. Like, the story just says that he liked her. Um, the people approached her with an opportunity to make some money and she took it.
Okay.
Like, she was a random woman, right? Like, why would she owe him loyalty? She wasn't his wife. They weren't in a relationship. Samson was in love with her because she was beautiful. He wanted her, but she never gave him the any il nana.
Yeah, okay.
So what did you disagree with?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what made you think that she did owe him loyalty?
I guess I remember the story in a different light. I haven't read it in a long time.
What I know, like the stories are typically told orally, and like the impression is that Delilah was Samson's wife, or like she was his lover and she
Yeah,
betrayed him. That's
I
how it's
was
told.
understood that she was, from my understanding and my recollection of the story, they were lovers and she betrayed him.
They weren't lovers. He liked her, right? That's like, a man having a crush on a woman and damn near stalking her for a year. Which I'm not saying he stalked Delilah for a year. What I'm saying is it's like, a guy seeing a woman that he thinks is absolutely beautiful and he's like, oh my God, I'm so in love with her. I'm in love with her. And then, you know, um, he gets an opportunity to sleep with her, and then come to find out the reason why she slept with him was so that she could get some intel and make some money, right? She was just doing her thing. Like she never gave him the impression that they were in a relationship. They weren't married. They didn't have this agreement, right? A covenant or anything like that. She had a opportunity to help her people, right? She was either a Philistine or living in the land near where Samson was terrorizing the land. The people wanted Samson put down. Even the Israelites wanted him put down because he was doing too much. Like he was terrorizing the land. And so they came to her with an opportunity to make money that would feed her family, right? And she took it. I, I don't see why she's being demonized as his lover. Like she wasn't.
Okay,
She
understandable.
did. So skeleton, if she, this is what I'm talking about. So skeleton says she did him dirty. She used her body to get close to set him in chains. So
Eve.
when Jael in the story of Deborah uses her body to kill the Canaanite king, she literally rides the Canaanite king to sleep. And then, well, first she gives him milk like a baby. Then she rides his dick to sleep. And then she drives a nail in his head, and she's praised for it. So why is Jael praised for using her body and fucking a man to his death, but Delilah didn't kill Samson, right? Why is Delilah demonized for using her body to help out her people? Help me understand. What's the difference between Jael and Delilah? How you said she did him dirty because she used her body. Both women used their body. Jael used her body, and so did Delilah. So what's the difference? Except Jael is praised in this book for doing that. She's called the most blessed of God. So Jael is praised for using her body to help the Israelites. Like there is no difference. This is what I was talking about earlier when I said if the woman helps Israel, no matter what she does, she's seen as good. Like Rahab literally traded, like she became a traitor to her own people, right? To help the Israelites. If a woman helps the Israelites, she's blessed. If she helps herself or helps her own people, she's a demon. Go ahead, Amanda.
I guess that answered. Uh, I mean, you answered it for me. Um, I understand that perspective now, and I agree with that perspective.
You're welcome. Thank you
I
for
didn't
coming
know
up.
that I did not have the knowledge that I was understanding the story in a misinterpreted way. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Yep.
It's interesting, like when pastors be preaching and saying, uh, I the the spirit of Delilah came into the woman and made me sleep with. Like, what spirit of Delilah? Because Delilah wasn't after Samson. Like, preachers be getting up lying, telling women that they have the spirit of Delilah, or you have the spirit of Jezebel, like making up whole ass lies, blaming women because they can't be faithful to their wives.
Yeah, like what the fuck do you mean? Like, I don't understand use their bodies. Like, are these other participant unwilling? Like, are these men kidnapped or something? Are they under duress? I'm confused. What do you mean by use their bodies? The fuck?
Like, it's not that you're defending the book, Skeletora. You're literally demonizing a woman for, like, being strategic, right?
Exactly.
Like, I don't even think it says they had sex. He laid on her lap and fell asleep.
Right. Like they literally, these are the men that will look at a woman and have a whole freaking imaginary relationship with this woman in their mind. What do you think this man was thinking if Delilah lets him lay on her chest or lay on her lap? He probably think, "Oh yeah, I got her." No.
And even if they did have sex, like, what's the difference between what Jael did and what Delilah did? Like, it's crazy. But hold on, let me see, because I don't think it says they had sex. Let's see. Ooh. Let's see. Once Samson went to Gaza, where he saw a prostitute and went into her. The Gazites were told, Samson has come here. So they circled around and lay in wait for him all night at the city gate. They kept quiet all night, thinking, let us wait until the light of the morning, then we will kill him. But Samson lay only until midnight. Then at midnight he rose up, took hold of the doors of the city gate and the two posts, pulled them up, bar and all, put them on his shoulders, and carried them to the top of the hill that is in front of Hebron. After this, he fell in love with a woman in the valley of Sorek, whose name was Delilah. The lords of the Philistines came to her and said to her, coax him and find out what makes his strength so great, and how we may overpower him, so that we may bind him in order to subdue him, and we will each give you 1,100 pieces of silver. So Delilah said to Samson, please tell me what makes your strength so great, and how you could be bound so that one could subdue you. She told him exactly what the fuck she wanted to. Please tell me what makes your strength so great, and how you could be bound so that one. She literally told him what she wanted to know. Like, she didn't hide the shit. Samson said to her, if they bind me with 7 fresh bowstrings that are not dried out, then I shall become weak and be like anyone else. Then the lords of the Philistines brought her 7 fresh bowstrings that had not dried out, and bound him with them. While men were lying in wait in an inner chamber, she said to him, the Philistines are upon you, Samson. But he snapped the bowstrings as a strand of fiber snaps when it touches the fire, so the secret of his strength was not known. Then Delilah said to Samson, you have mocked me and told me lies. Please tell me how you could be bound. He said to her, if they bind me with new ropes that have not been used, then I shall become weak and be like anyone else. So, like, what is the purpose of him? I think he kept lying to her because he wanted to be near her. Because she told him why she wanted to know it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And then she's getting blamed because he liked this cat and mouse game. So Delilah took new ropes and bound him with them and said to him, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson." The men lying in wait were in the inner chamber, but he snapped the ropes off his arms like a thread. Then Delilah said to Samson, "Until now you have mocked me and told me lies. Tell me how you could be bound." He said to her, if you weave the 7 locks of my head with a web and make it tight with the pin, then I shall become weak and be like anyone else." So while he slept, Delilah took the 7 locks of his head and wove them into the web and made them tight with the pin. Then she said to him, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson." But he awoke from his sleep and pulled away the pin, the loom, and the web. Then she said to him, "How can you say I love you when your heart is not with me? You have mocked me 3 times now and have not told me what makes your strength so great." Finally, after she had nagged him with her words day after day and pestered him, he was tired to death. Oh my God, this just sounds like a man. So he told her his whole secret and said to her, "A razor has never come upon my head, for I have been a Nazarite to God from my mother's womb. If my head were shaved, then my strength would leave me. I would become weak and be like anyone else." Like, they didn't sleep together. And she didn't use her body either.
Mm-mm. It just said his ass fell in love for no goddamn reason.
You said she used her body, perhaps not the best choice of words, but like dangling keys in front of a baby. And
What?
then they said you are reading into the story now. No, it's called I'm reading the story, not reading into the story. What?
The way y'all have to infantilize men is disgusting to me.
She
What?
sold him into slavery? What the?
What?
Hold on. Where did she sell him into? Are you a man? Skeletor, are you male or female? I think it's interesting that I'm being accused of reading into the story. You are male. I just like, it's crazy that I can't tell nowadays because there are women who would argue against their own best interests. But like, it's crazy that you are saying that I'm reading into the story when all I'm doing is reading the story, and you're the one who is reading into the story that she sold him into slavery. She lied. I don't care about prostitution, but that was assassination. But what did she lie about? She was honest. Tell me where you get your strength so that you can be bound. What did she lie about? Because she was trying to make money. What did she lie about? She told him exactly what she wanted to know. Where was her lie? Like, y'all will. It doesn't matter who paid her. I asked you, what did she lie about? Like, you're moving the goalpost, but y'all will pay attention to this, right? Like, y'all will pay attention to this, but then when we read Exodus 7 through 11, Exodus 21 7 through 11 about fathers selling their daughters into slavery, y'all don't have a problem with that. But here you are reading into this story that Delilah sold Samson into slavery. Are you okay? And this is the type of demonization that women have to deal with, like in real time. I literally just read it, right? And you still said she lied even after I read it. She never pretends to love him. She never told him she loved him. She said, "You said you loved me." She never tells him she's in love with him. And this also, this is how men be like. When women say no, men don't hear no, they hear not right now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is why men don't leave women alone, why men can't take rejection, like literally making excuses and reading into shit that shouldn't be there, because she was dead honest with him 3 damn times, and he wanted to be around her so much that he didn't care that she told him that she wanted to know so that he could be bound. She didn't owe him any loyalty. She was an enemy anyway. She wasn't an Israelite. She didn't owe Samson any loyalty. She wasn't married to him. She wasn't in a relationship with him. She was a random woman that Samson wanted to fuck. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if she thought that Samson was gonna go to jail or be locked up. What that got to do with her? You literally said, what did she think was going to happen to Samson after she trapped him? What that got to do with her? She was hired to do a job. Just like Samson was created to do a job. Samson was created to be an assassin to the Philistines. That's the whole purpose that he was created. Well, so your God could set his Israelites free from the Philistines. And then the Israelites got sick of him. They wanted him bound too. And then the crazy thing is that your God helped Samson commit self-unaliving. Instead of your God setting Samson free after using him to assassinate people, he helped Samson unalive himself at the end. And y'all want to focus on Delilah? Like, did y'all forget that Samson had a whole ass wife that her father ended up having to give her to Samson's best friend, who was the best man at their wedding, because Samson abandoned her to chase Delilah? No, wait. Was it? No, he abandoned her to go and pay, to go kill 30 people in Ashkelon to pay a bet. And when he got back, his wife had been given to his friend. And then Samson burnt the whole fucking city down by tying 300 foxtails together and setting them on fire. Like, Samson was terrorizing the place. Samson did his own stuff dirty. Y'all motherfuckers need to start taking accountability for y'all's own decisions. Like, blaming women for the shit that y'all do, and lack of reasoning and critical thinking and analyzing. Like, that's crazy. That's the same shit y'all did with Eve. Y'all do that with Eve, you do that with Jezebel, and you do that with Delilah. Mike Amanda, are you? I think this is accidental. Oh, come back up. Come back up. It request again, Michael Man. It timed out before you came on, but I heard your voice as you were leaving the stage. Are you there? Mike Man, if you're in the chat, request back up. I don't know if he's stuck in the. I don't know. Okay. Blindly defending her. I'm reading the book. Fuck TikTok. You that damn mad, Skeletor? Like, are y'all men okay? You, did I say you were defending Samson? You're demonizing Delilah in the story because she's a woman, right? You're literally saying, you first off, you lied on her and said that she used her body. No, you are projecting. You are projecting because you are a male. You literally said that she was wrong and did Samson dirty because she used her body. Then when you found out she didn't use her body, you then start saying that she lied to him, right? Then you find out in the story that she didn't lie. Then you say she sold him into slavery. Like you've moved the goalpost so many times just to hang on to your desire to demonize the woman in this story. You even said it. You even said she did him dirty after I read the story. You even asked me who paid her? What did she think was going to happen after she trapped him? Like, what? Are you okay? Like, you need to ask yourself why you need to hang on to the idea that Delilah did Samson wrong. Ask yourself why you can't let that go, because there's something deeper there. Micah man?
Hello. Hello,
Hi,
can you
how are
hear me?
you? Yeah,
Hey, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How are you, Thinker?
I'm doing good. Which topic did you go up to talk about? I mean, which one of them?
Um, I yeah, yeah. I would say that I would agree for sure that women have been gaslit by God in the church. I'm trying to think which one I kind of want to talk about. I don't know much about Jezebel, but I will say that like growing up in like non-denominational church, I hear like spirit Jezebel, a lot. Like I definitely am intrigued. I don't think I'm going to talk about it though because I don't know much about her story. I could like go with Eve, I guess, that she was demonized or weaponized per se.
Okay, and what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I would totally agree. Um, I mean, my whole life growing up in church, I was told that women are the reason why men are, or humanity, I should say, is exactly the way it is. And it's like it's really interesting to hear. Like, see, I live in the Bible Belt, and it's like women here are just like you don't see a woman preacher like ever. Like though, it's like I grew up watching TBN, and you have people like Noita Bydum or um, golly, what's that woman that she like supports Trump, Paula White, and uh, like Joyce Myers. And it's interesting listening to people, I mean, particularly like guys, talk about, all these women preachers and they're making all this money or whatever they decide to do with their personal affairs. But like its ultimate thing is like, it's like offensive, especially here. And it's weird because I've talked to like, in the Bible Belt, I even talked to like women. I've dated girls in the past where they're like, yeah, women shouldn't be like in leadership in a church. And like, I always grew up like that. I grew up like that, where like women do not have positions in church. They're kind of the if they do, it's like a worship leader background. They're working with the kids. More of like your maternal roles in church. And it's really interesting because like listening to you, I will say this, Thinker, I've never really thought much about this. Like, I've been deconstructing probably for like a little over a year, and it's like I can tell, like, in my mind, like I'm starting to like loosen the grasp of like just really like bad programming, you know. I mean, my dad was a pastor, and I heard it like every day. Like, a woman that tried to exercise authority over him, they had the spirit of Jezebel. You know, like, I mean, I even heard like argue. I heard my dad argue with my mom before, and say stuff like, you know, get behind me, Satan, you know, type stuff. And I mean, he ain't gonna do that to a man. Like, I know he wouldn't. So, you know, it's. I think this topic's like really good. It's making me think. It's allowing me to unpack like what I want to believe about women, because like I know women are powerful. Like, I mean, I obviously I think a lot of guys get messed up where I think a lot of people, you know, give. Oh, I should say people, guys. And I'll wrap it up here because I want to know your thoughts about everything. I feel like I'm kind of like all over the place, but one of the things that
No,
interests
you're
me
not
about
good.
the scriptures. Okay, thanks. The one of the things that interests me about the scriptures is like where it says that, you know, your husband will rule over you, and like your desire will be contrary to his. And I think a lot of guys like look at that and like say like, well, yeah, women are lesser than us, you know. And so, yeah, I mean, this has definitely got me thinking, and I hope that more guys like understand that like women got power too to like do things, you know, because like I know in society we particularly like here in America, like it's a very patriarchy. I don't. What's the opposite of patriarchy? Like where it's like
The
everything's kind of like,
matriarchy.
yeah, yeah. Um, yes, that's it. And I've studied like old tribes, and most of the time, particularly like with modern day, like where especially with our species, like where we're in community and tribal, and like and are successful in like hunting, and we're gathering, right? It's like when we're organized per se, like in governments, most of the time it's been that system, and I didn't know that. When I studied history and art, like just archaeology, like a lot of people or a lot of tribes, it was like the women that were the leads. And I think that's where like the saying says like it takes a village to raise a child, because there was a lot of women in charge.
I think one thing that a lot of people don't pay attention to, right, is before the curse happened, right?
Yeah.
Eve had the ability to perceive, right? So when she's talking to the serpent, she doesn't just like accept what the serpent says, right? She doesn't just start eating the fruit. She analyzes it, right? She goes through this process of thought in her mind, and she looks at the fruit and she's like, okay, it looks like it's good to eat. It looks like, you know, the rest of the fruit that we eat, or the food that we eat in the garden. She saw that it, you know, was good, a desire to be wise, right? So she goes through this process of critical thinking, like risk assessment, right? And then she ate of the fruit. What we don't see, right, is that process with her husband, with
Mm-hmm.
Adam, right? And it's overlooked that she actually thought about it before she did it. Another thing that's overlooked is when she said to the serpent, it the God said that we shouldn't eat of it unless or touch it, but we might die. what was her thought process of death, right? Like, did Eve think that it was going to be a spiritual death or a physical death? And most likely, Eve thought, that they were going to die physically. And when the serpent says you will not die, she trusted that, right? She didn't know the difference between good and evil. She didn't know she was talking to a serpent who had intentions of getting her to do something bad, right? Like to disobey, right? If the serpent's goal was to get her to disobey so that the fall of man would happen or whatever, Eve didn't know that. All she knows is the commandment was, the consequence was you would die, right? And if the serpent says you will not die, then the serpent didn't lie to her. Then I mean, she just went through the process of critical thought, right? And they don't give the woman any credit for that in the story. They ignore the fact that the man was with her, right? He used no critical thought. He just took and ate, right? And then the God does something that's so weird to me. When like Adam didn't display the ability to use analytical skills, right? Which a leader would, right? You would expect a leader to be able to push back on people who are coming in to harm you, people who are, trying to get you to disobey the God. But the God takes the entity that did not display these skills and makes that entity the leader, and suppresses the the entity that he created with those skills as a curse. Does that make sense? Like that's so weird to me.
Yeah, because it doesn't value critical thinking. That's the whole idea, you know. Now that they have this knowledge, they're undesirable, but he's still acknowledging low key, like the man is still dumb. So,
Yeah. And then like the way he calls him Dusty, he's like, and does
right.
what he says to the man, you shall,
And to dust you shall go, something like
y-
that.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
until you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken. And then he's like, you are dust, and to dust you shall return. Like he just basically, he talks shit. He talks down to the man. It's like, you ain't nothing but dust anyway.
And you know what's funny? I've never actually been to a funeral, but I've watched like like home videos of like funeral or like as a kid, like being dragged to a funeral. I've never actually consciously been to somebody's funeral, but I've always remembered just hearing that verse, like to dust you shall return, something like that. And now reading that and realizing that the God was dissing Adam the whole time. They read that shit as if it's like, oh, God is declaring that he brought you out of dust and that's where you're going to go back to.
Yeah, yeah. Like he basically, it's crazy because he's basically just like, you little dusty, you speck of dust, like it. Yeah. Um, I think Michael lost connection. He's trying to reconnect right now. But literally it's her ability to think that's being seen as evil in this story. And then they don't pay attention to the fact that in order for this to be a curse right here, um, your desire shall be for your husband, he shall rule over you. In order for that to be a curse, that means that had to not have had been the case in the first place.
Right.
And they don't pay attention to that either. Michael, I don't know what's going on with your connection.
And it's the same thing with freaking Jezebel and Delilah, because at this point, these are women that are just using their critical thinking, right? Delilah's like, okay, you know what? You keep fucking bothering me. Let's get this shit together, right? Like, what can I get from you? Because you keep bothering me. You're not gonna leave me alone, right? And this is what I want, so I'm gonna get it. And then there's Jezebel that's like, okay, my husband is a wimp. We're about to fucking lose this kingdom. Let me do some shit really quick. You know what I'm saying? And then Eve is like, I think I want to be a bit smarter. Oh, dude over there is he just moping at the fucking air. There's nothing going on there. I need more knowledge. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's a
Yeah,
pattern.
it is a pattern. It's it definitely is. And I was thinking about, like, Jezebel was protecting the status of her husband, the king, because
Mm-hmm.
if word had gotten out that Naboth refused to do something the king asked him to do, and then Naboth just cowered, right? Then there would have been no fear of the king, right? Then everybody in the kingdom, anytime Ahab asked for something, they'd have just been like, shit, Naboth got away with it. Like, why I gotta
Mm-hmm.
obey the king?
Mm-hmm.
That's why she like, ain't you the king? Like, what the fuck?
Right, like, get your ass up, nigga.
Exactly. But the weird thing, right, is that the so many men are mad at Jezebel for doing what she did, because they're like, she's not the king.
Right.
But they expect the king to do what Jezebel did, but he didn't have the balls to do it. That's the whole thing that they are willfully ignoring. Eve had the ability to critically think. Jezebel had the balls to fight back and defend the status of the king and the respect of the king and the honor of the king. And then Delilah had the balls to stand up and do something about the tyranny that Samson was causing in Gaza.
Yep.
Shit's crazy.
And that's what old fuckwad was trying to. He just kept saying she didn't have the right. She didn't have the right. Motherfucker, y'all are the ones that will sit in your house and go into foreclosure and tell your wife that she's supposed to be barefoot and pregnant and maybe freaking quit her job or something while you sit on your couch and do nothing. And you lose your house, you lose your family, lose your kids, and now, oh, it's the system. The white man took my kids.
You remember that guy that joined the live that was like, I don't think it's fair that a woman can go to court and get child support.
Yeah.
I was like,
Like, you sit on your ass and do nothing.
and then I asked, is it fair that a man can go to court and get child support? It ain't that many men who get child support from
Mm,
women.
mm.
What? Just because there's more women, more men on child support doesn't negate the fact that child support is for the child, and that it's whoever has custody. If the father has custody, then the mother pays child support based off of the time that she has with the child. And if she has no time with the child, then her child support is higher. Like, it's the same formula, regardless if it's the father on child support or the mother on child support. But he saw no problem with the father getting child support when it was the mom. He just didn't think that the mother should be able to get child support from the dad. Like, I was like, what?
And they make my head hurt. I'm like, all right, man.
Uh, uh, Michael, welcome back. What were your thoughts based on what I was saying about Eve? Micah?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. So yeah, I'll just finish what my thought was. What I was gonna say is, where was I? Do you recall what I was mentioning it
Well,
before
I
I got
I
off?
had responded to what you were saying about the curse and, Adam being put over her. And I was talking about how in the history of the oral tradition of the story, they don't focus on the fact that Eve had the ability to critically think. Wow, it shows that Adam didn't do any type of critical thinking, and the God choosing to put, you know, man over the woman without showing any leadership skills. Like, he's
Yeah.
basically, being elevated to the leader, and he failed too, and his failure isn't being recognized in that sense, if that makes sense. And then the fact of him ruling over her is a part of the curse, is should, be noted that it wasn't that way in the first place, or else it wouldn't be a punishment, it wouldn't be a curse.
Yeah. Yeah. Like that's a good point there. And it's interesting to go with what you're saying is that, I was saying before I got off here that like I've been part of this live and just listening to other people talk. And I've also just been thinking like how it's just a narrative in the Bible where it's kind of like God and Christians want to, or I should say in the Bible, it's to dehumanize like women, and devalue them, particularly in leadership roles, because I do think women are like very capable of critically thinking, I think that there's some women leaders that are probably some of the best thinkers in the world, and it's just interesting. The Bible's theme is to literally demonize women's ability to be valuable, besides like obviously, that like even like the whole idea of like women having no value outside of, let's say, their virginity, right? I find that very weird, and the Bible
Absolutely.
makes it very obvious. Yeah, totally. I mean, I've been a Christian for over 30 years, and I was sitting here thinking, like, is there a story that gives a positive light to women at all? And the only one that had come to my mind is who you brought up earlier is Arab that like helped the Israelites, and then it said that the Bible says that like her name would be remembered because she helped them, and I'm just like,
Jael too.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
Jael, Esther. Like anytime the
yeah,
woman is
Esther too.
helping, yeah. If she's helping Israel, then she's praised.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah, it's
even Bathsheba, it was another woman with Bathsheba. Like they negotiated the Solomon's succession to the throne.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and two, I'll say this. It's a very interesting theme there is that like it's good when he's helping, but it's like the Bible takes extra it's like it takes what am I trying to say? It's it's like agenda is to again like just kind of like devalue women, and it's like a brainwashing like throughout the whole thing. Like I was thinking about even like with Hosea, like that whole story, like that story, like ever since I was young, I was like, this is such a weird story,
You talking about
about
whether God
him
told him to marry a
having, is
prostitute?
it Hosea? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the like symbolism of like God's people and
Yeah.
church and legacy. I'm like, that's weird that it's got to be like that. But again, it goes back to like Hosea is the Jesus figure, and he has to save the prostitute, which is, I guess, us, because we're sinners and we're not good. I did want to make a point that, like, I find it interesting. I'll just say this because you go back kind of like on the whole virginity thing and like how the Bible kind of like set standards for that, which I've learned a lot just by listening to your lives. Like, I didn't know about all that stuff, how like the dads make money and all that stuff, but it's really interesting because I'll just tell you, as like a single man who, I mean, like I was a Christian all through like high school and, you know, even in my like mid 20s, like I just didn't question nothing. And I'm like, you know, God's got the one for me. And I mean, I was a virgin until I was like 25, 26. But like, do you know how weird it is? Like when it's like, as a man, that's not valued at all.
Yeah.
It's like, even like girls, it's creepy. Some girls find it cool, you know, but it's like, it's weird. They're like, why? You know, and I was like, I mean, I was like an average looking guy, you know, I'm not like, I don't got like a butt face or nothing, but, you know, they were just like, there's no way. They wouldn't believe me. And I'm almost like, yeah. But it's like, yeah, again, as a man, it's like, it's not valued. But for a woman, it's very valued. You know, even the occult world, you see it like the white virgins, you know, sacrificing it to like whatever god, you know. It's really interesting.
Yeah, because the woman was seen as property, and like
Yep.
it is very weird and discriminatory that when a man decides, you know, to be a virgin and wait until he either, you know, meets someone that he wants to share that with, or wait till marriage, he's made fun of, right? He's called a
Mm-hmm.
sissy, or accused of being homosexual when he's not, you know, or you know, kind of coerced into, or mentally bullied into just doing it, i.e., disrespecting the body of another woman because you don't want to be made fun of anymore. And it's it's um it's very hypocritical and discriminatory towards a man as well. That's why I said the misogyny, the patriarchy, it hurts everybody involved, not just women. It you know, causes trouble for everybody who participates in it.
I would totally agree, Thinker. It's like I just call it like toxic traits, you know, that don't serve. And that's what I've realized, like listening to you and other lives, is that, and trying to get more connected with this community after just years and years of this like thinking, and trying to unlearn so much to like think correctly. I feel like it's like, even in my family, like, and people that I know, you know, everyone's like, "Oh, you're a feminist," you know, and I'm like, "No, I just feel like people need to have rights," you know. They're like, "Oh, like you just, you know, a lot of my people, like everyone in my family, don't understand like the compassion and empathy I have for, I don't know the technical term, but like the homosexual community. Like I don't mind or judge them at all. I'm like, dude, they have their preferences just like mine. And it's like I was just taught to prejudge everyone, women, everyone. I mean, like one thing, luckily, I've been, even though I've been spent most of my life in the Bible Belt. I mean, my dad had like good relationships, even with like black people, you know. And a lot of I played basketball and sports in high school, and a lot of my friends are those. So like I felt like I fit in there. So like I didn't really have like a prejudice there, but like it was weird to me growing up in high school. And I'm not trying to get off topic here, but it's just like the whole like prejudice thing and how it's not serving us, and like all together, like there's so many things I think that are harming us as people. You know, not just this, but like everything. Because it's like I found out like there's nothing different about black people versus me. You know, they have the same interests. You know, like music, food. You know, like crack up at jokes, and I'm just like, but you'd be amazed how many of my friends, because of the church, and like because there's a church every street corner here. A lot of my friends were racist. Like they would say stuff, and I'm like, that was out of nowhere. That's weird. So yeah, and again, it goes back to the main topic here. Here, people just think that women should not be a preacher. Like, I don't know any women preachers, no women in leadership. Most men I talk to, they're like misogynists. Like, I'll tell you this, and I'll wrap things up and let someone else hop on here. But I had like a close conversation with someone, and like I technically like did like they were already married, but like I did like a little ceremony for them, and it was like friends of mine. And I'll disclose their name just for like privacy reasons. But I found out that person that like I just did the ceremony for, I was just having a random conversation with him like a few months down the road, and he was just like, yeah, like I have a hard time when my wife rebuttals me and like challenges my thinking. It's just like it's a trigger for me. Like, and I'm straight up forward with her, and I tell her that like she just doesn't need to like challenge me like on anything. Like it's just not good. We get in arguments, and it's just like better that she just remains quiet, submissive, um, not challenging, I guess, the status quo or his like authority on stuff, right? So, and I just find that weird. It's definitely misogyny, and like I would never think that he was like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of society like that. I do want to address something that you said when you were like, a lot of my friends are those. And I know
Yeah.
you were referring to black people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But to refer to human beings as a those is dehumanizing. So that's language that you might want to deconstruct or stay away
Yeah.
from that.
Sure
But
thing. Yeah.
yeah, the a lot of society is like misogyny, even outside of religion, right, is built into the culture, right, of Western and Eastern culture because of this Abrahamic religion. And so we see, and this is kind of like what I was talking about earlier, there isn't an expectation of men to actually have to work at being worthy of the women that they're in relationship with, right? If that makes sense. So they're
Mm-hmm.
not used to being challenged mentally by another woman when it comes to just, you know, questioning how they even perceive a situation. Like they might not even, the woman might not even be challenging their authority as a man. They might just not agree with how they perceive a story told or how they perceive a movie, right? And if the woman just introduces like a critical thought, that the man will feel intimidated because it's almost like she's automatically saying that she's smarter than him. Does that make sense? Like she
Yeah.
couldn't,
Yeah.
she doesn't have to challenge his authority as a man or his place as a man if she's able to even just like think about something in a critical way that he has not. It messes with the ego. And I, even men who are deconstructing, right, so it takes it takes some introspection. I don't know if you were in here earlier. There was a young man on stage, and all I said was, I'm asking you to do a little critical thinking here. He automatically took that as me saying that he didn't know how to critically think. And I did get irritated because I'm like, I didn't say that, right? He started like listing off his degrees. I'm like, I didn't say that. What I said was, I would like for you to do some critical thinking with me. And then so when I walked him through the idea of him saying that animals were immortal before all of this happened, and I guess the thought hit him like, yeah, why would animals be immortal? They don't make any sense. So he felt offended, right? And he focused more on my tone, and how I was, being assertive and the point that I was making. And then he ended up leaving. He couldn't handle it anymore, right? Like it be it their ego overshadows or overpowers the the point being made, right? Like the opportunity to reason with a woman or to have a deep conversation with a woman, because all they can focus on is is she trying to tell me that I'm not smart, right? Is she trying to prove that she's more intelligent than me? Um, and most of the time, it's not even about their authority. It's just sometimes women just like having deep conversations um, with the opposite gender, and
That's
you
something.
know,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, and unfortunately, a lot of times we don't get to have that because men feel intimidated by women who can engage on that level, and they want to shut it down.
Yeah, I was actually present for that conversation, and the one before that, the guy that was just like Jezebel, you're a Jezebel, you know, and I'm like, I can't believe that. Like I used to associate myself with people like this. It's like, and I know there's people I know that still think like this, that would act like that. Unfortunately, because of what this God and the Bible kind of like just perpetuates. Um, yeah, it's I will say this that like I don't I like I'm learning what you're talking about, like the whole like woman just inserting her thought, like or like a critical thought, like a deeper thought than what you might have thought of. You know, I've been married for 5 years, and that's something that I had to like deconstruct in my marriage because I was just like I thought that I'm like the anointed apostle prophet of my family, and like God gives me like special like wisdom, because I'm the man of the house, because women are under and then the children and God's above me, the whole family structure there that Paul gives. And then I realized that, man, like having this spirit or attitude or whatever it is, it's not serving my marriage at all. Like she did not like that attitude. And I'm like, now that I think about it retrospectively, I'm like, yeah, that was a horrible a way to think about. I'll go back to like like the whole story with Eve. If you think about it, Eve does present an even more critical thought than like people realize, because Eve technically, and some people would be like, well, Eve was adding. She didn't even listen to Adam when she says, unless you touch it, like God never commanded Adam to not touch it, so she was even thinking more critically and more evolved than what he was. And, I don't necessarily look at that as a bad thing. Some people might interpret that as like, oh, she's overthinking or she's emotional. That's why like women don't make good leaders, because they're too much. That's what I hear a lot. In this like Bible but areas, like women are they're too emotional. They get in their feelings and they just can't make the rational decisions. I'm like, not necessarily. Just because like what I said right there. I mean, Eve was like thinking like thoroughly, not just eating, but also touching. She had a thought about touching the fruit. And then I would agree with you too. It's like weird that Adam was just there with her and he didn't like, God says you're the leader, but it's like he didn't really insert himself in the story at all. The only way I justify that story is that like he did like a Romeo thing where like he died with her. That's the only way like I poetically like justify what Adam did. But anyways, that's neither here or there.
You
But
said
yeah,
like he ate it because he knew he's gonna die because he loved her so much. Like I think if he loved
yeah,
her, then he would have,
yeah,
got the serpent away from her so she wouldn't, right?
yeah. I
If he
agree.
was even capable of doing that. But like I've heard men say that she lied when she added "do not touch it," instead of them thinking like, oh, she even
Yeah,
went further and said, well, if we're not supposed to eat it because we're gonna die, then don't even touch it, right? Like just stay away from it. Um, and instead of thinking in that way, I've heard men say, "Oh, she lied," and I also think it's interesting that men use this as a way to say that women are emotional, which we do hear a lot of times. Men say that women are emotional, like they come in here and they try to like um point out when I'm cussing a motherfucker out, or they try to use my emotion as a weapon against me, right? Because they think that I'm weak minded and that I'm going to give a fuck that they care if I'm angry. But I find it really, really interesting that they point out my anger or my emotions or my reaction all while doing the exact same thing, right? So it's like, as a man, I can be angry, right? As a man, I can raise my voice, I can curse. But you, as a woman, you're aggressive, you're a Jezebel, right? You're unruly, you're not wifey material. um and what it tells me though is that the way Elijah and this guy was scared of Jezebel and Jezebel's ability to be strategic, to be diplomatic, uh, to be cunning, right? Scared them. When men say to other women that are intelligent, that, you know, exercise self agency, that speak up, I bet you single, when they say stuff like that, it's, to me, all I hear is, I'm scared of women like this. I wouldn't date women like this because they terrify me. Like, it reminds me of Elijah in the cave, shaking, terrified that Jezebel's going to kill him and asking the God to take his life. Like, he literally was having, he was depressed, right? He was ready to die because he was that terrified of Jezebel while he had this God. Like, this, the crazy thing is he did this whole uh contest against Jezebel's God's prophets, right? His God came down, uh made fun of the prophets, had the prophets cutting themselves up on the altar, like, which diabolical scene, right? Like, you got these people here cutting their bodies, blood everywhere, calling on their God. And then Elijah calls on his God, and his God shows up, but yet he's still scared of this woman. He's terrified of this woman. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it just speaks to how much men are terrified of a powerful woman, that having this powerful God does not suffice.
Yeah, I'm totally with you there. I'll tell you this: I'm fortunate enough, like, to, like, I have, like, a mom who's very active in my life, and I have two younger siblings, but they're very, like, vocal and outspoken. So, like, loud women don't necessarily, I say, like, intimidate me. I actually find it attractive, ironically. Like, I found that out. Like, it's like that. It's like, in other words, I'm drawn to it. Like, I kind of like, I mean, because I like a challenge, that's like just who I am. But like you said, most men, I think, because the way, with this book, with the help of this book, this God, this conditioning for, thousands of years of like women, the suppressiveness of women, and just their lack of, their lack of, like, being put in a position to have that authority, right, and be able to speak, giving them the position that, and the AOK is what I'm saying, to speak to that, right. And it's like, for, like, I say that because it's like, I'm used to it. Like, I'm used to my mom inserting, like, even though I don't want to hear it. So it's, I definitely count that as a blessing. But I think a lot of people, a lot of guys, I'm on your lives a lot, and, like, I was laughing like crazy earlier. That guy that just kept, like, he was, like, laughing and calling you like a Jezebel. I'm just like, dude, you're crazy. You're just upset because she does, intimidate you, because she's, bringing a valid argument, and he couldn't even bring a point. That's the whole point. It's like he didn't have a point to make. It was just like, it was done before it even started. But yeah, I think a lot of guys, I think, could do the world justice by allowing, uh, or I'm not saying allow, I should say, accept the fact that women are capable of like giving their opinion and all this and that, and not think them lesser, then. And like I hope that I continue to grow in my understanding in this too, because like I'll tell you this, like something to help me like deconstruct this, and how I like my mindset towards like women for myself was like I'm a girl dad like of 3, and it's like it's like learning to love them and care for them and nurture them, and know that. And it scares me, I ain't gonna lie, because it's like this world, this patriarchic world. I'm like, I got a lot of, I got a big job right now, so just trying to help learn how to do things better and protect them, and be a better person for myself and a better person for my community. I mean, guys, girls, everyone alike.
Yeah, I think the best thing that a father could do, for their daughter, right, in a world like what we have today, is to teach her how to be self sufficient, right? If she does decide to be in a relationship with the opposite sex, make sure that she knows how to be whole with and without that person. And that way, if that person decides, to walk off one day, she's able to financially sustain herself. Because a lot of times, financial abuse ends up following, right? Like if she has
Yeah.
completely relinquished her power, to the other person in the relationship, when they decide that she's no longer worth whatever it is they once believed she was worth, and they decide to take that value back or that worth back, then she's got to try to build it up on her own. So my dad taught me to make sure that I had money in the bank, that was mine in case my husband and I ended up separating. And I'm glad that he did teach me that, because I was able to, you know, sustain, even though his goal was to make it harder for me, right? Like when I first kicked him out, he refused to, pay mortgage. He refused to pay child support. He kept telling me he was gonna make me get a foreclosure, like all of this stuff. And so, had my dad not taught me what he taught me, then I would not have been able to sustain as long as I did. Now we did end up having to sell the house. He refused to sign the paperwork for us to sell it, and so he did end up making me get the bank ended up foreclosing because I couldn't sell it. He wouldn't sign the paperwork, and so I ended up moving out of the house, and just let the house go back to the bank. But I would urge any father to make sure that that's the best thing that I think that you can teach your daughters, is to make sure that they are whole themselves, and not to seek to be 50% of another person. All right. And to when you find someone who is also whole, who isn't expecting you to be their 50%, then 9 times out of 10, you're going to have a more healthier relationship, and you're going to be able to have conversations and share deep thoughts and different perspectives without one being intimidated by the other. It was one thing that I was going to say. A lot of men, because of this story, the Jezebel story, a lot of men are suppressing their Jezebel, and they need a Jezebel. They need someone who's going to think outside of the box and have their back and help them build, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of men are actively choosing to be hungry in a cave, scared, because they rather have their fucking ego and their masculinity than a woman helping them be successful. And that's literally what Elijah ended up being: hungry in a cave, nowhere to go, and instead of just you know allowing Jezebel to help the king of Israel.
Oh yeah. It's I tell you to kind of go along with that. I'll keep it brief, but like it's interesting because like the Gnostics, they believe that like Eve wasn't the first woman because I guess like what is it Genesis has like two creation stories because it's like kind of broken up. You got Genesis 1 and then it kind of like goes into like a more detailed version, but they say like what's her name, Lilith, and she was like a dominant like insertive woman, and she was aggressive, and I guess she's immortalized as this like death angel, in the Bible even.
Lilith, yeah.
Yeah, Lilith, and I just it's like having again, just to learn like it's this. It kind of seems like an agenda, It's like, and it's okay. It's all right. You just gotta be able to recognize it and know that. I mean, everyone's capable, and we all can help each other. So, and yeah, that's. I wanted to ask you this, thinker, and then I'll go. What do you think that the whole idea of like women not being, I guess, sufficient on their own? Do you think like the Ruth mindset kind of like plays into that? Like that's what my mom did. She struggled like with the house, the bills when my parents split up, but it's like I remember her telling me the vows that she said was like, your people will be my people, and where you go, I go, and it's like, I feel like that mindset maybe not be the best in a sense for a woman because, you never know. Like, it's almost like you're devaluing your self-esteem and your values.
So I guess with Ruth, she was saying those words to Naomi because she was in love with Naomi. So when you say like what, I guess I'm a little confused on your question and the correlation to Ruth. Like, are you thinking that I guess I'm confused. Can you restate it? Because
Yeah, I can. I'm sorry.
that's
So,
okay.
like, I know my mom, she used the vows of like Ruth's vows, right? And it's like, I was just wondering if like having that mindset of like, just kind of like merging yourself with one person and not valuing yourself as an individual, when you say something like that versus like, I guess I'm saying what you're saying, like,
Oh,
going to
like where
college.
did the 50% come from? Like, I think
Yeah, I mean,
50%
I was just,
Eve.
right. Like, I'm just kind of saying, like, I think the whole Ruth thing where she's saying, like, your people will be my people, it's like she's kind of like devaluing, like, her sense of worth, right? Like, where she comes from, like, her people, her culture, like, her family. I don't
Yeah.
know. Like,
She was
yeah, that's
she
what I
she
was.
definitely was giving up her culture to stay with Naomi because she was supposed to go back to her father when her Israelite husband died. She was supposed to go back to the Moabites, and she wanted to stay with Naomi, and so she was willing to become a convert. And in order to do that, she had to marry Boaz. But yeah, that some people just do give up all that they are in order and just completely immerse themselves in another person, which can be very dangerous, and a lot of times is very dangerous because the likelihood of that person still being the same and still looking at you the same in about, usually people would say 10 to 15 years, but I'm saying even 6 or 7 years is very low. And 9 times out of 10, if you have ignored yourself and completely given up yourself, when that person who has been filled with all that you are and have been filled with themselves decide that they are ready to walk off, they're not going to care that you are being left with nothing. As a matter of fact, they're going to love it.
Yeah, especially like narcissistic people. They're going to love that. I have experience with that. Like, I'll just say that personal experience. But yeah, it's like, they want you to not succeed, and it's like hard, because certain people that's kind of like their attachment style. I feel like they give themselves all, and it's unfortunate.
Absolutely. I don't understand what this person is saying in the comments. It must have been hard for you to receive an inheritance bequeath like that. What inheritance are you talking about? I wasn't bequeathed an inheritance. I have no idea what you're referring to. Like, and this is what sometimes I wonder, like, if we speak a different language, women and men just hear what they want to hear. Because I literally said my father taught me, right, to make sure I had money saved up. I did not say my father gave me the money. As a matter of fact, when my husband and I separated, my father was already deceased. So I don't know what you're talking about. But Micah, did you have anything else?
No, like I appreciate your time, and this. I feel like this is a great productive conversation. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
You too. We'll see you later.
All right. All right.
Hey y'all, can y'all get these likes up, please, to 300,000 and help Thinker feed the beast? Thank you.
Thank you, Lala. Y'all don't forget to give the panelists as well. William Curious Jones. William? God damn, what the fuck was he doing? Rocket Man? Okay. Umzy? Umsy? I don't think Ted is in there on purpose. Oop, I didn't. Maxine, I did not mean to take you. I meant to take Ted out. Maxine, if you were in the box on purpose, request again. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. You must be 25 and up to join the stage. Barry?
Women have been gaslit by God and the church.
Oh, that was an insecure ass little boy. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. No insecure ass men, please. Only men who are capable of thinking, please join my stage. Even if you disagree, if you agree or disagree, but especially if you disagree, only join if you are capable of critically thinking. I don't feel like going back and forth with dumbasses. Like it's this this book has not done men in the only justice I would say that it's done men is it made shit easier for them through violence, but it has not helped their mental development at all. If anything, I think it stunted it. I guess it makes me your enemy, Casey. I don't know. It makes me your trigger. You don't even know why you don't support these women because you don't read the book. You ask, what does that make you if you're supporting these women? I said, I guess your enemy? Like, I don't know what, why would you ask me that? Like, do you realize what you asked? What did you want me to say? It's been ages. Who is this? Hello? I mean, Juicy?
Hi, I've been here before.
Oh,
25 March 16th, 2000. Um, is that all the information you need, or
yeah. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
deconstructed? I was the 11-year Christian Mormon, so
Oh,
I
don't
was a Mormon. Yes,
remember.
yeah. It was a little bit ago.
Oh, okay.
Um, I feel that within like a lot of like the Christian, typically the Christian mindset, it's the subservience, and subservience is painted in its original way since like literally Eve herself. She was demonized, you know, and I don't know, people, you know, if you at least take Lilith into account, I don't really always take Lilith into account, but it paints a story about narrative of, you know, how women were originally meant to be subservient to men, and that was how it was supposed to be. Um, Eve was demonized. She was coaxed. She was, you know, it was just an all around mess, to be honest. Um, Jezebel, I don't think I specifically remember that story from the Bible. It's obviously been like 6 years since I read the Bible. Um, but yeah, it's typically like the one thing that happens, and I see these women out here, you know, being trad wives and not thinking for themselves, and it's like, do you not read the Bibles about how they treat women in the Bibles, or how they treat minorities or segregated populations? Like, do you not see that? And that's just always been my biggest question. Is like, what was the question? It's more of, was it the religion, like the religion itself, like the story that made this happen, or was it like the men or the original writers of the translators of it? You know what I mean? Was it just like that's how it was originally was, or was it twisted by society and men in power to make it more malleable to their own wants? You know what I mean? Was it like what? I guess my biggest question is, what do you think?
I think
Because
all
it's
of the above, right? Because like the narrator with the Jezebel story definitely throws in their own um perspectives on how they feel about um Jezebel, like, and they put it in like a parenthesis so that you know that these are the narrator's notes, right? And so
right.
like, so the
And Jezebel
narrator thing,
was a
I'm sorry,
schmucker,
let me finish.
right? Okay.
No, there's nothing in the story that says anything about Jezebel being a prostitute. Nothing in the story that says Jezebel committed adultery. Nothing in the story that says that she did, you know, sex rituals. All of that was added orally by men who taught this story to demonize women. And then Jesus in Revelation accuses her of sexual immorality, um, when the story like doesn't say that. Um, and but when I say that, like, it's a little bit of both. It comes from men writing over time, right? And I was saying earlier, like, the person who wrote the Revelation, the book of Revelation, was a Hebrew man who lived in first century Rome, and he's writing from what he was taught and what he read, right, from the Hebrew scriptures. And so when he's having this vision of this entity called Christ, he writes from what he has been told orally about Jezebel, and his Jesus in his head says that Jezebel committed sexual immorality, although the scriptures don't say that, right? So he's going off of um oral teachings. Juicy, are you like, you should not be commenting in the chat while you're talking to me? That it feels like your attention is elsewhere, and I feel like it makes me
No,
feel like
I'm
I'm talking
sorry.
to myself.
I'm sorry. No, I was listening.
But yeah, that's what I was saying. It's just, it's overtime.
So, how do you think that, like, do you think that maybe deconstructing that a part of like the Christianity would make it better, or do you think like, I don't know, because it is oral. All these stories are, oral, and they're not even really based for good morality either. They're really not. It's just specifically targeting women in that instance, and that's how the texts even are themselves. Let me see if I can pull it. I'll get it here later, but it's specifically targeted against them, not like to. Because like the Bible, at least what I believe was, it was originally meant to, like, not like law, but not even morality, just like the things of like what you should try not to do and things you should try to do. But it doesn't seem like that in this. It seems specifically targeting. And I mean, within Eve's story, she was made to be seen as this like seductress, and this this person wanting to do bad things, and this weak-willed person. And I've never understood them painting her in that way either. Um, Maybe to allow that subservience. I don't know. Like, it's more the way they paint her in it. Like, and we weren't there, so we don't really know the true story or what really happened. But like, do you think maybe like there's a
Well, I
way to
don't
like
think the
fix the
story.
religion?
What do you mean it's to fix the religion? I guess I'm confused on that. Like, I don't think the story. This is an allegory. Like, um, this definitely isn't the telling of a, like, something that happened historically. The closest thing that would have probably happened historically would have been Ahab and his, Phoenician wife. Her name was not Jezebel. Jezebel was a slur, and that it means where is the king, or where is your man. The Phoenician, um, her father's name was Ethbaal, and it's a play on her father's name. And so out of all of the stories between Adam and Eve and Samson and Delilah and Jezebel's story would be the closest to one that actually did happen, but twisted because the North and the South didn't like each other. Um, the the South is the writer of the story, so they're gonna demonize the Northern kings, and they were polytheistic, and so you see a lot of that bites in the history as well. And so I guess I'm confused. Like, when you say, is it to make the church better? What exactly are you asking?
Like, do you think removing that story would? I guess I'm having a hard time wording it. Um, would it make it better for like women, at least in church societies, because like they weren't always like the best thing? But like, do you think maybe like not maybe telling these things would somehow make the church better for people, or do you think like it would still be the same? Do you think that it's so far that they'd still in the same mindset about these three people?
It's ingrained in society, like, to the point to where my daughters were not raised in the church. Like, I took them to church when they were younger, but they hadn't been to church since they was like 6 and 5, right? They're 22 and 20 years old, and they know what a Jezebel is, right? I didn't teach them that a Jezebel means whore. Society taught them that. So it's ingrained in society, right? And the only thing that we can do is teach where this came from, right? And kind of like reinterpret it, right? Like, when men call women Jezebel, teaching that, one, what they're letting young women know, or other women know, like, when a man say that, they're calling you a whore, they're calling you an aggressive woman. uh but here's the true story of Jezebel, and kind of reclaiming the power of Jezebel's story, right? And giving the true understanding of that, and helping anyone who has an open ear that's willing to hear it, right? A different perspective, so that we then be the carriers of a new, um, um, uh, a new, not a
The
new
right story.
perspective, right? Yeah, right. Into society, so that we then begin to stomp out the misogyny that these three stories carry into society. So, like, teaching the correct information, giving people different ways to think about it, having, teaching critical skills to help people critically think. Yeah. I. mm. Are you there, Juicy? Did she get a phone call? Give it a couple of seconds and then I'll move on.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know if they got a phone call. I don't know. Yeah. Ross Rob? Hello, Ross Rob? All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. Continue to tap the live up. Um, we got an hour and 5 minutes left on this um beastly dinner. Um, Share the live. If you're a part of the team, make sure that you send your heart me. It's 4:17 a.m. with 621 people in the room, with another 114 on YouTube. We got a couple of people coming back to the land of the living, so hopefully the conversations will continue and we won't have moments of silence in here like we in kindergarten right before we say the Pledge of Allegiance. Good morning, Scott Biron. How are you? I honestly don't know what they were trying to say. Monkey business. I don't know. Oh, Rhea gone. Y'all gotta
She's
somebody.
trying.
Yeah, we gotta get some conversations, y'all. Thank you so much, Orange Pills, for sharing the live. I appreciate you.
Yes. Remember, nerds, you
Hey,
can come
Quan.
up.
Huh?
I was telling the nerds they can come up too.
Oh, she said she was going to bed. I didn't see that.
I didn't either.
She might have typed it in the chat. Like, I find it really, really interesting, right? Like, I don't know. Never, like, literally, it's just making me think about Elijah being scared of Jezebel and men being scared of a woman
Yeah.
that knows the truth about the Jezebel story. And you know what I'm saying? Like,
It just makes them spaz out. It's just,
but it also makes them like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying my best to not uh like, it just makes them scary. Like, I don't know. Mm,
almost, I don't know, cowards. I mean, it's just wimpy,
yeah,
cowardice. Like, there's so many different words I can use.
yeah. Because they usually come in here with loud mouths, right? I think the conversation that I had with Fuckwad, as Rhea called him, maybe it made them think. I really want to know for the believers, whether you are male or female, those of you that believe that Jezebel was this horrible, evil person, I need to know what you think about the elders and the nobles who carried out what she wrote in that letter. And do they hold any responsibility at all? And um, if you're God, right, not seeing that, like I need to know what y'all think about that because it's in your book, it's in the story, right? Like, why is that the thing that y'all haven't want to talk about all night? Night Fighter? Night Fighter? Mm. Y'all, if the audio is messing up, you have to scroll out and scroll back in. That's a TikTok glitch. I can't do anything about it. I am so sorry. I wish I was all powerful. I'd fix it for you so you wouldn't have to comment about it anymore. I can't. But I ain't all powerful. I'm human and I experience it when I go into everybody else's lives too.
You would think with all them different updates, it'd be fixed by now.
Mm-hmm. I found out they were disqualifying my content for reusing audio from the lives on my own page.
Hey, what?
They were disqualifying my content on my page, like the videos that I would post. If I would use audio from the live stream, they was flagging it as unoriginal content.
What?
Mm-hmm. And then on a few of them, the appeal button is grayed out, so I can't even submit appeal. You know the videos that I did with the AI, like they won't pay me on those because they're saying that it's ideas taken from another creator. Well, the because I used the audio from the live to create the AI scene, you know, where they're in the studio talking and debating abortion with the AI. Do you
Hmm.
remember that? And I used the audio from the live to create that. They're saying, like, it says unoriginal content idea entirely belongs to another creator. Well, the other creator is me because that's my audio.
Right.
But the appeal button is grayed out, so I can't even appeal it.
It's purposeful. They did it on purpose. There's no way around that.
I don't know if the AI is like I don't know, but like
Well,
it's
I mean, do you think it's always the AI or?
well, it has to be like if it's recognizing because I know that TikTok doesn't allow repurposed content in the creator fund, right? And so if it's hearing my live, like they hold a record of the lives, right? So if it's hearing content from the live stream on a video, then the AI is getting confused thinking that I'm repurposing somebody else's content. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because what I did was I screen recorded the recording of the TikTok live in my TikTok studio. I screen
Mhm.
recorded it and then I extracted the audio. And
Right.
so whatever is happening, the AI is flagging it as repurposed content, but it's my own content.
Right. That's so
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
Did you try and contact TikTok about it?
I sent the support ticket, but them motherfuckers don't answer them support tickets.
Yeah.
It's a waste.
Mhm. Does it count against you?
No, I just can't get paid for my content. I think this is a child. Just reading the bio alone, that was a kid. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. We have been 7 minutes without a conversation.
Mhm.
Yep, let's try to keep it going, y'all. The nerd's been doing pretty good. Coming up. You cannot be a child and come on my stage, so don't like I'm gonna block you if y'all. Lala, can you do me a favor and look at this one? I can't can you look can you see
I
the
can't
bio?
hear you.
Can you look at the one in the box and tell me like can you see the bio for that one and let me know if you
Okay,
can
let
tell
me
if that's a
see.
kid or not?
It looks like it.
Okay. All right. No, Kayla, no. Can you block her? Thank you. Legendary 88.
Hey, what's up? It's Dream. I've talked to you a
Oh,
couple
hey.
times, but I
Yeah,
changed my
yeah.
screen name.
Oh, okay. Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I just wanted to comment on the topic.
Okay.
Um, I think the gaslighting by God in the church is so interesting when it comes to like the patriarchy because they'll literally say that for women, the person that is above you is your husband and God. And then the person that, for the man, the person that is above the man is only God. But then the men are what creates the God. So it's like, there's really nothing for men to answer to.
Yep, exactly. What Dream, what are you doing?
What do you mean?
You don't hear all that noise? Are you
I'm
moving around?
a little bit, but I didn't think you could hear that.
sound
I
like
didn't think you
sound
could
like
hear.
a balloon. Like you got a balloon in your pocket or
Yeah, I was about to say it sound like you on a slip and slide.
No, I think that might be my air conditioner.
something. Oh, okay.
You can still hear it now?
Uh-uh. No.
Okay, maybe that was me then.
Yeah, it sounded like you were just like getting comfortable. Um, but yeah, no, I agree. That's a great point. Like there's nobody really above the man. Like when they wrote this, like they knew that these thoughts was coming from their own head. And so when they say that the God and the man is above the woman, and the God is above and the God is above the man, that he was essentially just putting himself above everything. Cause
Exactly.
yeah,
And then, like, men will weaponize that. Like, men will cheat on women and say things like, well, if God forgive me, why can't you? And then,
absolutely.
and then women in turn, like, because, especially if they're religious, they're really into that. They feel like they have no choice because they have to listen to their husband and they also have to obey this God. So if their husband is saying that God forgave them, then like it feels like almost like a no choice situation, and it's
Yeah.
just gaslighting to the highest.
There was a remember that guy that was up here that said if I um repetitively cheat on my wife, then she, can has the right to divorce. And we honed in on him saying repetitive cheating and he got mad. Like they have this expectation that if they if they cheat one time, right, that's not harmful, right? Because all men mess up or like it's normal for a man to do that. But if I continue to do it, then she has grounds, right, to not forgive me or grounds to move on. But that was like a couple of weeks ago when that guy was on the stage saying that.
Yeah, it's a huge double standard because the things that men do to women that they expect women to forgive them for, men would not forgive women for the same things.
Yeah, Shanier, that's what he said. Habitual cheating. It's like I have to be he's basically saying he had to be a habitual cheater before she could divorce him. Like that is insane.
I think one time is enough, especially if that is your boundaries.
Yeah.
And that if you're so religious and you made this vow in front of God, like, and God is so important to you, what are you doing?
Right. Gaslighting. But I think it's also important to point out, right? Like the marriage that we see in society today doesn't match the marriage in this book. Like the marriage in the book is transactional. So I think a lot of men don't know, right, how to actually like approach marriage from the vow point, because if they keep referring to the Bible when it comes to marriage, and marriage and the Bible was a transaction, like it was slavery.
I still think there's a form of like transaction and ownership in today's time because women take the last name of their husbands, and then for like in a patriarchal, well, not patriarchal, but in a traditional marriage, men expect to get a woman who's basically a free housekeeper, like a unpaid labor. So, and there, most men push for that sense of tradition, and I think that tradition is the transaction and the ownership.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I agree. There are some, I would say, um some men I my that try to be different, right? Like that actually try to have a relationship, try to see the value of the woman, respect the value of the woman. Um, but and then I also think that there are some that try to do that to try to still hold traditional values of the man is the provider, the woman is um, uh, the keeper of the house, and it still can cause issues, in the marriage and make people unhappy, hanging on to those types of old fashioned traditional traits. But it can also make some people can be okay with it. I don't know. But I agree. I still think that there is some element of transaction
Yeah, I don't think
in
it's
marriage
not.
today.
Yeah, I agree that it's not the same way as the Bible. I mean, I wasn't there, but I know, like, I don't think in, I think in certain societies and certain civilizations, they still like do the dowry thing and arrange marriages, and it's still very, old fashioned in that sense. But I know United States is not really as much as that, or I don't know. I mean, I haven't been married before either, but
I,
go
I,
ahead.
I've yeah, I've been married, and I think it's funny that Jordan thinks that women won't shovel the damn grass. I mean, shovel the snow or cut the grass or make their own money, right? Like, like literally, I saw a video of a woman who has a handyman business. Like she's literally handy woman business, and she is intentionally going to women's houses, putting up their beds for them, putting up their blinds, putting up their trampolines, putting their cabinets together, like when they buy furniture and stuff like that, or when they move, so that women can feel safe, right? Having another woman in the house doing it. And like women don't, like, we don't care that we have to shovel the snow, right? Like if we have to get out there and move our car, what matters to us more is that we need the damn car moved. And we're gonna get out there and we're gonna do it. I like or we're gonna pay somebody to do it. Like I don't understand
Now, I've
that
always
whole
shoveled the
thing.
snow with my grandma growing up. Actually, now that I think about it,
You say you did?
yeah, like I was raised by my grandma, and like she would shovel snow. She would, well, once I got old enough, like, and I got to like my teenage years, it was my job. But she would mow the lawn because that's something that she liked to do. Is like get on a tractor and like mow. She did that because she like she liked it, but she never minded physical labor that she could do. She would do it with no problem.
My shower is leaking. I looked up on YouTube. What do I need to do to fix it? Like, if it needs to be fixed, fix it. If I can, I will do it myself. If I can't, then I'll hire somebody to do it. I
Yeah.
took found out that it was the cold water knob, because the knob isn't has like gotten old and it isn't turning the water off all the way. So I took the screw out, took the knob off, tried to put a new screw on. So I just got to go get a new uh set, like a new um nozzle set, and put that on and fix the leak. Like, it's not some things aren't that damn hard, but it's just about getting shit done.
Period. And also, now that I'm looking at it, I don't know much about the first and the third one, but for Eve, I always think to myself that, like, even on a genetic level, if we all start off as female and then we mutate into men, etc. Scientifically, it doesn't make sense that that Adam was first, but also Eve was the one leading Adam. So why don't we see women as the leaders in society?
We don't see women as leaders in society because of the story of Eve, because the God in that story put a curse on Eve that men would rule over her.
Oh, okay.
And they actively do things to suppress and keep the woman in that role. That's why you see people, men coming in here typing "repeal the 19th Amendment," right, or quoting Second Timothy, like in so many words. They're saying women be quiet, women shouldn't teach, and the reason they're saying that is because when we do teach, we teach things like this, and they'd rather that we not, so they can continue in their nonsense, right? So they can continue to gaslight, they continue to, you know, do things their way, even when it's unethical, harmful, selfish, oppressive. They don't want women saying, hey, think about it this way. Hey, you're harming these people. Hey, don't touch that child. They rather just shut the women up and do it with law.
That is so true.
That's why they're trying to take our voting rights away and say that only men should speak for us, is what they're saying.
Wait, that's legislation that, like, that's
Oh, they're actively working on trying to repeal the 19th Amendment, saying that a man should vote for the interest of the women. And if she doesn't have a father, like if she doesn't have a husband, it needs to be her father. If she doesn't have a father, it needs to be her oldest brother. If she doesn't have any brothers, it needs to be her uncles. If she doesn't have an uncle, it needs to be her male cousin. Like, they have literally gone down the line to say that a male needs to be the voting representative of a woman. That's what they're trying to do right now.
it's so interesting how far we've progressed in the last like decade, only for us to regress to these points that like gay marriage passing and so many progressive things have occurred in my own lifetime, and it's weird to go back. Like, it's so weird to me to like think about the fact that they want to repeal gay marriage, take away voting rights, like all of these, like, we've come so far, but now it's like, you know what? Let's go back to how things used to be. I don't get, like, it's so weird.
It's I don't know if y'all have heard me say, like, the when I read the story of Jesus saying to the Pharisees that the Bible says that Moses' law said that they should be stoning kids who disobey their parents, but the Pharisees had created their own tradition and allowed the children to cry Corban and pay an offering to the temple instead of being executed for disobedience. So, to me, what that the Pharisees represent there would be the evolution of morality, right? Evolution of understanding, uh, law, and the people, and saying this law is barbaric. We should not be executing children for disobeying, right? But
Mhm.
Jesus comes along and says, "You demon, you hypocrite, you nullify the word of God when you create your own tradition, when you reinterpret or when you change the word of God. You should be stoning kids and executing, purging the evil amongst you." Jesus represents what we're experiencing today, where we have, people in society saying, go back to what it used to be. Take the voting rights away. Take the marriage rights away for LGBTQIA. Take the abortion rights away. Repeal naturalization. Repeal, immigration policies. Um, Repeal habeas corpus. Jesus represents that, right? And and the crazy thing about it is a lot of things that they are doing is they're using the Bible to do this, right? And so a believer would say to me, Jesus never preached that. No, he didn't preach, take abortion rights away. You're absolutely right. He did not preach take women's votes away. You're absolutely right. But when he stood in the way of progress of uh, the um, knowledge, the evolution of morality of mankind, and said, don't do this, right? He became the symbol for that. He became a metaphor for the blockage and that growth. Does that make sense? Like
Yeah, I
that
get what you're
story. Yeah. That's what I see today.
And also, it's really interesting. Do you know what the Overton window is?
No.
It's basically like an idea or policies that like politicians make. Like to take gay marriage for example. Like in the '90s, the Overton window was like really, really, I guess you could say high, where it wasn't possible for gay marriage to pass in the '90s because our minds just weren't there yet. Like we weren't that progressive and everything like that. But then when you fast forward to the early 2000s, and like the moralities of people and sociology starts to change within people, and now we see, you know, we don't see LGBTQ people as like immoral people, just people. They're just humans and they deserve to get married. So like the policy easily passed in the 2000s, but it's like in the '90s, the Overton window wouldn't have allowed that to happen. Like the minds of the general masses just wasn't there, and it's like what the issues that we're talking about now. It's like we have the morality of the Overton window to get better and better, but to bring it back is like it kind of makes no sense. Like to overturn stuff that's already passed, that we already have like a moral compass for, it's kind of wild.
I agree. Yep. That's the weird thing, right? And I'm just I guess I'm like anxious to see, what the Supreme Court is gonna do with that.
And I was also hearing that Trump can run again because it wasn't consecutive. So is that? I mean, I probably should look it up myself, but
I heard that that he could. I think it does have to be consecutive. But I'm not sure. I have heard that as well.
yeah, because I was literally thinking, counting to myself, like, oh well, it'll be 2028 and we'll be done, and then there will never be another era of Trump or. And I was thinking like, 4 years of problems just is going to be like massive great changes in 2028. But to find out we could be dealing with this till 2032, I don't
I don't know.
know.
Let me look it up. Some people in the comments are saying that he can't. I'm not sure. I have heard that it had to be consecutive, but hold on. Let me see. Let's see. No, he cannot. Trump is saying that there is a loophole that will allow him to run in 2028. Uh, but according to the Constitution, it's a two-term limit period, whether it's consecutive or not.
Okay, well that's good to know.
Yeah.
But something like I don't know, like the stuff the way that he acts, you honestly don't know.
I mean, he would have to run away with the White House like he tried to in 2020 and never leave. Like, but like, and um, a lot of stuff that he is trying to do, like with the Constitution. One thing that I can say, like with the forefathers, is they built an airtight um uh constitution to where, like, in order to change the constitution, it requires a convention of states. Like, it's not easy, right, to just wipe out stuff on the constitution. So if anything, I would say that's a good thing, but it doesn't stop somebody who is lawless, if that makes sense. He doesn't give a damn about
Yeah.
democracy at all. So
But I definitely don't want to shift the energy to politics in the room. I feel
right,
like that
yeah.
keeps happening. So I'm gonna go back to the comments. Thank you so much for having me up.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up. Have a good one.
All right, you too.
Guys, I can't do anything about the echo. I'm sure you've heard the echo in other people's lives. It is a TikTok glitch. You're gonna have to scroll out and scroll back in. Hey, Lauren.
I just wanted to give an update on the TMS treatment, if that's cool.
Yeah, how's it going?
Before I do that, I just wanted to also say the whole thing with Trump and another round with him. He's currently trying to change the law so he could run again and not run again against people like Obama. That's why at least that's what I've read. He's trying to change the law so he doesn't have to run again against people who have ran consecutively, if that makes sense.
Apparently, he would have to change the Constitution though to do that, because it's in the Constitution that is 8 years in total. It doesn't matter if it's consecutive or not. So he would have to change the Constitution, and in
It
order to
wouldn't
do
surprise
that,
me if he found a way to do that.
the only way to do that's what I was just talking about. Like, the forefathers built an airtight um constitution. Like, the only way to change the constitution would be to do a convention of states, which they've been actively trying to get done for a number of years, and they almost had the number of states to join. Some have bailed out. um so like he would have to, like, literally have the constitution changed through a convention of states, and then once they get to the convention of states, they would have to run away with the convention in order to
Well,
do
that's a
all
little
that.
comforting to know that it's hopefully not happening.
Yeah, right.
But anyways, with the TMS stuff, today will be my fifth day, so it's still pretty early on in the treatment. But I've already noticed some differences. Like at work, I usually get like really exhausted and fatigued. And was it Wednesday night? I was feeling that way, and this has never happened before. We went on break, and then when I got up off a break, that fatigue feeling was gone, and that has never happened in my life before. So I'm like
That's
almost
what's
certain.
up.
I'm almost certain it's related to the TMS. So I'm excited to keep going.
That's what's up. I'm happy
Yeah,
for you.
thank you. But yeah, that's just I
And
just
you
wanted to
sound
share
happy
that.
too.
Yeah, I definitely feel different. I still have like that overwhelming numbness going on, if that makes sense. But it's definitely lighter than it has been, if that makes any sense at all.
Yeah, like, yeah, it does. How many treatments do you have to go through, do you know?
It's like 36 total, if I'm not mistaken, and it's a daily thing, so I have to go there every day. But the sessions are only like 18 minutes, 18 to 20 minutes.
Okay.
And they just put this device on your head and it feels like intense tapping. It's really weird, but it's pretty cool experience so far.
That's what's up. Keep us updated so we can see your
Yeah,
progress.
yeah, I will. But TMS it's a transcranial magnetic stimulation. and it's an alternative treatment for depression for anyone in the comments wanting to know. But yeah, I'm gonna drop back down. I just wanted to give a little update.
All right. Thank you, Lowen.
Yep, thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Instacarter.
Hey, one second. Let me turn off my Bluetooth so I'm not echoing. How have you been, Thinker?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. I said I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm good. 38 atheists. I know you usually ask.
Okay. Which topic did you come up to talk about?
Well, your main topic of the women being gaslit by the church. I don't disagree. I definitely agree with you. Have you ever seen the movie Dogma?
No.
Okay, so there's a scene with Salma Hayek where she talks about how women have been portrayed as being more antagonistic than the Egyptians and Romans combined, and how woman is responsible for original sin, and woman is responsible for Samson's cutting off Samson's coif of power, and asking for the head of John the Baptist. And I wanted to touch on the John the Baptist one because I looked into that, and I found it kind of curious because it says that that the reason she asked for his head was he basically embarrassed her, saying that her marriage to Herod was unlawful because he is his brother's wife, and I guess in Leviticus it forbids that. But then in Matthew it says that you should marry your deceased brother's wife. So I find that to be especially gaslighting. I don't know enough about the Bible to know if I'm thinking that Leviticus is Old Testament and Matthew is New Testament, but like, why would that change?
So we're hold on, let me pull it up because I don't want to talk out of turn, but also like keeping in mind that that was in first century Rome, and they were most likely going by Roman law and not the law of Israel.
Okay.
But give me just a second. Let me pull it up.
Yeah.
Let's see. And hers, but the king, the daughter of her, dance before the company. Yeah. Because John is saying it's not lawful for you to have her, his brother's wife, Philip. I thought it was because of this. I thought that's why. His daughter, but they came the daughter Herodotus danced before the company. She pleased her so much she promised an oath.
I mean, I might be wrong. I was looking at AI overviews because I'm not a biblical scholar by any means.
Neither am I. But no, it does say that John kept telling him that it's not lawful for him to have her. Herod arrested John on account of Herodias, his brother Philip's wife, because John had been telling him it is not lawful for you to have her. Though Herod wanted to put him to death, he feared the crowd because they regarded him as a prophet. But when Herod's birthday came, the daughter of
Watch out, vehicle on shoulder ahead.
stands before the company. She pleased Herod so much that he promised an oath to grant her whatever she might ask. prompted by her mother, she said, "Give me to him John the Baptist's hair on a platter."
Also, like, what a waste of a wish that's not even yours to ask, right? Like,
Right.
that was Salome's wish. And you're like, oh, yeah, no, ask for John's head, because I want that, because he basically tarnished me by saying all that.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't know if this was just written to demonize a woman, because like there's no reason for her to have asked for it. Um, I don't know. I have to look deeper into why.
Well, it's to gaslight women and make it feel like it's their fault, right? I mean,
Yeah, yeah, because it doesn't like there's no motivation for her to want to behead him. And then it's the daughter is the one that's dancing. She was given the wish, and it's like, oh, her mother prompted her to have his head cut off.
right. So that's just them trying to portray women as being petty, it sounds like.
Yeah, yeah, because unless they were going by Roman law, it isn't against the law of Israel for him to marry his brother's wife. That's what they were supposed to do. But then
Right.
again, like Herod was appointed by Rome because it was under Roman occupation. So it depends on what law they were. If it's John the Baptist saying that it's unlawful for you to have her. I don't know. That doesn't even make sense.
Right, and that's just one of the many contradictions in the Bible that, like, for me, makes it hard for me to take that book serious. Because, like, you know, in one chapter, you're like, no, don't marry your brother's wife. That's wrong. And then in Matthew, you're like, no, marry your brother's wife. Like, that's cool. You know, in Leviticus, I think it was, they say that, like, it's a sin and that you will not bear children because of it. And then in the next one, they're like, no, you're definitely going to be fruitful. Like, it makes no sense.
I'm looking at. Give me just a second.
Yeah, of course. I'm glad I could bring a new thing to light for you. That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you. I love this is what I mean when atheists come up, give me shit to think about. Like I love it. Ah. This is why Herod's brother wasn't dead yet.
Oh.
Yeah, he was committing adultery. That's why. And so, why would she?
Also, John calls it incestuous, and I'm like, it's not incestuous because she's not related to either of them, except via marriage.
Oh, it says that Herodias was also Antipas's niece.
Oh,
But
I don't
also,
know.
John criticized the fact that she was his brother's wife, leading to credence to the belief that Antipas and Herodias were married while Herod II was still alive. So Antipas would be the Herod here. Herod which Herod is this one? Is this Herod the first? So Herodotus was also his niece. That's why, and his brother was still alive when he married her. So he took his brother's wife, who was also his niece, but it's putting the onus. Although Herod wanted him dead for pointing out that he had done this thing, basically it puts the death on the women, on the daughter, and coerced by the mother. But give me just a second. Let me see. Herodotus.
I mean, wouldn't the incestuous part play on both of those men though? Like, if it's his niece, then it's also the other guy's niece by logic.
Or his daughter, or he either married his own damn daughter.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's even worse.
Well, the Levitical law doesn't say don't do that to your daughter. That's the one thing that it doesn't say.
Well, that's horrifying.
Yeah, we thought that too. We was like, why doesn't it say don't look at your daughter's own nakedness?
But then again, they also tell Lot's daughters to, get their dad drunk and have sex. So, like, I don't know. Like, I guess.
Well, I think they came up with that idea on their own. I don't think anybody told them to do it, but they were also demonized for doing that, right? But when it's the Israelites, I think it's a different story. But like the sexual immorality laws in Leviticus 18, it explicitly goes through each female relationship belonging to a man and the daughter. It never prohibits it with the daughter. So if Herodotus was Herod II's daughter and he married her, then that would be why he wouldn't have called that incestuous, although it is.
Yeah, that's horrifying.
I'm trying to see during the birthday celebration of the daughter's son made a dance for him. Herodotus' actions driven by vendors led to the death of John the Baptist and solidified her reputation as a vengeful and ambiguous figure. But I'm trying to see where that reputation started. Sorry, hold on.
No, you're good. I'm really excited that, like I said, I got to ask a question that inspired more research, and that you didn't just have an answer for off break. Like.
I be telling y'all I don't know everything. I like to learn.
But I mean, I listened to so many of your lives, and you normally just come back with an answer right away, and so it's like it feels really good to be like, oh wow, like I brought something to your attention, that you hadn't considered prior. Like that's just a cool feeling.
It's so crazy because everything about Herodias, this is the only thing. That's it. It looks like honestly, the only thing that we can say is that the story is written to just put it on the onus of the women for beheading John the Baptist, even though Herod the first wanted to do it himself. And it's like, oh, he didn't do it, he just arrested him, but the daughter did it, influenced by her mama. Like, it's just putting it on the women because there's nothing else in here that would demonize I cannot say her name, Herodias, that would justify her that would just justify her taking it upon herself to make this decision or to influence her daughter to make that decision.
I mean, he could blame it on her, but the God knows what's in his heart.
Yeah. I honestly thought it was I didn't pay attention to this part up here. Yeah, that's interesting. Did you have anything else you want to add about that? Or?
No, I just wanted to bring that to your attention and see what you thought about it. So I appreciate you taking the time to research it in real time.
You're welcome. Thank you for bringing that up. I am going to look into it some more to see where the demonization of Herodias came from and see if there's any justification. I'm pretty sure it came from some of antiquities Probably of Josephus's writings.
All right. Well, I'll touch back with you in a couple weeks and see if you've discovered anything else. In the meantime, feel free to drop me down.
All right. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Have a good one. Hey, Oso.
Good morning. Good morning. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Did you get some sleep? Yay, Pink Bird. The tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m.
Nice.
Central for the EP release party. Awesome. Trelanda? Hello, Trelanda? Oh, my goodness. Turtzall? Hello, Turtzall? Okay.
What an experience. I've always wondered what it would be like to be inside of a pocket.
Like the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Something like that.
Chungus Fungus.
Yo,
How old are you?
26.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Agnostic.
Okay, got to be one of the three to be on stage. Okay,
Damn.
that's okay. Thank you for coming up.
Hmm.
Rob. That's how you be sounding when you sleep.
I wouldn't know.
Hmm.
I wouldn't know. I haven't slept since 1978.
Hmm. Well, I'm just telling you, that's how you be sounding. Nope. That's kind of a weird request. Also, please do not use caps in the comments. I'm so hungry. I need to get me something to eat. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Also, guess how many men have come up to talk about this topic tonight? How many men who disagree?
Um, Almost all of them.
Uh-uh.
None?
We've had one who lost his shit on stage. Like, he lost his shit. He was fighting the mute button and everything. But we've had several men come up and agree, right? And we've had some decent conversations with them. But of course, they were all deconstructing.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But I want to talk to. Oh, we've had women in the comments fucking caping for the men.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But I want to talk to a believer, whether male or female, about the elders and the nobles and the Jezebel story, but they won't talk to me about it. And I think they won't talk to me about it because they would have to relinquish Jezebel's charge. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I yeah, they would rather hold on to the idea that she was bad. You know what I mean? Uh, than continue with the fact that she actually had uh, her husband's best interest at heart.
Yep. Like, dude was fighting that fucking mute button. All he kept yelling was, "You're a Jezebel. You're a Jezebel."
Okay.
That's what I said. Like, can we just? He's and then he said, "This is why men are scared to come up and talk to you." I said, "So y'all are scared to come up and talk to me?"
Mm,
I said,
y'all are
"I
not
knew
smart.
it." Exactly. I said, "I fucking knew it." He said, "Because of your Jezebel spirit."
That's crazy.
Hmm.
But I mean, it makes sense. I mean, shit. They yeah, it was displayed yesterday on my live, and the dude came up on stage and decided he was gonna be the way
Ho-
he was. Like it was
Hold
that
on,
fear.
hold on. What? First off, you wouldn't get the chance to date me, uh, right? Um, saying I'd want to date her but not take her to mama's house. You wouldn't get the chance to do either.
What?
Hmm.
That got to be a YouTube comment.
No, he's in the comments. His name is Christopher Peak. Yeah,
Let me see
like,
here.
huh?
Oh wow,
Yeah, you
that's
wouldn't get the chance
a
to do either.
wow.
Not with me anyway.
Interesting. Interesting. Are you a fan of people whose hairline starts three-quarters in the back of the head?
I don't know. It really depends on that person's personality.
Oh,
But
I'm
yeah,
vain. I couldn't do it.
my ex husband's hairline did not start wearing shit. But it really depends on that person's personality. That's why I say I'm really what do they call that? Like when you are attracted to people's minds.
Oh, Aphrodite.
And it's not called an Aphrodite.
No, it's and sapiosexual or
Something like that. Like that, I'm not like that's not to say that I don't like find people attractive. But if a person is like their personality, right? Like
hmm
if their personality is just for example, okay, the man that picked that white man up on the airplane and the way he held him by the arms and just
I
handled
did see
business.
that.
Like I have when I tell you I watched that motherfucker over and over and over again because just handling business, right? That
Yeah.
shit is that shit is sexy to me. But like,
Definitely is.
yeah,
That shit took me out though.
exactly. Shit was funny as fuck. But so like yeah, it depends on the person's personality and whether it matches mine. Like I'm
Mm-hmm.
not looking for. I don't give a fuck how fine you are. If you are insecure as fuck, and I gotta feel like I gotta like downplay myself to be around you, like you are not attractive to me, right? But you could be, you could have a receding hairline and the way you carry yourself, your full confidence, your personality is nice, you're respectful. Um, I might I might be attracted to you. Like it just depends. I dated a 62-year-old white man for 2 months.
I
62. How did that
Mhm.
go?
It was fun. It was fun. Until that motherfucker. I told y'all what he did at dinner.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told Zena about this one time. I was dating an older woman, and Zena was like, "Dude, what the fuck?" I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know." She's like, "No, it's just how could somebody older be attracted to you?" I was like, "Oh, damn."
We was at dinner with his friends. I was the only black person there. He made a toast and said, "I used to be prejudiced" during the toast. And after dinner, I asked him, I was like, "What?" I was like, "What was that about?" And I was like, "What do you mean you used to be prejudiced?" And he said, "Against fat girls." And I was like, "Nah, I can't. You're not gonna make no buck. I'm not gonna be the butt of the jokes."
Yeah,
The only black person at the table. I fucking broke that shit off.
I get that.
Yeah. hmm Keith Prince. Yep, he did. He did try to come back. And like, and to this day, like he'll still message me. Like the crazy part about it is like with my exes, I'm on like speaking terms. I don't hold grudges. Like I just, there's no point.
Oh shit, you better than me.
Now there are like I don't. If I dated you, I haven't dated a lot of people, and I only dated him for 2 months.
Yeah,
But like I don't. I'm on speaking terms with the guy that I dated for 10 years. Um, but if you somebody who asked for my telephone number and I talked to you for like a couple of weeks and you like grossed me out or something, or I got tired of you because you was too fucking clingy, then I blocked your ass. Like you get blocked.
right.
Yeah. Evan and Kofi, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? Brian. Brian said, I doubt I'd ever date a 60-year-old white man.
That's fair. That's fair. If I dated a 60-something-year-old white man, it's because his name started with a Bill and ended with a Gates.
Well, I think he was also trying to make me a kept woman, though, to be honest. Like one time, like the first time he ever sat, never mind. Kofi, never mind. Never motherfucking mind.
Hey, people.
Hey, Kofi. Huh?
Hey,
How
how's it
are
going?
you? Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How's everyone else
Doing
doing?
good.
Awesome.
Greetings, greetings.
Awesome. 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 Yeah. Man, you have a way of coming up with topics, man. Uh, yeah. I like these topics. Especially the third one. Delilah didn't owe Samson any loyalty. Yeah. Yeah. You think about that story, man. It's like she is loyal to her people, and Samson
Mm-hmm.
is basically the big adversary. Samson wasn't a calm dude. He was causing more trouble than he should have. And he's the danger to her from her perspective. So, the story is written to vilify her as though she was supposed to to be loyal to him for no reason. Like there's no context that allows that to happen. And yet we're expecting her simply because Samson is the hero of the story. So we are expecting the story to go that way, and obviously she becomes the bad person. But it's just so hilarious when you see it from her perspective, and it's like, well, yeah, obviously she wouldn't be loyal to him. But I wonder, have you spoken about the story of Esther so far in this life? About what?
No.
Oh, right,
No, we're
yeah.
just focused on Jezebel and Eve and
Oh,
Delilah.
right, yeah. Because I wanted to add Queen Vashti as well to the story. Do you remember the story of Queen Vashti? And like, in that's this is prior to Esther being elevated to the queen status. So basically, the king at that time of Persia was so drunk and so happy for some reason, and then he orders the eunuchs to go call Queen Vashti so that she can portray herself in front of the princes of Persia in media, and for them to see how beautiful she was. Now, we don't know what that means to display herself in front of the princes and everyone else. We don't know what shape what that expectation meant. But Queen Vashti said no to that. And basically that infuriated the king. And the king spoke to the wise men of, the princes of Medium Persia, saying, what am I to do? And then they said, well, if we allow this behavior to keep going, what will the women of this country say? What will they see? They've just seen a queen deny the king's order to come and display herself in front of the royalty or the noblemen. What will the women say? Wouldn't that cause some rebellion and anger, like in the province, from the men's side and also from the women's side, to see that a woman has been able to deny her husband's request to do something that she doesn't want to do? So let's make a law. All women in these provinces will from now on be beholden to their husband and will have to submit themselves, if not obviously by punishment. And then Queen Vashti, her position as a queen was nullified solely because of that. This is what sets the whole premise for Esther to come in, because Esther comes in to be the seductive, submissive one. That's the one that we should look up to. That's why Esther is the good person in the book of Esther, because she was the submissive and humble woman that women should look up to. Not like Vashti, who stands up for herself and is independent and is
Not to
strong-minded.
mention
And
she's willing to parade herself in a
yes,
beauty pageant and all of this shit. My
yes.
daughter's middle name is Vashti. I'll be
Ah,
right back. I need to go to the bathroom. Also, can you take over for me for a
Yeah,
minute?
for sure.
Thank you.
no worries. How you doing, so?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, 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 good.
Yeah, I remember that story because we was talking about it recently.
All right.
Uh, some dude came up and he was talking about Esther, and I went back and read it, and I was just like, dude, because he was talking about how we were talking about women in the Bible that were, I forget what it was about women in the Bible, but he was trying to bring up uh, Esther, and he was just like, oh yeah, she's somebody that was used by God. And I'm like, hold on, how the fuck was
Yeah,
she?
yeah.
I mean, if you read the story, she had to like sleep with the king to do like
Man,
to win the beauty pageant. Like she had to do all kind of weird shit. I'm like, uh,
it is horrible. Now, her name was Hadassah, right? And then as she's joining a beauty pageant, Mordecai, her uncle, tells her, no, don't say your name is Hadassah. We don't want them to know that you're a Jew. Say that your name is Esther, which is a Persian name, so that he will like you from the get-go. Because if you say Hadassah, obviously they don't respect the Jews at that time, so then he wouldn't really care about her and probably would put her in jail. So I don't know. It wouldn't go well. So it was a manipulation from the start. Mordecai was working together with Hadassah to change her name, to change her hairstyle, to change her dress, to change her appearance, to change so many things to make her appealing, to basically to win the beauty pageant. And the king this whole time in the story doesn't know that Hadassah or Esther is Jew until one of the officials who has a disdain towards the Jews made a rule against the Jews. And then Esther says, this man is against my people. And the king was like, what do you mean? He's like, oh, the Jews. Like, oh, wait, you're a Jew? So
hmm
it was manipulation from the start. But Esther is portrayed as a hero for Christian women to admire, Whereas Vashti is condemned because obviously we can't have women standing up for themselves and denying their husbands of any stupid requests. It's so it's crazy, man.
Yeah, I think it's an, I don't know. It's interesting because a lot of times, um, the Bible portrays women as like seductresses or whatever, but
You're
in the
either
case of
really
Esther,
submissive or seductive. Yeah,
well, yeah, in the case of Esther, um, people don't look at the fact that like she's praised in the Bible because she used her attractiveness and the fact that she was willing to sleep with the king to
yeah,
save the people. And this is just like, oh, this is good. This is God's will. And it's just like, damn, like she had to go through a beauty pageant for 12 months long to fucking, you know what I mean? Get to the point
yeah,
where she could be preliminary queen and then put it on the line. Like, I guess that was, I don't know, that was some kind of bravery in a sense, but at the same
yeah.
time, I don't know, dude. If I had to fuck an old man a bunch of times, I would expect that he'd do something I asked, like, fuck.
No, no. Delilah and Jezebel are demonized because because Delilah was portrayed as she was this confident, seductress, mistress, basically in the province. She kind of knew her way among men. That's the picture they paint for Delilah, um, in order to set a premise for demonization later on. And but Esther's seduction, that's God ordained. That's the good seduction. Oh my goodness. Yeah,
And
we
that's what
can't
we were
have that.
talking about earlier tonight about how it, there could be two stories of two different women doing the same exact thing, and depending on if it was good for Israel, like if it was helping Israel, then it was seen as a good thing, right? It was
Yeah,
praised. But if it was going against Israel, then it was demonized. But it could be the same damn act.
same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing. Oh man. Well, yeah, yeah. It's crazy. Yeah, I heard you were talking about the Jezebel story with the nobles as well, and hoping that some Christians will jump on and discuss that. Yeah, I actually don't remember the details of that, to be honest. Um, when it comes to the noble, all I do remember though was Jezebel was looking at the ways that the nobles were moving, and thought that probably need to step in for her husband right there. Uh, but obviously she was bad. Um,
No, she was just she stepped in for her husband for Naboth, not the nobles. She,
oh, neighbors. Yes, 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 yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, yeah. I need to read more on that. I need to read more on that. What I do remember was her disdain towards Elisha. I always misplace those names, Elijah or Elisha, um, and which made Elisha run away, because of his uh, prophecy that obviously set the country into, was it famine that he said there was going to be famine for like 3 years or something, and then he ran away after that. And Jezebel was kind of like, why are you why did you decide to curse the nation, because you don't like what's happening here? So obviously she orders the arrest of Elisha, which God sends an angel to bring Elisha bread and wine and stuff, which is like, oh, okay, so God can do that. That's interesting. Um, anyway, yeah, just babbling on that.
Yeah. He was on the run because he killed her prophets. Right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she was wild.
Yeah. It was the battle of the prophets.
Yeah,
Like it's like it's cartoonish to me because the God is there. Like, where are your gods at? Are they on the bathroom break?
Oh yeah, that
and
was the
like,
competition. Oh
yeah,
yes.
and they're like sitting there with blades, cutting themselves, asking, "Ball, ball," like blood coming out. Like the shit that they type, like they not even type, but the shit that they wrote about is like ridiculous. Like they make their God look so fucking stupid.
Yeah,
Like,
but you see the taunt that Elisha was taunting the prophets. When
yeah, that's
you
what I'm
have,
talking about. That's the
yeah,
God taunting the prophet. That's not Elisha.
right,
That's
right. It wasn't
like,
Elisha.
that's the
Huh.
God taunting the prophet through Elijah, saying, like, where are your gods at?
Yeah,
Where are
where are your
they at?
guys? Are they asleep? Are they
They
going
on
to
a
relieve
bathroom
themselves?
break? They on a
Yeah.
porcelain break? Like,
Yeah.
that's why I said, like, they make the God look stupid.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, I don't know.
Yeah. But it's funny how Baal is fine to taunt Baal in that competition, but
Oh, so
now
you
in
are
our modern times.
You saw what I said?
yes.
What's that? What happened?
Oh my gosh. Talking to that guy, Chris, in the comments.
Oh
He
man.
said he wanted to know if men could get the Jezebel spirit. Like
Hey, probably.
such a
Hey.
pitiful question to ask.
Yeah, that whole Jezebel spirit is just so oh man.
I there was a preacher who was preaching about how he got the spirit of Delilah, and I mean,
Mhm.
a woman that he cheated on his wife with was filled with the spirit of Delilah and caused him to cheat on his wife. And I'm like, that is crazy.
Wow.
How they just blame women for every fucking
They
thing.
will blame women for anything, man.
Well, in
Yeah.
that instance, that would mean you got the spirit of fucking Samson, dude.
Right.
Yeah,
But
you
they
are.
see Samson as a warrior, so don't tell them that because it'll make a hairline feel like it's full.
That's
Yeah,
okay. Samson died alone, fucking blind, and
yeah,
destitute. So do that.
yeah. And it was pretty much a suicide, wasn't it? Well, according to the story, he took like 3,000 Philistines with him on that day. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
but they
was a
not gonna get
whole.
infused with crazy strength to be able to take on one man. So I ain't worried about it.
Yeah,
You can think you Samson all you want to. You get sat down like that nigga on the play. Don't say shit to me. That nigga looked at that man in the eyes as he was being sat. That's crazy.
That shit was hilarious.
He didn't even say a word. He just sat there too.
you see the parallel between Adam and Samson as well. You probably already discussed it, but yeah. Um,
No, what parallel are you talking about?
Oh yeah, I mean it's just the basis of Adam being the first, and when they speak about when they're setting the premise for the reasons why women are to be submissive and basically shut up, they say, well, they elevate Adam. Adam was created first, and blah 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 blah, and it's like, yeah, well, but none of that meant that he had the wherewithal to be able to not be deceived. And the same with Samson is, oh, he was the strong warrior. He killed a lion with his bare hands. He did this and he did that. But then same thing. And it's like, it's almost like they set a premise in order to address how somehow superhuman a woman's seduction.
You there? Did he cut out for y'all too, or just me?
Yeah. Kofi? Boo!
Kofi, mute and then unmute to get your mic back. I
Nah.
don't. I don't think he can hear us. Let me mute him. Now unmute Kofi so you can hear us.
Whoa, I'm a ghost.
I'm trying to find something to eat.
I'm just trying to see what Kofi reacts to.
Kofi, 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 Kofi. Um, does it? Hold on. Where are all these
Oh,
men that
hello.
come in here? Yeah, what?
Oh,
Could you hear us?
yeah. No, I couldn't hear you. Oh,
Yeah,
I
we
think I.
couldn't hear you either.
Oh no.
So the way to fix that in the future is to like mute your mic and then unmute it, and then it brings the
Okay.
sound back. Yeah,
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure what you heard.
we didn't hear anything. Like you cut
Oh,
out, and we couldn't hear anything.
oh boy. Oh yeah. Yeah. In summary, what I was saying was like the parallel between Adam and Samson is how they build the premises of how dangerous a woman's seduction powers are by elevating the man's status to say, well, Adam was created first and blah 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 blah, but he was molded by God's own hands. But the woman's seduction powers are so powerful that even Adam couldn't, you know. And the same thing with Samson is Samson is such a warrior. He is, defeating a lion with his bare hands. He's fighting about 1,000 Philistines, with a jawbone. But for some reason, he just couldn't withstand the seductory powers of Delilah. They set a premise for how, regardless of the status of the man, how powerful he is. Women are so dangerous that even people that are chosen by God to be their warriors can't just seem to hack the seduction powers of women. That's the premise they set, so that women they can go on to dictate what women get to do, what they get to wear, what they get to say, what they get to think, even. With that, do you see that parallel between like Adam and
Not
Samson?
necessarily with Samson.
Okay.
Well, let me say not necessarily with just Samson, right? Like
Right, 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 right,
it
right.
seems to
Yes,
be
yes,
the
obviously.
parallel, like for all
For
of them,
yeah, for all of them.
right? Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
like there's always a man like David, right? He's king. He couldn't, um, look at Bathsheba and not want her, right? And because
He
him
just
as
couldn't control
king,
himself. Yeah.
yeah, because she took a bath in front of his window, right?
Mm.
You have, like I was saying, the story of Jael, who took down a military leader. Um, you have, uh, of course, Samson. Who else took out a man through seduction?
What?
Mary seduced the Holy Spirit.
Come on, man. Poor Mary. Wait, which
Oh,
was
so it's crazy.
the two ladies that took down that military leader? Did you already mention
That's
that?
Deborah and Jael.
Deborah. Yes, 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 yes.
But Jael did that on her own. Deborah didn't help her with that. She's just in the
Yeah.
story of Deborah.
Right. Right. Yeah. Ruth with Boaz.
But she didn't take Boaz down,
She
though.
didn't take Boaz down, but kind of.
Well, Luke chapter 3.
Oh my gosh.
She took him somewhere. Hello,
She took him
somebody.
somewhere.
Oh my gosh. She went down. She didn't take him down. That's different.
All I'm
No.
saying is, if you got me waking up in the morning talking about some, hey man, I know somebody else could marry you, but I swear for God, if they don't get you, I take you.
There is a um this right here. This is a comparison between Mary Magdalene, Eve, and Deborah. I'm sorry, Mary Magdalene, Eve, and the Virgin Mary, using Deborah and Jael.
Okay.
So this is kind of interesting. So I can't let y'all read along because the damn thing won't. So I have to read it for you. But let me see. Where do I want to? Hold on. So I have to make it a little bit smaller. All right. So Eve, Mary Magdalene, and the Virgin Mary. Much of recent feminist biblical scholarship has been devoted to Mary Magdalene, though perhaps not yet as pervasive in Western society as a whole. Within academia, it has been well established that the view of Mary Magdalene as a prostitute is entirely unfounded. Nowhere in the New Testament is Mary Magdalene ever described as a prostitute or as being sexually promiscuous. This view comes from a long history of interpretation and the subsequent development of the composite Magdalene, which describes the conflation of multiple female characters into one composite image of Mary Magdalene. By reading the four Gospels together and through specific interpretation, Mary Magdalene became synonymous with the woman who anoints Jesus and Mary, the sister of Martha. One of the most important developments from this conflation resulted in assigning the character traits of the anointing woman to Mary Magdalene. Through this connection, Mary Magdalene becomes the sinful woman who repents and, out of deep love for Jesus, anoints him. As DeBoer notes, this interpretation of Mary Magdalene leads to a more positive depiction of her that emerged in the Middle Ages, that of Saint Mary Magdalene. Though this more positive view of Mary Magdalene eventually emerges, her image remains tarnished as a sexually promiscuous sinner. While later interpretations may have emphasized her repentance, implicitly her sin and sexuality were also emphasized, and that she had to repent for something. In this way, she was never disassociated from this negative imagery. I can't fucking say that word.
Imagery?
Say it.
Imagery?
Image. Nope. Imagery.
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 Yeah,
There it is.
imagery.
There it is.
I fucking hate that word. I can't. It just. It won't come off of my lips. Which was not connected to her originally. The Virgin Mary, in contrast, traditionally was interpreted positively and used by the church as the optimum female figure, whom all women should emulate. The church fathers focused on her virginity as a way of emphasizing her purity. According to Haskins, the significance of the Virgin Mary resulted from the growing asceticism at the time. As a virgin, Mary did not have the same level of connection to sexuality as other women, especially because she kept her virginity throughout the pregnancy and birth of Jesus. The church fathers regarded her as the purest of all women. The early church fathers maintained power through asserting female passivity. Therefore, the Virgin Mary was esteemed for her virginity and also for her passive nature. She was seen as the ideal woman to keep her virginity and purity by acting only in the ways deemed appropriate by the early church fathers. As Young summarizes, she was the asexual woman whose body was simply a vessel for the birth of Jesus and who remained forever a virgin. In establishing the Virgin Mary as the example for all women, the early church fathers doomed all other women to failure, as the qualities of the Virgin Mary are unachievable. Even her title, the Virgin Mother, is an oxymoron and inapplicable to women. This is a quality unique to the Virgin Mary, and yet women are expected to achieve this standard. Ain't that crazy?
Yeah.
Sharing a connection with the two Marys is the third female character, Eve. Eve is particularly associated with negative imagery.
You did it. You did it. Yay.
Did I say it? Imagery?
Yeah. You did it.
Traditional interpretation views her as the person responsible for all sin in the world. In this way, she is the exact contrast to the Virgin Mary, who brings Christ into the world. The Virgin Mary is often described as the second Eve and is thought to be the corrected and bettered version of the first Eve. The Virgin Mary brings about the salvation of all humanity by birthing Christ, whereas Eve brings about the fall of humanity and introduces sin. Eve is specifically connected to sexuality, in part through Augustine's influential interpretation of the creation narrative in Genesis. According to Augustine's interpretation, before their banishment, Adam and Eve refrained from sexual intercourse, and lust was the result of their banishment. The significance of this interpretation on the idea of sexuality and eventually Mary Magdalene is that it connects the sin of sexual desire specifically to Eve and therefore all women. These three women then can be viewed on a spectrum of passivity, activity, and sexuality, in which Eve is the active sexual character, the Virgin Mary is the passive character, and Mary Magdalene then takes the middle ground. She is connected to Eve because she is considered sexual, sinful, and unable to emulate the Virgin Mother's standards, but she resembles the goodness of the Virgin Mary and that she eventually repents and by becoming more like the Virgin Mary, she performs a profound act of love for Jesus and anointing him. In this capacity, Mary Magdalene, as the middle character, works to reinforce the dichotomy in which women are either good, passive, non-sexual, or bad, active, and sexual. Like, what the fuck? Like, they want us to be passive and non-sexual, but mothers? How, Sway? And then
Lady in the streets
if we
freaking
are
the
active
sheets.
and sexual, which we have to be to become mothers, we're bad? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, lady in the streets
Called the
freaking the
duality of
sheets.
man.
That's all.
What do you say, Ozo?
So it's called the duality of man. You got to be both.
Like, it's insane.
That's insane. I think it's a lot of detail on trying to place some unrealistic, just some standards on women, on trying to emulate these desires, like these ultimate desires that would please men, obviously, and that is being a bit of this, a bit of that. Not fully Mary, not fully Eve, just Mary Magdalene. It's weird.
Which I think is like, to be Mary Magdalene means to be repentive of being a woman, right? Like,
yes.
And that's literally what I mean when I say women have been gaslit, right, by God and the church, because we've been gaslit into despising our gender, right?
Your being,
Into demonizing ourselves, and to, like, the whole time that I was a Christian, I not once asked, why is there not a woman in this pantheon? Like, why is there not
great question,
a mother in the pantheon, right? When we were taught that women couldn't be preachers, I not once thought to myself, why can't a woman be a preacher? Right? Women don't walk in the pulpit. Why? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, we're taught that from a young age to just accept that place in society and be repentant for being born with a vagina.
Yeah. There were some different sects of Christianity as well that I've spoken to a few people from that were not allowed to get into, not allowed to enter the church premises if they were on their monthly flow. They would literally be refused to enter the church premises.
Something that we cannot help, right? But
yeah.
And the law literally says that if a man has nocturnal emission, I swear somebody need to make that a song. Nocturnal emission. I swear, I feel like every time I say nocturnal emission, it just makes me sound like sexual seduction. But men are considered unclean, right? When they have their wet dreams, but they're not banned from touching Bibles or touching the Quran, or, from going into the churches.
No.
And they've realized that their nocturnal emissions are natural things that they cannot help. Our menstrual cycles are a part of life, but yet it's
Literally
deemed unclean, and women are still demonized to this day. For it in certain cultures, like, it's crazy.
So your being, the way you are as a human, the way you dress, the way you think, what you say, everything has to be micromanaged, because so it makes you question, why did God create this helper? As Genesis say, knowing all of these apparent issues, he created the body, the female anatomy, the way he made it, and then later on deemed it sick, and then commanded it to be well. He cursed the body, allegedly, and then said ill later on. He's like, I don't know, why did I do this? They made me do it. It's still disgusting to me. You did it, bro. You are the reason for this.
I mean, like, the reality is that this is men doing this, right? And
Right,
men being
obviously,
more
yeah.
forgiving of themselves and forgiving of their body and praising their body, while demonizing
women's bodies,
something that they did not understand, even down to like the whole stone a woman if she doesn't bleed on her wedding night, right?
Yes.
They didn't understand that not all women hymen breaks on their wedding night, right? And so they're stoning women for some shit that they don't understand, right? They didn't understand why a woman was bleeding. Like, for a long time, men had no idea that they were a part of the life cycle. Like, they were just fucking and had no idea why this woman's stomach was growing, right? And they were they thought the woman was God. They thought that she was creating the babies by herself, like creating life by herself. So they were worshiping the woman. And in exchange for sex, they would babysit their own damn kids because they had no idea that they were their kids, right? Like, that's literally the history. And we've somehow allowed society to convince us as women, right, that the same men who did not learn the process of biology until Common Era time, to convince us that our place in society is at the bottom, is beneath theirs. Like, it's wild.
Yep. Oh man, it's you're right. Like, there's a lot of things that they forgive on their end, and they don't give any standards for. They don't allow any space for the woman. I mean, if you look at the Old Testament, God is striking women barren left and right because they did something. God and the angels visits Abraham to have a conversation with him and says, "Hey, Sarah, you're gonna get pregnant at your very late age." And then Sarah just chuckles, like, "Oh, because you've chuckled." Like, whoa, like, why? Because you've chuckled, something bad is gonna happen to you because you've chuckled. And then you have God striking women barren because some I think it was Abimelech or someone, when Isaac was crossing paths with going through Egypt, and then the same story pattern with Abraham repeats with Isaac, where Isaac has to pretend his wife is not his wife, and the same character, maybe not, Abimelech gets attracted to his wife, and then God strikes him ill, and then strikes the women in his household barren as well, for no reason. It's like, just women just have to take the brunt of all of it for some reason. David does this crime, obviously with Bathsheba, blaming Bathsheba for seducing him, and then David going on to unalive Uriah, and then God punishes him with several things, including setting up calamity in his own home by making Absalom, force himself on his 10 wives or 10 concubines that he has in front of all of Israel, which is like, why are the women always the ones that? And for me, thinker, there's a question that I had when I was reading the Bible. It's like, when I'm reading the Bible as a man, from my perspective, in that storyline, like, for example, when David with Absalom and the 10 wives and his wife, Bathsheba, and the child, all these characters, I read myself, I'm like, okay, I am probably David in this story. I am probably the Absalom in this story. I am probably his general. I am probably some male figure. As a woman reading this, who are you in this story? Like,
I'm sorry, say that again.
So when I'm reading the Bible, right, and I'm trying to relate to it, and I'm reading like what happened with David and him sleeping with Bathsheba, God unaliving the child, and then later on setting out troubles in his household with Absalom, and Absalom going on to take the wives of, well, the concubines of David whilst David escapes and forces himself on the women in front of all of Israel. As a man reading this, it's very easy to place myself as, oh, okay, in my mind, I would be Absalom in this story. I would be David in this story. I would be this in this story. But as a woman, who are you? Like, how do you relate to the story? As a, like, from the perspective of a Christian, right? Like, how do you relate to that story as a woman? Like,
I
how
think
are
they
women
just
expected
ignore
to
it.
relate to it? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't necessarily. I don't think I've ever had a conversation with another woman outside of like here on TikTok. Right, we talk about
Right.
how, you know, that was used as a punishment, and they don't relate to it. They ignore it, and they just say God is just. Right, that everything
Mm-hmm.
that I can't explain everything that God does. Like God is just. Like they just ignore it. They don't relate to it.
Oh man. Yeah.
But I was gonna say like when you were talking about the punishment of um making women barren, like
Mm-hmm.
the God
Mm-hmm.
never strikes men barren. Like he never says like I'm closing up all the dick holes in the land. Like no more
Your ball's
nuts.
gonna drop.
Yeah, no more nocturnal emissions for y'all. Like they never get punished with that shit.
Which reinforces what you said. They never saw themselves as part of the process.
Mm-hmm.
They it reinforces that, right?
Yep.
It's very
Yep.
interesting. Oh man. It's, yeah, like Micah, which is Saul's wife, speaks against David, and saying, "Why are you dancing publicly? You're disgracing me," which is a legitimate concern for a wife to have for a husband. Like, why are you embarrassing us? You're embarrassing the family. Like, stop doing that. And then God is like, "How dare you speak against my anointed? You're barren." What?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Yeah. I find it very. I really want to have. It's very hard to have a good faith conversation with Christians, but I really want to have a good faith conversation with a Christian woman to just genuinely ask her, like, how do you relate to this story? Like that is hard for me. And just as you said, you just have to ignore it. You just have to focus on gentle Jesus, make a mild, warm blanket stuff, and just listen to Kirk Franklin, and just go about your day. You can't really read it because, oh man, did you have these struggles as a Christian? I think you mentioned something like that.
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Anyway, thank you for bringing me up. As always, it's always great, and you always bring up the conversations that make me think. Like, yeah, it's really cool. And yeah, you can drop me if you need to bring up someone. Yeah,
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming up, and I hope you have
yeah,
a great rest of the day.
yeah. You too. Thank you.
All right.
Bye, guys.
Peace. Hi, stinky boy. Good
How you feel?
morning.
Sound like
Good
the meat just
morning.
dropped down from heaven. Boom.
Good
She
morning, y'all.
burst up through the hell.
I know, right? I clawed my way out. I love this background thinking.
Thank
Thank you. I
you.
made it myself.
Good job.
No, I said heaven on purpose. Also,
Also,
you
just reverse
remember
that shit.
you remember yesterday, right? You're
Mm,
going to heaven. Your dad's in your
oh,
dad's.
yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to heaven whether you like it or not. I'm going to see you there. I'm definitely going to post that. That was just fucking stupid. You used to be a white man in your last life. That's why you're black now. What the
That was
fuck?
the stupidest thing ever. Oh my god. For those of you on YouTube, yesterday I was on Oso's live, and some nutcase joined Oso's live, pissed at me, and said, "I." He said, "Thank you. You used to be a white man in your previous life, and that's why you're black now." He said your dad is uh in
Signed
hell.
a contract to go to hell to send her to heaven.
Yeah, Yeah, my daddy signed a contract to go to hell to send me to heaven. And he was like, "You're going to heaven whether you like it or not." Like he was trying to make me mad by saying I was going to heaven. Like it was so fucking stupid. Like
Well, who the fuck did he sign the contract with? 'Cause did he sign a contract with God to trade his like, or was it with the devil to substitute? Like, what? How did? Who
I
signed the
don't know.
contract
He didn't think that shit through. Also,
at all? At all?
He straight Hunger Gamed heaven. Like, how could you volunteer for tribute to go to hell and let somebody else take your place? I thought it was merit based. Like, they don't think very many things through.
Mm-mm.
sleeper, no sleeping. Sleeper, no sleeping. Sleeper, sleeping.
I was making hella noise, so I muted them.
Thinker, that TikTok you sent me, you sent me and Christina, that's the stuff that's been coming up on your FYP.
Uh-huh.
I've been getting a lot of like preacher stuff on mine as well. Like there's this one black preacher who you can I didn't look into what his church is or anything like that, but he's talking about the stories in the Bible, like the fact that homosexuality wasn't a thing. Leviticus wasn't talking about that. Like a lot of the things that we talk
Mm,
about here, but he's still saying, come to my church. We teach the real thing. We teach the true
mm-hmm.
Jesus. So I'm wondering if this is going to be like another offshoot of, okay, folks are realizing that none of the stuff that they've been taught is truly in the Bible. So now we've got to rebrand it so that we can still keep the Jesus.
I seen that
Yeah, I
guy.
saw that too. I saw that too. Um, I think there's a lot of them, right? That's doing that. That are basically rebranding um on the guise of like teaching the truth, but still there was some things that he said like he didn't necessarily like go into Leviticus doesn't say um man shall not lie with man. He talked about the Sodom and Gomorrah story. Um
Okay.
yeah. Um and then he talked about Romans and how they were talking about um the rituals in the temple. But he is like basically rebranding on the guise of I'm gonna tell y'all the truth, but he's not looking at the historical context of the Israelites, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And so when they don't know the actual historical context of Israel and look at the book from that standpoint, like the Mosaic law is governing the land of Israel. Israel was a cult with Israelite supremacy. Jesus belonged to that cult. What Jesus was teaching was pertaining to that cult. It's easy to keep the same type of Jesus they've always had, if that makes sense.
Yep. And I think they're going to have to do that, to prevent people from saying, hold up, you know what? If we go to what was truly the case, like those points that you just brought out, your average, like even partially thinking person isn't going to want to align with that. So I think they still have to keep a veil of some sort of divinity or, Jesus narrative on top of it that is a little bit misleading in that way.
Yeah, like it's still cherry picking, right? With a little bit of a little bit of truth on there, and then like not sure if the cherry picking is because they want more people in the church,
Mm-hmm.
or if he's also of the community. Because I couldn't figure out if he was or not.
I'm weary.
Huh?
I don't trust that guy. And
Yeah, I thought I had the
I'm
same
gonna show
feeling.
why.
No, I had the same feeling. I think it's either he's trying to get more people. Like if I tell them what they want to hear, even though he might believe this, like I'm not saying that he doesn't believe that he's teaching, that him teaching the truth. Like he think
Hmm.
it's giving. I'm a different preacher, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was getting from it.
Yeah, but he's still cherry picking to build the Jesus or to stick with the kumbaya Jesus loved everybody
Mm-hmm.
story, right?
Right.
Yeah. Because there's not a way that you can read the story, know the historical context, and still come out with that kumbaya Jesus. Like, Serto? Didn't even know I added him to the. Did I bring him up? Serto? I have no idea who is in this box on purpose. McCoy, I don't feel like it.
That's not very powerful. Thank you.
Mm-mm. No. Queen B. Okay, she is not there.
You gotta speak the native tongue.
Uh, Faisal. Faisal.
I
Good,
saw.
good grief. Who is in this box on purpose besides McCoy? Who's in the request on purpose?
So we're going to direct our attention to Jezebel.
McCoy is just gonna get up here and just say a bunch of shit. Like,
Will it change the fact that it be very powerful?
Just make sure you write it down also.
Mm.
Faisal. Why are they back if they're not saying anything?
Hazel, are you a car?
Faisal. Fazal. Boaz. Boaz.
Facial?
Okay. Well, this is what I'm gonna do because you keep requesting, and we're just gonna go ahead and fix that because that's getting on my nerves. All right. Peaceful living. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I just went through 9 accounts, and you telling me none of y'all was in this box on purpose?
Well,
Hi, what's your name? Are you there? Did you join on
metal hat.
accident? Hi, did you join on accident or on purpose?
Accident, nothing is accident. Everything is on purpose. Nothing.
And then why aren't
Nigga,
you speaking?
Well, it was too fast. It was blink and gone. So I have to catch up.
Huh? What'd you say?
It was too quick. It just displayed real quick and then disappeared. I can't. I didn't get a chance to click on it.
What's your name?
Queen Bee.
Queen B. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm atheist.
And how old are you for TikTok purposes? Ouch.
I'm old enough to be an atheist.
Old enough. Say an age. Like you can't be new to the live, right?
I'm not new at all.
Okay, say an age, please.
You mean my early age?
No, I need
bro,
an
who the
age for TikTok purposes, please.
Oh, seven.
Did you just say 7? Did
I ain't
he
gonna lie,
did,
that dude's a fucking idiot.
did he say 7?
He did.
He did, yeah.
How you an atheist talking about something? There are no accidents. Everything happens for a reason. How?
Listen, this topic is fucking their heads up. A guy joined the live tonight and just kept saying, "I don't know how to work this. I don't know how to work this." And we're like, "What?" And he just like, "Yes." He put in
Mm,
the comments, "Yeah." We're like, "What?" Like
mm.
they're
I don't.
glitching.
I think they are. Have you had any pastors or preachers come up?
Nope. That's what I said. Like normally, there's men in here going the fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
I had one guy who crashed out the moment I brought up the fact that Jezebel wrote the letter and the elders and the nobles were the ones who carried out her orders. I brought up the laws and I brought up the fact that the elders were responsible for holding the trial, picking the witnesses, judging whether the witnesses' statements was credible or not, and issuing the execution order
Mm-hmm.
and making sure that it was carried out. Jezebel was not there. Jezebel didn't do it. And that made him flip the fuck out. Like he flipped out. So I don't know if they were in here when we had that conversation and that's making them not want to come up. But I
Mm-hmm.
want to talk to believers who believe that Jezebel is a demon. And I want to know, I want to talk to them about the elders and the nobles, but they won't talk to me about that. Like, I want to understand how you're justifying demonizing Jezebel while ignoring what these men did, ignoring their accountability. Like, but they won't talk to me about that. So,
Do you
I don't
think
know.
they know it?
Well, they were in here when I went through it.
Mm.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there was one man that came up in the beginning of the live and he crashed out. And ever since then, it's been hard to get them to come up and talk to me about it.
Interesting. I mean, I know, like when I look at when you started talking about Jezebel, of course, I usually go to like the material that I grew up on because I can't remember all of it, and the elders and the nobles are not mentioned in the story of Jezebel at all. The storyline is she acted, she did this thing, she conspired, she plotted, she had a man executed, all for greed. So it was painting her in the picture that she's usually painted when she's preached about, but it never brings up the responsibility of the elders and the fact that they were they were just as culpable, in carrying out the execution, picking the scoundrel, to bring that false accusation against him. They don't talk about that at all.
Yeah, but the thing is like we can't really even call it a false accusation. You
Well,
know what I'm
that's true
saying?
too. Yeah.
Yeah, because like the elders they were responsible for carrying out a trial. If a believer still wants to hold that it was a false accusation, then they would have to also hold that the elders were corrupt. And if they hold that the elders were corrupt, they would also have to hold that their God either knew he had corrupt elders and didn't give a fuck and focused more on Jezebel, right? Or the God is not all knowing because he had no idea what took place.
Right.
That's what I need to understand.
And I think maybe that's part of they don't have an apologetic ready to cover for the God in this scenario. With all of those entailments, I don't know if they've thought about it that thoroughly. That could be why they're not willing to engage in this conversation. But I mean, that hasn't stopped them before, so maybe that's a stretch. Like, not knowing the story hadn't stopped them from trying to explain it or justify it in the past. So,
And the fact that Jesus in Revelations 20 accuses Jezebel of sexual immorality. But the story doesn't say that. And then what that tells me, right, is that the writer is writing from what he grew up on. He's writing
hmm
from a place of doctrine, right? And he's having a vision. his dream matched the information that's in his head, and he writes about that. His Jesus that he's dreaming about or that he sees in this vision says some incorrect shit.
Yep.
That's the, I don't know, and maybe talking about that, it might be scary. I don't know. But I know y'all are in here. I know you're sitting back and you're watching and then you're foaming at the mouth, waiting for me to cuss somebody out so you can get in the comments and say, "Why she so angry?"
Yep.
Y'all are waiting on that. Like,
Weirdo.
Piper?
Now that's a good healthy sleep.
Yeah, it is.
Piper, I hardly know her.
Talking about something bad.
Also, I know, right?
uh, Cynthia doll.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please?
32.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Um, Spiritual.
Okay. I am going to take you down. I only talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing from that God, or atheists, okay?
Okay, that sounds good.
All right, thank you. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. If you identify as spiritual, don't take it offensive. I don't have anything against ya. It's just not the conversation that we're having in here. Spirituality is very vague, and people define that in their own terms. And so it's just not the conversation that we're having in here. You must be 25 and up to participate in the conversation. There are 663 people on TikTok, another 113 on YouTube. So there's over 700, almost 800 people watching the live, and the guest box is empty.
Oh,
Yeah, some good conversations could be had if we would get over our fear, right?
oh yeah, fear and ego, because in reality, it's not like you're not expected to know everything about everything, but the fact that y'all egos won't allow you to do anything but be right.
Mm, that's literally not. I mean, C HUD. Um, it wasn't an apple, Cynthia doll. Like the text doesn't say they ate apple, and the Adam's apple theory is a myth. It's something that they tell children in Sunday school. Jessica, goodness gracious, y'all! Like
Good
this is
Lord.
too much. TikTok is like, where are y'all at? It's 6:18. I know it's 7:18 on the East Coast. Y'all are up and about. Y'all eating breakfast, right? Y'all driving to work, right? Y'all up on the East Coast. Here in the South, it is 6:18. I know y'all up. The sun is up, right? Now in the West Coast, y'all still snoring. I get you. I got you. But we have what what time is it in the North? I said that. Did I say?
Nah,
Is it?
you said over here in the South is 6:18. I was gonna hold my tongue, but what you mean?
Hmm?
You said here in the South is 6:18. Like I'm not in the South and it's 7:19.
Well, in the central time zone.
Yeah,
Oh gosh,
y'all
y'all
not
are
really the
fucking up,
South
Pastor.
for real.
Whatever. It is 6:19 Central. Who in Missouri? I ain't in Missouri. Who in Missouri? You in Missouri?
Jason is.
Oh, why Static say Missouri ain't the South?
I have
Who
no
said that?
idea. Neither one of
I
us live in Missouri, so I have no idea.
I don't know. You just said Jason was in Missouri.
Yeah, I'm saying neither one of us live in Missouri. I don't know why they're saying it.
Where you get that I was in Missouri from? I'm not in no Missouri. Where you get that from? Hmm?
Nice.
What?
It's 4:20 in Arizona.
Oh no! I'm not in Missouri. I've never even been to Missouri. Y'all, are we done early on this fine Friday morning? Like we haven't had a conversation since coffee, and that was what 20 minutes ago,
What's
15 minutes
the-
ago.
Today's Friday?
Yes.
Yeah.
Duh, dumbass. You went live yesterday.
Huh?
I said, yeah, duh, dumbass. You went live yesterday.
Can you
Yeah.
keep the week straight? Oh, so?
That's crazy. Because the spirit of Yahweh has fallen over the panel. We're all in a state of confusion. I sure hope a Christian doesn't come up here and take advantage of that.
I just want to talk to somebody who's not scared to to explore the Jezebel story. Like I'm tripping, pretty Ricky ass. Like there were
That it,
people
I
who was
was,
ready for that conversation,
I know it. I was so disappointed.
and Christians swear up and down their God haven't given them the spirit of fear. But I swear, like this shit is crazy. No, I'm not bringing back Freeform Friday.
Pretty Ricky was a sign.
It seems like they can talk about the power of their God, in these like magnanimous terms and all of that. But when asked to demonstrate the actual utility of it, that's a problem because if you've got God on your side and you have this Holy Spirit who brings to you all the understanding that you need, then engaging in these conversations shouldn't be problematic.
Yeah, because it's not like they're not sitting here listening,
Hmm.
right? And waiting on someone with courage to come up, like it, so they can get in the comments and talk shit.
It's just a
And
weird.
the reality is that I think a lot of people are realizing that they don't know this book. They don't know the stories, and that's okay. Like I just want to know, like, does it shift your thought? Like if you were taught that Jezebel was a demon, right? That Jezebel was a bad thing. Learning the story and actually sitting down and read it, does it shift your perspective? Like uh, realizing that she wrote a letter, right, to the elders, and the elders carried out everything. Does that shift your perspective? That's all I want to know. Like there's nothing to be scared of. Like you're not gonna get cussed out unless you cuss us out.
And she kind of showed her hand to her husband beforehand too, because she told him she was going to get him that plot of land.
Yeah, he knew what she was doing. The When they sent word back to her, they knew she had sent the letter.
Yep.
So like the story that they told that, oh, she used deception. No, she didn't. The story does not say that.
She used deception.
They're saying that the what we were taught is that she deceived because she wrote a letter in Ahab's name and used his seal. But as the queen, she was allowed to do that,
Yeah.
right? And that's in antiquity during the monarchy, family members of the king would use his seal. They would write letters in his name and use his seal. That's what the family did, especially the queen. The queen often did business for the king. So she didn't do anything out of the ordinary. The elders knew she had wrote the letter because they sent word to her that it had been carried out. Um, she didn't use deception. She didn't pick the two witnesses. The nobles did. Um, like I don't know. I just want to know: does it change your perspective, or do you need to hang on to Jezebel being a symbol of a demonic woman, of an evil woman? Like, does it matter that she's been lied on all this time? And what matters more to you is that she was a worshiper of Baal. That she wasn't even obligated to worship Yahweh because she was not an Israelite. She married Ahab out of a peace treaty. She wasn't in covenant with Yahweh, so she couldn't commit idolatry. The text doesn't say she put up uh the statue to Baal. Ahab did that. There's nothing in the text that says she uh wrote an edict requiring anybody to worship her god. And then he put it up in the king's court, so it wasn't even public. Only people would have seen that statue are the people who came to visit the king. So let's talk about it. Don't be
Yeah.
scared.
Let's get this sorted out once and but all.
I knew you was. Please save me from Oso's jokes.
I
Really?
can't help you, thinker.
That's how we feel this morning?
Yes.
Pressure,
No,
take the
I
mic.
love you. I love you, Oso.
He said, "Pressure, take them."
Now that was funny.
I'm back.
Y'all come on and come up here because y'all know it. And I will shut down in a minute. Read what Christopher post. Is it the first, second, third, huh? What did Christopher post? Mm. Have died in the wars and martyrs. What are you talking about? Which one? Everybody should know that thinker won't argue a point she's not confident about. Oh, hi. I will. I've argued shit that I don't know. Well, I've brought it to the live and I've said, "Hey, we're gonna talk about this," and I'm learning as we talk about it. Like I've like learned shit on the live before.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I don't know everything about this book. I'm literally trying to learn from other people.
Are they expecting the learning process to look like it does in church, where you just hear somebody say something and accept it as true?
Yep.
Because that's not what learning is. Like, you like chew on the information, wrestle with it, think about it, like pick it apart. That's how you learn a thing. I wonder if that dynamic of the pushback in here and the questions is what makes people hesitant to come up.
I I hope. Well, I don't know. I hope not, because like if y'all are scared to talk to me, or won't talk to me because you think I know everything, which I don't, then we don't have a live. If there's no conversations, there's no live. Like I want to learn. I like to learn, right? I don't like to have conversations where, hold on, Charles. I don't know if you're up here on purpose or not. I don't like having conversations where I'm just like, yeah, 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 right? Like I like to be challenged. it bring different perspectives. Like if you disagree with me and you are an atheist, cool, come disagree with me, push me to the limit, make me fucking think. Like that's what I want these conversations to be about. I'm not here to teach. I'm not here to say that I know everything, because I fucking don't. I don't. But I do know what I know so far, right? Like if I can bring up resources, like I know what I read in the text, and if you try to tell me that the text doesn't say a thing, ain't no fucking way you're gonna be able to convince me that it says something different. But like I don't know everything. Charles, are you up here on accident or on purpose? Thank you, Instacart. Instacart Cartier brought a good conversation today regarding I cannot say her name. Herodias, I think is how you say her name, Herodias. And the fact that like there's really no reason for the daughter, um, Salome, to even uh use her wish or let her mother force her to use her wish to behead John the Baptist, other than blaming women for John the Baptist's beheading, when Herod really wanted him beheaded because he was sleeping with his brother's wife
Damn.
or his niece. Like there really isn't no
Damn.
other reason. I thought it had something to do with the daughter dancing. But what I want to look into is where the demonization of Herodias came from, because everything that I looked up on Google says that she was a wicked woman. Where are you getting this? Like where is this coming from, that she was a wicked woman? And I'm thinking that it's gonna come probably from Josephus's ass, something that he wrote in the Antiquities, most likely.
I can see that.
It's 687 people in here, 116 on YouTube, y'all. It's 800 people watching this live right now.
Have the believers gotten quiet in the comments as well?
Yeah, they're waiting to be able to have the shackles off their feet so they can type.
I think they
Like,
they know not to
I
type
cannot.
when there's not another Christian on the stage, because then it's just like, oh, well, fuck, you're here. Why don't you go up? They know to wait until somebody get on stage, then they say that shit, and then when they leave, it's let me go back and hide it.
Yeah. Tamar, are you up on purpose or on accident?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm on accident.
It's okay. Have a good one.
Bye, Tamar.
Y'all, I'm gonna give it to 7 a.m. It's 6:33. I'm gonna give it to 7 a.m. Like, mm, it's 800 people.
And it couldn't possibly be 800 people that all agree on this topic. So it's got to be some opposition out there or a different perspective.
I'm telling you, like that man, I doubt it's 800 people on our side that are atheists. I highly doubt that. But like that guy said when he came on stage, and you wonder why men scared to come up here and talk to you. Like the fact that he said that shit out of during his crash out.
Wait a minute, say that again. I missed that one.
Yeah, during his crash out, when I remember I told you I brought up the fact that the nobles and the elders carried out Jezebel's order, and that
Yeah.
Jezebel wasn't there, and he started crashing out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he started crashing out, fighting the mute button, and then he said, "You wonder why men scared to come up here and talk to you."
What, because you know what the fuck you're talking about?
Hmm.
Wow.
I said, "Oh, so y'all are scared?" I said, "Thank you," but I said I definitely was feeling that.
That's crazy.
And then he was like, "I'm not though. I'm here. Blah, blah, I'm here."
What was his counterpoints? Did he have any?
As a matter of fact, let's just listen to his dumbass since don't nobody want to come up. Hold on. I kept calling him a dumbass too. I was like, "You're fucking dumb." I feel like talking to a brick wall. Like, hold on.
Like nobody want to hear you.
Not that, not him. Hold on. That was Chicago. We're supposed to have. So yeah. Let me see if I can find him. Is my microphone cool? What was his name? Oh no, she was a good conversation. She was really good.
Oh, the guy. I think his name was McLuster.
Oh, so twin catching strays, and he's not even here.
He's here spiritually. Trust me.
He was educated, right? And is this him? Women throughout history being able to. I don't think that's. It's obviously not being used. No. Will target it. And so when. There you go.
Okay, what's your thought on Jezebel? Well, she said that Jezebel was a hoe and this and that, and the Bible don't say nothing about that. Jezebel was
Did not say that.
Who said that? The lady was saying it earlier that that's what people say, that they call women Jezebels, or they call black women Jezebels, and you saying they don't do that? Yeah, they're what she's saying is.
Can y'all hear it?
Got nothing to do with it. Like what
Yeah, I
A little
can hear
low,
it.
but yeah.
says. That's what I'm saying. So it's like you're using the Bible for an excuse to do whatever you're doing. You know. So let me ask you a question. When you're in church and you hear the word Jezebel, or the preacher's preaching on Jezebel, what is he actually saying? It's a woman that, if you read the story, a woman like Jezebel that does not respect her husband or tries to go over her husband, or like the most women do in these times, that don't respect God, don't respect the word. They try to be the man of the house, you know. This is what a Jezebel is.
Did you say if we read the story, we would see her disrespecting her husband?
No, I didn't say that.
You said disrespect. Okay, you said trying to go over her husband?
Yeah, that's
in the story.
Not trying to. She does. Like, she has absolute control over her.
Right.
husband.
So in this story, he don't know about it. Like the husband don't like. He's just like, was he kidnapped or something?
He was afraid of her.
He was afraid of her.
Yeah, she had like 400 prophets killed. Like, this woman was evil.
And we're seeing this when we read the story.
Yeah, read it.
Or just what the pastor told you.
No, you need to read the Bible. And
yeah, we should. We definitely should.
Because if you see what Jezebel is, you see this woman is evil. Like, this woman is not good.
What did she do that was evil? What did Jezebel do that was evil?
Apparently, her husband was afraid of her.
No, he wasn't. He was.
Everybody was afraid of her.
I'm sorry. Hello. He was a weak man. Like, he got in the bed and cried because Naboth said no to him. But what did she do that was evil?
She had all these men beheaded. Like,
where does it say that?
You guys don't know the story?
Show me where it says that she had them beheaded.
I just asked him, Thinker, are we? He apparently he said if we read it, we would know. So I'm asking him, is it what he read or what he digested from his pastor? So apparently he read it. So show us.
All right, hold on. Let me look for it. I have to leave the page because I don't have my Bible on me. What exactly when the preacher preaches about Jezebel, what does he actually say?
Right. That's why I said, did you read that or did your pastor?
No? Are you just going from what like?
That's why we're asking you for the scripture.
Projection.
There's no need to. Like, where's the scripture at?
Wow, yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Why not?
because I have to get off of it, and then that's why I'm telling you, I have to go back and
So
forth.
go back.
While Jezebel was killing off the Lord's prophets, Obadiah had taken 100 prophets and hidden them in 2 caves, 50 in each, and had supplied them with food and water.
Hold on. First Kings what?
All right, 18. Go present yourself to Ahab. About 4, you can start.
Yeah, let's look at the we're gonna look at the let's see. After many days, the word of the Lord came to Elijah in the 3rd year of the drought, saying, "Go present yourself to Ahab. I will send rain on the earth." So Elijah went to present himself to Ahab. The famine was severe in Samaria. Ahab summoned Obadiah, who was in charge of the palace. Now Obadiah revered the Lord greatly. When Jezebel was killing off the prophets of the Lord, Obadiah took 100 prophets, hid them 50 to a cave, and provided them with bread and water. Now let's go to the Hebrew. All right, quick.
Hey, so she
Hold
did
on,
have
hold on.
prophets killed, right?
Let's
So
go
she
to
did have prophets killed, right?
No,
It's
she didn't.
it's written
No,
right
she
there.
didn't. Stop fucking talking. And I know you heard me say, let's go to the Hebrew.
Himself.
Safaria is the word right here. Bahikrit. This is the word for cut off, right? So if we look at and see what this word means, hold on, let's see. Let's just do it.
Are we supposed to be seeing this?
All right. How you gonna see it? It's on YouTube. There we go. So here's the word right here. Here, I can pull it up right here. Baha is bahikrit, right? And the root word is karat. That word means to cut off or cut down.
You just said it.
Nuh-uh. Look, keep looking. Cut off things with accusative foreskin. First off, in the Hebrew, this word here is in the accusative form, right? It means to cut off or to destroy or to eliminate, right? It does not mean necessarily to kill, right? She could have cut off their covenant, right? She could have destroyed their temples, but it does not explicitly mean to kill. The translation, because of the agenda to demonize Jezebel, the translation, right, is forced to say that she killed the prophets, but that word does not mean to kill. If we look at when we get to it saying that it means to kill, Jezebel, the story of Jezebel is not referenced.
Okay. So why did he have to hide 100 prophets?
One second. Because she was not allowing them to practice their whatever the hell they're supposed to do in their Yahwehism. And they were killing her prophets.
Okay.
Hold on. Cut off or this right there.
Well,
What?
I'm talking. Let me talk.
Hold on,
Was
because
laid
I
on Son of
asked you.
God.
Hold on, wait. I asked you, what did she do that was evil? First
I
off,
think she just killed all the prophets. And
she
you just
did
read
not.
it.
It doesn't say she killed them. That word in Hebrew does not mean that she literally killed them. It could
But
mean
read
she
it in
stopped. It
Hebrew
could
then.
mean she caused them to be destroyed. It could
So
mean
read
that
the
she.
sentence in Hebrew then, and then you'll see
I
what it
did
says.
just read the sentence in Hebrew.
You read
I
the word. You
literally.
didn't read the whole sentence.
Yes, I did.
It's telling
Like
you right there
literally
that she killed them.
It's not saying that she killed them. That is a translation that a human did. And again, it is a forced translation of men with the agenda to demonize her.
Saying that. But it says right here the calf cut off.
Again.
You read it
Let's say
yourself that
she
it says
did.
the half
Let's say
cut off.
she did kill Yahweh's prophets. They were killing hers.
My goodness. All right, like I said, I get what you're saying, but to everybody
No,
on here,
respond to
their
that.
blood is
Respond
on
to
your
that.
hands.
Hold on.
Their blood
Respond
is
to
on
that.
your hands.
Respond to that.
That's all I'm
No,
letting you know.
respond to that.
Their blood
You
is on
finna
your
fucking
hands.
run? Are you finna run, Naboth?
I'm listening to you.
So respond to that. Let's say she did. Stop. That's because you keep talking while I'm talking. Let's say she did kill off the Yahweh's prophets. They were killing her prophets, were they not?
They had to. They had to.
Why?
Because she was going to kill them all. She was going to kill them all.
Why did they have to?
Because her spirit was to take over everything. That's who she was.
Show me where her spirit. Show me where she wanted to take over everything.
We would have to read the whole thing.
Yes, let's do that. Yes, let's. I'm here for 11 hours. Hey, crybaby.
First Kings.
Naboth. I'm here for 11 hours. Let's read it. Let's get an understanding. I'm cool with being called Jezebel. Do you know my picture is all in the chat? Like I got an emote for Jezebel.
I know who you are.
Exactly. Naboth, stop whining. Let's read it.
I know who you are.
Okay, let's read it. Let's read it.
In the name of Jesus, I know who you are.
I know Jesus. Let's get an understanding. Let's get an understanding.
I've been dealing with you for a long time. I know
Let's
who you
get
are.
you haven't dealt with shit. Let's get an understanding. And if you've been dealing with me for a long time and you still fucking crying with your Jesus, you need a new Jesus. You need to go back to build a Jesus.
I'm not crying, sweetie.
You are whining. You are literally whining.
I'm trying to help these people.
You are literally whining. Then help them get an understanding. Let's walk through it.
Help yourself.
Let's see if she wanted to take over everything.
Okay, this is where I read it.
He is never. Have you found me? Oh, my enemy, he answered, I have found. Ahab said,
I'm gonna show y'all what his
dogs will also look to kill Naboth where he has gone. Go down to, it's not alive, but daylight. Naboth has been stoned. Said him, and the scoundrels brought a head and did him charge against him, saying, "You curse God and sealed them with his seal." She said, "Get up, and just you another vineyard." If you said to her, right, because I spoke to Naboth the Jezreelite and said to him, "Give me your vineyard for money," or if you actually, I'm gonna read this in Naboth's voice. Because I spoke to Naboth the Jezreelite and said to him, "Give me your vineyard for money, or if you prefer, I will give you another vineyard for it." But he answered and said, "I will not give you my vineyard." And his wife Jezebel said to him, "Do you not govern Israel? Get up, eat some food, and be cheerful. I will give you the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite." So she wrote letters in Ahab's name and sealed them with his seal. She sent the letters to the elders and the nobles who lived in with Naboth in his city. She wrote in the letters, "Proclaim a fast and seat Naboth at the head of the assembly. Seat 2 scoundrels opposite him and have them bring a charge against him, saying, 'You have cursed God and the king.' Then take him out and stone him to death." The men of his city, the elders and the nobles who lived in his city, did as Jezebel had sent word to do. Just as it was written in the letters that she had sent them, they proclaimed a fast and seated Naboth at the head of the assembly. The 2 scoundrels came in and sat opposite him, and the scoundrels brought a charge against Naboth in the presence of the people, saying, "Naboth cursed God and the king." So they took him outside the city and stoned him to death. Then they sent to Jezebel, saying, "Naboth has been stoned. He is dead." As soon as Jezebel heard that Naboth had been stoned and was dead, Jezebel said to Ahab, "Go take possession of the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite, which he refused to give you for money, for Naboth is not alive but dead." As soon as Naboth heard that as soon as Ahab heard that Naboth was dead, Ahab set out to go down to the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite to take possession of it.
Then the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, Go down to meet King Ahab of Israel, who rules in Samaria. He is now in the vineyard of Naboth, where he has gone to take possession. You shall say to him, Thus says the Lord, Have you killed and also taken possession? You shall say
Hold on,
to him,
who told Ahab to do that? Who told Ahab to do that?
hold on. God damn. Thus says the Lord, in the place where dogs licked up the blood
Who
of
ordered
David,
Ahab?
dogs will also lick up your blood. Ahab, you can't wait to blame a woman, but goddamn, let me finish the reading of the word. Ahab said to Elijah, Have you found me? Oh, my enemy, he answered, I have found you. Because you have sold yourself to do what is evil in the sight of the Lord, I will bring disaster on you. I will consume you and will cut off from Ahab every male, bond or free in Israel. And I will make your house like the house of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasha, son of Ahijah, because you have provoked me to anger and have caused Israel to sin. Also concerning Jezebel, the Lord said, The dog shall eat Jezebel within the bounds of Jezreel. Anyone belonging to Ahab who dies in the city, the dog shall eat, and any one of his who dies in the open country, the birds of the air shall eat. God. Indeed, there was no one like Ahab who sold himself to do what was evil in the sight of the Lord, urged on by his wife Jezebel. He acted most abominably in going after idols as the Amorites had done, whom the Lord had driven out before the Israelites.
Read it in Hebrew.
When Ahab heard those words, he tore his clothes and put sackcloth over his bare flesh. He fasted, lay in the sackcloth, and went about dejectedly. Then the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite. Have you seen how Ahab has humbled himself before me? Because he has humbled himself before me, I will not bring disaster in his days, but in his son's days I will bring disaster on his house. May the Lord at a whatever do the reading and hearing of his word. Okay, now we can go. Let's go back to the beginning. Since you,
Amen.
who told Ahab to do that? Was that your question? Was that your question?
Don't cut me off. You keep
No,
cutting
I
me
just want to
off.
make sure I understand your question. Who told Ahab to do what?
Yeah, your spirit. That's the one that told him.
Who told Ahab to do what?
Your spirit.
To do what?
Everything that he did.
What did Ahab
Who told
do?
him? Everything he did.
What did Ahab do
terrible to God.
What did
was so
Ahab do?
Everything he did.
Are you dumb?
Everything he did.
Dumb? What did
Jezebel.
he do?
He listened to Jezebel. That's what it
What
was.
did oh my fucking God. This is like talking to a fucking wall.
You just read it.
What did Ahab do here, dumb fuck? What did he do? Are you that dumb?
Everything you just read. You just said
Like
that.
what? This story doesn't say Ahab did shit. Are you that dumb? It literally says she wrote a letter to the fucking elders, right? She wrote a letter in Ahab's name, dumb fuck. She wrote it to the elders and the nobles. It was the elders and the nobles who did the shit.
So why would a woman do that for her husband?
Because
why would she get him in trouble with God like that?
She was the queen. She was the queen.
Why would anybody
crying.
go over the
He
king?
was crying like a baby. He couldn't handle his fucking issues like a little wimp.
That's why she had to step in. But he had to deal with it. I'm a little wimp, but I got to deal with my problems.
You see how you can't shut up like a little wimp? Somebody got to pat your butt. Now somebody got to put you in your place because you can't fucking get it together. That's what she did. You see how that works?
But I deal with
He can't even comprehend. Like what kind of kingdom
any man here got to deal with the problem.
What kind of kingdom would he would be able to lead? He can't even fucking comprehend. This motherfucker thought Ahab was doing all this shit.
Right. They want you. They gonna lead your ass into a fucking volcano. These are the men that they want you to just sit around, let them lead. They're gonna lead you into a fucking tree.
It's this type of motherfucker that just bumps into the wall on purpose.
Hell yeah. Somebody said, let me lead you into the wall. Hell yeah, that's what you're gonna do.
Like you think with your dick. Like that song on the pickup. on Amazon Prime with Eddie Murphy and them. I think with my dick. That motherfucker stupid. It's a dumb bitch. That should be your song.
I'm just
Fuck.
laughing at himself the
Are
whole
you there?
time.
Fuck. Are you there?
Yes, Jezebel.
Do you
He keep blocking
understand?
me.
Do you
He keep
understand? It's
taking me
called
down.
mute, not block, dumb fucking. You haven't been taken down. You
Yeah,
are still on stage, dummy. Words
you
mean
were taking me
words.
down. You were
Words
taking me
mean
down.
words, you dumb fuck. How did we take you down and you are still on stage?
Yeah, you mad, man?
Yes, because I hate stupid people.
Bro, yo, it's gonna be all right,
He
bro.
keep
Like,
laughing
It's
at
not gonna be
himself.
all right. Like, do you realize that you are probably one of the loudest, dumbest motherfuckers, and that there are probably young men listening to your fucking mouth, and that is irritating as hell because
all right,
you represent what our young
okay.
people will become because you are willingly dumb.
You're making fun of the word reading it the way you were reading it, and then you're
Oh, and
telling
now
me
you want
that
to
I'm
cry about
dumb?
that? Motherfucker, you will sit and go and watch Kev on stage. You'll sit and go and watch Tyler Perry. You'll sit and like a motherfucking live that's saying, I'm coming on a Shonda, Chipotle. Yes, I never had Chipotle. She Shonda, she
Nah, I've never
Chipotle.
spoken in
Shut the
tongues.
fuck up. Like, y'all will laugh at that shit and then get mad at me for making a fucking God voice. For fucking reading a book in its character.
Nah, God loves you. He ain't gonna
You
talk to you
so
like that.
fucking scared. You so fucking scared of your God that you can't even focus. You can't even focus on the conversation, right? Like I'm
Nah,
trying to get you. I'm
I'm
trying to
actually
get your
grateful for
ass.
him.
I'm trying to get your dumb ass to focus on the fact that she told the elders and the nobles to do that shit. She wrote in the letter and told the elders to proclaim a fast, and they did it. She told them to put Naboth and in the judgment seat at the assembly at the gates of the city, and they did it. She told them to pick 2 witnesses from the sons of Belial to bring a charge saying that Naboth blasphemed their God and the king, and the elders and the nobles picked the witnesses. They did it. They held a trial. If the elders, after holding a trial, executed Naboth, it would have been the witnesses to be the first to stone Naboth. And that means that the elders found the witnesses' testimony to be credible enough to issue the execution. Jezebel did not issue the execution. Jezebel was not there. Jezebel did not pick the witnesses. So if the elders executed Naboth, it's because they either found the witnesses' testimony to be credible or they were corrupt. And your
But
God had corrupt men.
isn't that what they
I'm
did to
talking
Jesus?
right now. I'm talking right now. Your God had corrupt elders on the side of Jezebel and didn't fucking know it. He didn't fucking know it because what he said to Elijah was as if his ass was in the dark. Or could it be?
Yeah, Elijah was scared.
Or could it be, you whiny little motherfucker, that the elders found the witness's testimony to be true?
Elijah was terrified.
And that is
of
why
Jezebel.
they executed Naboth.
Elijah was terrified of Jezebel.
This motherfucker is like there's nothing there.
He's super dumb.
He's just
I mean, it's there. You guys are reading
This
it.
motherfucker.
he's just
You're reading it.
like
You're
there's
reading
nothing there. Like he has no
She's the one that was
comprehension.
telling. She's the one.
He has. This is why there's violence amongst. This is why women deal with violence because dumb motherfuckers like this are incapable of reasoning.
You're violent.
They're incapable of critically thinking. Like all they care about is their fucking masculinity and blaming women. For some reason he's hanging on to this. Yeah, he hates women. He's hanging on to this because he needs to blame women for some fucking failure in his life. And some other dumb fuck that thinks like him has convinced him that this is his out. And just like he's saying Elijah was scared of Jezebel, he's scared of thinking. He's scared of me because he's scared that I'm gonna make his ass think. He's scared that I'm gonna take away his excuse. That's why I'm the Jezebel.
I'm curious to know, where are you getting that from out of this verse, out of this story, that he was terrified of Jezebel? Where are you getting that from? You have to read the whole thing. Go back to
Elijah
17.
was-
We
Elijah
just
was
read it.
terrified
Go back to
of
17.
women.
You got
He's talking about another verse where Elijah went and hid in the cave.
He already
He
started
was
off
terrified
lying.
of Jezebel.
He
Yeah.
already started off lying,
Everybody
saying
was scared of
Jezebel's
her.
husband was scared of her. You lied
Everybody was
already.
scared of her. She was
Her husband
crazy.
was never scared of her. That's a lie that you started off with.
She was telling him everything to do. She was the one that was like,
That does not mean that he was scared of her. You just like
Because
to
he
make
was
shit
a
up.
wimp.
He was a wimp like you.
And the Torah says he was sickly. Like
See,
that's
I'm not.
what
She
he
had
the
to
Torah.
step up.
I'm talking
The
to her,
Torah
and they're like,
says
oh, my word.
I mean not the Torah. The Talmud says that Ahab was sickly, and that he should have just jumped off of a ship and unalived himself. Like the Israelites hated Ahab. They thought he was a weak king. Like you hate strong women.
Uh-huh.
How? Well, I guess I got a question. How would you react if that was you and your people were being killed? Well, how would you react to that?
Hold on, Nelly. Just Brandon. Yes, she worshipped Baal. Baal was her ancestral god. She was under no obligation to worship your fucking god. She was not an Israelite. She was not in covenant with your God. She was under no obligation to worship your God. Answer Nelly's question.
Fuck the world, are you there?
It's justice for Jezebel. She was a hero.
You gonna let me talk now, or is you gonna keep cutting off my mic? Can you answer my question? Yeah, I've answered every question you had, but you keep cutting off the mic. What question? What question? Hold on. What question did I just ask you? About she threw me off, but I think it was about what would I do if my people were getting killed or something like that. You said. Yeah. How would you react? What would be your reaction? You drop to your knees, start praying or something? Yeah, I would have to ask God first because I'm the king. Like I got a lot of people under me. I don't go to my wife and ask her. You know what I mean? She's my wife. She's not God.
See how dumb this is? What does Proverbs 31 say?
Read it. I don't know the whole Bible.
Y'all dumb motherfuckers be like, I'm waiting on. Y'all be making these stupid ass TikTok videos with the Bible in your hand, waiting on my Proverbs 31 woman, waiting on my virtuous woman. And literally, the Proverbs 31 woman is working her back to the fucking bone. Wakes up before her husband wakes up. Goes to bed after her husband goes to bed. She's buying vineyards. She's building this. She's doing that.
God bless her. God bless her.
But you dumb motherfucker just said, I don't go to my wife and ask for advice.
Yeah, what am I?
You a hypocrite.
If this got something to do,
you a hypocrite.
if this got something to do,
you are a hypocrite.
That level.
And then it's motherfuckers like you are the reason why we're in the shit we're in right now with that motherfucker in the White House.
So if
because dumb motherfuckers, shut the fuck up. Dumb motherfuckers like you who hate women, who think that women shouldn't rule over men, would rather have a dumb motherfucker like that in the White House ruling over you, with motherfuckers taking away your rights, calling you the N-word, than to have a woman over you. Like, it's you. People like you who think like you, why we're going through what we're going through. Like, you will ignore the corruption. You'll ignore that it says in the letter, she told the elders and the nobles to do all this shit. She didn't do none of it. All she did was write a letter within her rights as the queen to use her husband's seal. Family members of the king used the king's seal all the time. That was within their right. And then on top of that, for them to send word to Jezebel that it was done, they knew that it came from Jezebel. They followed through. They held a trial at the city gates. They picked the witnesses. She didn't. The witnesses brought a charge. He blasphemed. They held a trial. They did an inquiry. The judges found him guilty and issued a sentence of execution.
Because of his wife.
Because she brought him up on, because she let them know that he blasphemed?
Because she basically set him up for failure.
How she set him up? Set who up for failure?
Read it again, man. Like it says that she's the one that did it. Like what?
She did what? She wrote a fucking letter?
She had the prophets killed. She had to send. Yeah, it's basically saying, "Oh, my husband sent these letters, but it's me." Like what? Of course.
She used the king's seal, which was protocol.
Yeah, no,
she was the queen. It is protocol.
The queen is not the king. The queen is not the.
Are you fucking dumb? Are you fucking dumb?
He is.
Talk to Jewish people.
This is what happens when you open your mouth and you have no fucking
Jewish
comprehension.
People and ask them.
What the fuck? There are Jewish people in the comments, you dumb fuck. Jezebel was the daughter of a king. This was a peace treaty. This was a transaction, a contract. She was learned. She was a woman of high status. She married Ahaz as a treaty. She was the queen. Queens used their husband's seal. She had her own fucking seal. And then for them to send word to Jezebel to let Jezebel know that what she had asked for had been done was done, they knew she wrote it.
They knew Ahab wasn't gonna write some shit like that. You don't have enough brain cells.
But the fact that you are choosing to ignore that it was the elders and the nobles who carried it out. It was the elders and the nobles who picked the witnesses. It was the elders and the nobles who are responsible for doing what your God said, right? Pursuing justice with no partiality, holding a trial and doing a thorough inquiry, not taking bribes. If they found Naboth guilty and you're saying that they did it because Jezebel told them to, then your God has corrupted elders and he didn't do shit about it. He focused on Jezebel. He didn't do shit about the elders who were corrupt because they are the ones who issued the execution of Naboth. Now, talk about that, or can you? Can you only focus on Jezebel? Are you sucking your thumb?
Are you not gonna take my mic?
Talk about that, or can you only focus on Jezebel?
We said we were gonna talk about Jezebel.
Talk about the elders. Talk about the elders, or can you only focus on Jezebel?
That's the thing.
Talk about the elders.
You want to take the blame and put it on somebody else.
Fuck world. The story says. Fuck world. The story says the elders did what Jezebel wrote in the letter. The elders found the witnesses. The elders called the fast. The elders held the trial. The elders issued the execution.
Because of
Jezebel. Talk about
that. They did the same thing to Jesus. They did the same. The Romans washed their hands.
Hold on. So were the elders corrupt?
Everybody washed their hands and say, "I didn't do it."
Were the elders corrupt? Were the elders corrupt?
That's how the spirit of Jezebel
works.
Were the
elders corrupt?
No, they're going by the laws.
They went by the law?
They're going by the laws that they were supposed to do. So now Jezebel.
Hold on.
Jezebel is the boss.
Hold on.
Of her husband.
The king did not. Stop.
See what I'm saying?
Stop. The king did not have anything to do with justice in Israel. The elders did. The monarchy didn't have any power over that. The elders did. So the elders did not have to listen to the king when it came to stuff like that. They didn't have to listen to the queen either. And we can go to the law.
Nobody had to listen.
We can go to the law. That's okay. I don't just talk shit like you do, right? I back it up.
Yeah, because she was having them all killed. She had
no,
everybody.
let's go
Everybody
to
was
the
feared.
law.
Everybody feared her.
Let's go
Everybody
to the
feared
law.
for their life.
Let's go to the law.
Like you. It's like you. Like
Let's
who?
go to the law.
People are scared of you.
Let's
People
go
are
to the
scared to
law.
say.
Oh, like you?
People are scared to go against you
Like
because
you?
of the spirit you have.
Like you? Like you?
Yeah, I'm not me. I'm not
Let's
afraid
go
of you. Because my
Deuteronomy
God
16,
is bigger than you.
Deuteronomy
My God
16,
is almighty.
Deuteronomy
Yeah, you
16,
stuttering
18.
like a motherfucker.
My God is almighty. They might fear you, but I don't.
Yeah, your ass is scared. Deuteronomy 16, 18 through 20.
And you're gonna say that they were obeying these rules?
You shall appoint judges and officials throughout your tribes and all your towns that the Lord your God is giving you, and they shall render just decisions. So the elders were responsible for righteous judgment, right? You must not distort justice. They could not show partiality, right? You must not show partiality, and you must not accept a bribe. Right? So no matter what the king said, no matter what the queen said, the elders were responsible for justice. For a blind, stop talking.
Jezebel used the king's seal.
Stop fucking talking, you scary motherfucker. And you ain't scared of me. You scared of the Bible. You scared of the Bible proving this misogynist ass oral traditions that you've been holding to your heart wrong because you haven't read or studied this shit. You ain't fucking scared of me. You scared of this shit. For a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right. Justice and only justice you shall pursue.
I'm not scared of you.
So that I said you wasn't scared of me, but I'm just trying to like calm your ass down because I really think you are.
You need
so that you may live and occupy the land that the Lord your God is giving you. Right? So they were responsible. They had a duty to judge righteously. Let's go to Deuteronomy 19, 15, 19. Deuteronomy 19, 15 through 19. A single witness shall not suffice to convict a person of any crime or wrongdoing in connection with any offense that may be committed. Only on the evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses shall a charge be sustained. If a malicious witness comes forward to accuse someone of wrongdoing, then both parties to the dispute shall appear before the Lord, before the priest and the judges who are in office in those days. And the judges shall make a thorough inquiry. If the witness is a false witness, having testified falsely against another, then you shall do to the false witness just as the false witness had meant to do to the other. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. So if the 2 witnesses that testified against Naboth were false witnesses, the judges had a duty, right, to bring those false witnesses to charge and do to the false witnesses what Jezebel intended to be done to Naboth. But the judges found the witnesses' testimony credible because they issued an execution on Naboth, not the false witnesses.
You're using the king's seal again.
Deuteronomy 17, 6 and 7.
You're using the king's seal.
Y'all see what happened. Y'all see what happened with the Yahweh is when Jezebel brought Naboth's ass up on charges. It was like, no, my boy, you done invoke the name of the Lord and you misinterpreting the law, and you're disrespecting the king, and she brought his ass up on charges. The same way how fuck world is acting right now, it's the same way motherfuckers would have acted back then. This is the same way. On the evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses, the death sentence shall be executed. A person must not be put to death on the evidence of only 1 witness. The hands of the witnesses shall be the first raised against the person to execute the death penalty, and afterward the hands of all the people. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. So if the witnesses were lying, then they were supposed to have been stoned. But if the judges found the witnesses To be credible, the witnesses were the first to stone Naboth. Jezebel didn't stone Naboth. Jezebel didn't pick the witnesses. Jezebel wasn't at the trial. Jezebel didn't issue the execution. She wrote the letter. She asked them to hold a trial. She asked them to find two people who heard him blaspheme, and they did what she said. They found him guilty, not Jezebel. And if you say that it's still Jezebel's fault, well, then you got to ask your God why he had corrupt ass elders over Israel and he didn't fucking know it. Because when he came to Elijah, when he came to Elijah right here, he didn't fucking know, right? The God said to Ahab, have you killed and also taken possession? Right? That means your God had no idea what the fuck took place. So either your God is not all-knowing, right? And your God did not know that he had corrupt ass elders in his camp, right? Or Naboth was guilty.
Satan is corrupt. He's a liar.
I swear, this is just a waste. This is I can't talk to scary ass people. Like you have no fucking intellect.
Baal is a liar.
It's a fucking waste. This is just sad. If anything, I hope it showed people in the chat, like when you listen to motherfuckers like this, 9 times out of 10, it's because they don't fucking read and they don't have reading comprehension and they failed literature and English.
It's because your God is the devil.
Okay, cool. I'd rather my God be the devil than your God.
I already know.
I don't know why you had to tell me that.
Everybody here knows now.
They've been knowing. Motherfucker, I say it every goddamn day. The devil belongs in your story. Your God is irrelevant without your fucking devil. But the Satan in this book don't do half the shit your God does in this book. I'd rather the Satan in this book be my God than your fucking God. But that's your motherfucker too. Because you need that motherfucker for your God to be relevant.
Now you know who you're following.
No, now you know.
I'm telling them.
They know.
They've been there. We've been doing this for over 2 years, dumbass.
Right. Yeah. Thinker, you remember when we did this topic a while ago, and
some people don't know.
We set the scene, and Ahab
now
was like
know.
under the blanket and shit. That was funny.
That's how he is right now. He's scared to the motherfucker. And then there's another guy in the comments talking about keep the same energy during tribulation. Like, bitch, come to my house talking about grape. I swear to God.
Center man.
Like, think I'm some weak little woman if you want to, because I will take your ass out. I swear to God. And it's shit like that made me strap up. More than one strap. I swear to this.
Are we done?
Yeah.
I hope God can help.
I don't know if Nelly is.
You know, people be so surprised. People be so surprised that men like him are married. But there are women that will listen to motherfuckers like this and still
they're in the comments caping for him. Mm-hmm. They in the comments taking his side.
Hell yeah, they still take their panties off. Mm-hmm.
That's the only conversation we had about that was from a believer tonight about the Jezebel.
That was exhausting.
Yeah. But you notice how he didn't care about truth. He didn't care about what the text said. All he cared about was holding on to the idea. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. About Jezebel being the issue.
And the crazy thing about it is like there were women in the chat caping for him, like taking his side.
Oh, I'm not surprised. But I mean, the points that you brought out were very valid. If the law states that the elders and the nobles were the ones that were responsible for carrying out judicial affairs, then why would they also not be in the same boat or presented in the same light as Jezebel? Like, why is the frame, excuse me, why is the framing only focused on her as opposed to all of the players in the game?
That's all I want to talk about. Like that's all I want to understand. Like is it like do you need to demonize women that bad that you're willing to overlook what the men did? You're willing to overlook the fact that the God overlooked that he either had corrupt elders who executed this man, right? On the at the word of Jezebel? Like why are we overlooking all of that? That's what I want to
Right.
talk about. But
Yeah.
they would after that conversation, like they were at first before he came up, the guest box was full, right? They were in the chat talking, let me up, let me up. And then after the conversation with him, it went dead. Like they would not come up. But if you are a believer who's not afraid to talk about the elders and the nobles, right? The question that we have about the Jezebel story, and you're in the guest request box, can you comment? Right now, I want to hear from believers. There's 7 people in the guest request. None of you are believers. I'm telling you, it's me asking about that specific thing is why they're not going to come up. Quan, what happened to you? I was bringing you on the stage. Like it's me asking that specific thing that stops them from coming up. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. Because I think they don't have a response to it, though. And I think the fact that it kind of paints them in a corner where they're going to have to identify the fact that that's not fair. Like that doesn't make any logical sense whatsoever, because the people that were in the law tasked with ensuring that if what Jezebel was trying to do was not successful, why aren't they being punished for not upholding their responsibility?
Exactly, because even if she had ill intent, it should not have been successful because the elders were the final say on that. The king
Exactly.
does not get to tell the judges what to do. The judges had more power in Israel than the king. The priest had more power in Israel than the king.
I think it's telling that they don't want to delve into this, though. I
Yeah.
think it just kind of demonstrates the fact that if understanding of biblical stories and the cohesiveness of biblical stories were like a swimming pool, they don't want to go into the deep waters. They want to stay in like the shallow area, because they can comfortably walk around there. They don't want to get into depths that may make it uncomfortable for them, or start to unravel this narrative that they've been fed their entire lives.
And like men who believe in the story, who have been told that Jezebel was out to get them, I get why they won't let go, right? They need to be able to demonize women, right? So they can, one, have power over them, so they can use the Jezebel thing to shame women. I don't understand why Christian women won't talk about it. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
I don't get. Men have a motivation to hang on to this.
Yep.
Why do you, as a Christian woman?
Yeah. I mean, it's like even the other stories that you mentioned in there, like Delilah was a Philistine. She wasn't a Hebrew. She wasn't morally obligated to protect Samson, who was an enemy spy, by the way, like over her own people. So it's like you're vilifying her for doing what she should be doing for her own people. If they were in this scenario, I'm sure they'd be doing the same thing. But in order to preserve this narrative, that they don't even realize that they're I guess, I don't know, buying into, supporting, promoting all of those things, their own detriment.
Yep. And they tell the story in church Delilah was Samson's wife. No, she wasn't. Delilah was his lover. She betrayed him. No, she didn't. She wasn't his lover. She wasn't his wife. She didn't betray him. She didn't owe him shit. And then on top of that, she told him what she was doing. She told him why she wanted to know where he got his strength from. She said, so that you may be bound. 3 times she told him why she wanted to know. She didn't lie to him. She didn't owe him anything. And then somebody on YouTube, I went back and forth with somebody on YouTube in the chat because they was like, she did him dirty because she used her body to get the information that she needed.
What?
Once she didn't use her body. 2, and let's say she did. So did Jael, but Jael is praised for it. Jael literally wrote a man to sleep.
And they want to ignore that, though. It's crazy.
What a way to go out.
Now, she wrote him, she gave him some milk like a baby, rode his dick, put him to sleep, and then drove a nail in his head.
Yeah, I'm still not complaining.
So it's like, I'll volunteer as tribute. I'm good with that.
I think the
Because for
fact that
one, you get
also is
nailed.
like that's a way to go out. I'm still not complaining. It speaks to exactly what we were talking about, like sex and the man's genitals is this whole entire religion.
And all of these stories ring of human bias as opposed to divine justice, because in these stories, women often carry the cultural blame, like Eve, for generations, while male characters, it'll be their mistake or their sin or their lesson, but the person that you're pointing to as holding the responsibility for the reality of humanity currently is always the woman. Like, who else would write that other than a man?
That's what Instacartier brought up with Herodias. Like, why is Herodias, like, why would Salome use her one wish, right, to behead John the Baptist just because her mama asked her to? And John, Herod the first was the one who wanted to kill John because John was telling him that he couldn't, that he shouldn't be married to Herodias because that was his brother's wife and his brother was still alive. So the only thing that I could find while we were on live is that the story is just written to blame the woman so that the woman would take the blame for beheading John the Baptist. It's just to demonize women because there's no reason that Herodias would just want John the Baptist beheaded unless they're trying to say that she did it because she too was also mad that John the Baptist was saying she shouldn't be married to Herod because she was already married, like trying to hide her adultery. I don't know, like it could have been hidden because she was married to Herod. But like it's just demonizing, just finding a way, any way to take the blame off of the man. And when we were talking to Coffee, I brought up the fact that in the Bible, the God always strikes women with barrenness as a punishment, right? Even when he's punishing men, it's the women that get struck with barrenness. But you never hear him say, "I'm shutting up all your nutsacks." You know what I'm saying? I'm turning that shit into powder.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it just shows that imbalance. I mean, look at like Solomon married foreign wives. He built temples to their gods. Well, according to them, Jezebel did the same thing, but she led men astray, but Solomon was wise. Which one is it? It's either the action is viewed through a certain lens, or it's not. But when the same action is viewed through different lenses, depending on the gender of the person doing it, that tells you right there what the intent is. It's not about teaching a moral lesson about the action. It's about painting the characters in a certain light.
Exactly. And also held alive yesterday, and one of the questions on Oso's live was, are your God's priorities straight? And the priority of the God is not necessarily moral character, but obedience to his will. And his will is to make the Israelites great, right? To build the kingdom of Israel, make them great, and have every other nation on earth bow down to Israel serving Israel and worshiping their God. That is the will of the God. It's not moral character. That's why you see all of these subjective situations where Rahab she becomes a traitor to her own people and she tells a lie to protect the Israelites. She is righteous, right? Lying to the God says lying lips are an abomination to him unless you are lying to protect Israel, right? Jael murders a man in cold blood. She murdered the military leader of the Canaanite army. Jael was not an Israelite, but she did it to help the Israelites. She is blessed of the Lord and highly favored. Who else? Esther. Uh Esther used her beauty to uh, keep the Israelites from being killed. She is blessed and highly favored. Like it really just depends on if your actions are furthering the will of the God, which is to bless the Israelites. That's the priorities of the God. But a lot, and Jesus say as much, right? And Jesus says his mission was the lost sheep of Israel. Like he didn't come for anything but that. But because later theology, right, through Paul, through early church fathers, twist the Israelite history and make it more about Gentile Christians, right? The Gentile Christians become the new chosen and the new hot topic. Now believers today have this twisted oral tradition of Jesus is a kumbaya social justice deity who cares about your morality. While they got you focused on sins that you ain't even committed, like you walking around calling yourself a sinner, you probably ain't committed a sin since your mama popped you out the woo-ha. Like you, at best, you probably told a lie, right? Like everybody ain't out here murdering, committing adultery, stealing people's shit, oppressing people. You know what I'm saying? Like the majority of believers ain't out here doing no fuck shit like that, right? It's some motherfuckers out here doing some old fucked up ass shit, but the majority who are beating themselves up, calling themselves sinners, and don't believe that they, deserve to have a nice house or a job where they could pay their bills and not starve and all of that shit. Like you're sick and you're blaming yourself for being sick because you don't think that you think that you've sinned some sin that you need to figure out what it is so you can get healed and all of that shit, right? Like you're carrying the weight of that while motherfuckers who know what the goal of this God is in this book, like knows what the plans are, is doing all the shit that they should be carrying the guilt for, and they're doing it conscious free.
Yep. And then once they get you to buy into your own subjugation, then their work is pretty much done. Like look in the Bible how women's roles are so truncated. Like Bathsheba was the woman bathing, but David's actions were explained. Hang on just a second, babe. Hang on. Explained through like political, military, or through even a spiritual context. They give reasons as to why he did this. These are so layered and complex because it had this grand goal in mind. But Bathsheba was a whole ass woman with a whole ass husband who had to do what the king told her to do. The only thing we know about her is that she was a woman bathing. Like it's just so imbalanced. It makes no sense.
Yep. And they look past that. And then somebody had commented and brought up the point like it wasn't adultery because uh Bathsheba wasn't a willing, she didn't give consent. And I was like, women can't give consent anyway back then. It If you want to look at it and say that he raped her, yep, but it was still adultery. She was somebody's property because that's what women were back then. David committed adultery. David committed premeditated murder, and he coveted, and he got off scot fucking free. But here y'all want to have a whole ass conversation because Jezebel sent a fucking letter. I know this ain't the alley. This better not be the alley that, it's gotta be a different alley. Chevy?
That's definitely a different alley. Holy shit.
No, not you talking about the one in the request?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Out of all the people in the request box, if you're in there on purpose and you are a believer, can you please comment if you're not afraid to talk about the Jezebel story? There's literally 1,000 people watching the live right now. Yeah, only believers right now, low. So I'm trying to talk to a believer who's not scared to talk about the Jezebel story.
Black Mucus should come up. He
Who?
a Christian.
Who?
Black Mucus.
Oh.
Mr. I sow seeds of seduction.
Like, do y'all see this? There's 763 people in here on TikTok and another 123 on YouTube. And not one believer feel comfortable talking about the Jezebel story. That, like, I know y'all use Jezebel. I know y'all call women Jezebel, right? Women believers and male believers. Y'all come in here doing it every single day. Y'all call us Jezebels in here every single day. Now y'all don't want to talk about it?
Do you think they're just realizing they don't know the story?
It, probably so. And that's okay. If you're
Mm-hmm.
just realizing that you didn't know the story, right? And you're sitting back thinking like, "Damn, I want to talk to you. I want to understand, like, what are your thoughts? Like, does it change how you see the story of Jezebel? Will you continue calling women this slur? If you are a Christian woman, will you continue using this slur against other women? This is insane.
Yeah. I
Yesterday,
don't know.
yesterday after you left Oso's live, I forget who it was. I want to say 50 is in their TikTok username, but they said that there was another live that they scrolled into that was talking about you. They were saying something about, I guess they were discussing your topics or the points that you were bringing out, but it was a Christian live. And I said, Lord, these people cannot stop talking about this. Thinking you got them shook in a lot of ways. And I think it's just the questions that you're asking that they don't know how to answer. And there are no readily available apologetics for. Because this one really does force you to just think critically. Like these are the parameters of the story that we know, especially one as prominent as Jezebel's story, because people will throw that name out in a heartbeat. And I'm wondering if they're like, cowering somewhere trying to figure out what sort of refute they can give to you, but there isn't one, because the facts of the story are the facts of the story. The law says who was responsible for carrying out justice. So that's not a failure of Jezebel. That's a failure of either the God or the elders, and there's no way around that.
I think so too. I wish that, but like the crazy thing is like I think they think that I'm looking for a gotcha. I'm looking to understand. I'm looking to see, is there any room for them to grow within their belief? You know what I'm saying? Like once you learn
Yeah.
information, what do you do with that information? And the information that we're talking about is from the book. It's from your Bible. Like I'm not bringing any third references, right? Like third person references to you. Like this is directly from your Bible, right? Like that's it. I'm just looking to understand, like, what's the process here, right? What's the thought process here? What's the logic behind saying that, yes, Jezebel is still this demonic character that represents demonic women or rebellious women, and that, and I will say that Jezebel probably was rebellious, but why is that a bad thing? Like, what did she do that was bad?
The
She
book
was a
doesn't.
woman.
That's pretty much it because the book doesn't say anything that she did. Like even if, say for an example, when her husband told her that the the guy neighbor what's his name, Naboth.
Naboth.
Nick
Naboth
Saban.
he said Nick Saban. Naboth was like, the Lord says I can't give up my ancestral property. Like, what if she understood that to be blasphemous? What if that considered, oh well, the Lord didn't say that. Y'all look into whether or not that's true. Look into whether or not that's accurate. There's so many holes in this story that can provide that reasonable doubt in terms of Jezebel's culpability. Like that's just, I don't know that they want to go to that granular of a level, because ultimately if they say Jezebel bad, women bad, do what men tell you to do, end of story, then that, that troglodyte level of reasoning is pretty much all they can like get to. But it's frustrating because it's not what the story says. Like so much of what they believe is just simply not supported by the Bible.
Let me see who's in this box. I don't know. I'm just gonna bring somebody up.
Bird, salmon.
Um, huh?
I'm speaking bear. See, maybe she'll recognize the language.
Who?
He
Oh,
thought she
yeah.
was snoring.
So, Allie.
Oh, dang, I
Hello,
didn't even know
Allie.
she up here.
Ellie, it's a bit early for hibernation.
Allie Bear in the bed.
Yeah, she don't know. She.
Do you like dogs?
Oh my goodness. George. Hello, George.
Came up by mistake.
Okay, no worries. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Uh huh.
Do you like dogs? Oh,
Rogue mom.
Oh,
Mistake.
yes, definitely.
Okay. Have a good day.
Thank
you like dogs? Damn, thinker.
I I'm telling you, like if people are at this point to where they're scared to talk to me, then like I don't know how we gonna keep lives going. Like I don't. Like it's been an hour. It's been over an hour. Like we literally had to listen to a pre-recorded conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fair.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Um, maybe it's time you do a co-host live with somebody that can really take you to the next level.
What do you mean?
She Messiah.
Mm-mm. Why would I co-host with her? Ain't she a Christian?
Mm-hmm.
Why would I co-host with a Christian?
Well, actually, she's not a Christian. She is the actual Messiah.
Mm-mm. I'm good. I don't need conversations that damn bad.
I don't know. There's just something about her lives that just tickle me.
I don't think I've ever seen him.
I've never seen them either.
Oh,
Chatting with Caddy and Hector. Are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? Kim, uh, Kimmy Kim, are you in the box on purpose or accident? It's so funny. I don't know what you're talking about. Opposed to unalive. Also, we're not talking about unaliving. We're not talking about that, Theo.
Jezebel. Theo, you don't remember earlier when she was like, I want to talk to a believer right now?
So no believer wants to come up and talk about the fact that Jezebel wasn't present. The elders held a trial. Like no believer wants to talk about that. No, no, no women believers. No female believers want to talk about that. It's interesting. So am I to take this that regardless of what the Bible says, y'all still gonna hold to the Jezebel narrative? Like the oral tradition matters more than what's actually in the text. Is that what the silence means?
We're protesting because we're afraid of you. But we also can't not be here.
I think that's the part that's wild to me. They keep coming back.
I think that you guys have no decorum and it's impossible to have a conversation with you, but I continually come here to hear you have conversations about things. Y'all are the problem. Trust me.
The crazy thing about it is that this isn't a debate. There's no win or lose. Like I don't give a fuck about winning in a debate. This is a conversation, right? Of trying to understand the thought processes behind the beliefs that people hold, right? From this religion, from this doctrine, and understanding where they come from, understanding like once you come to the knowledge of the correct information, what happens next, right? Are people capable? Are they more loyal to what they've been told, right? Or are like, or do people really want truth? Do people really want change? Like, what's more important? Like, it's not. I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to win an argument. But I also am not here to be lied to or gaslit. Jade,
Hi, how are you? I didn't want to interrupt you.
good. How are you?
I'm well. I am 26, by the way. I just wanted to respond to the thing in the
Are you
prompt.
a believer?
I grew up in the Catholic Church.
I'm only looking to talk to believers right now. Are you a believer?
I incorporate it into my life. I don't necessarily traditionally believe the same way that I used to anymore, but I don't not believe, if that makes sense.
It doesn't.
Like
What?
I still pray. I still, oftentimes rely on scripture for guidance, but
So you're spiritual?
yeah, I think more so it's that I think
Okay.
that
So
fact
so
is
I'm
incredibly important.
okay. So I'm looking to talk to people who actually like still believe in the God that's in the Bible. And I actually don't have conversations with people who identify as spiritual because that means so many things. And not that I have a problem with it. It's just not my target uh conversation. And what I'm trying to find out right now, right? It wouldn't fit that conversation. Does that make sense?
I guess so. I mean, I would like to respond to the prompt before I get kicked. But I
No, yeah, no. I'm looking for a specific type of person right now. Okay, but thank you for coming up.
right.
All right.
Ooh, not a
Yeah,
sassy
like
one.
no. I'm not here just to hear anybody's thoughts right now, right? Like I specifically stated like who I'm looking to talk to right now.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't be able to center myself.
Mike Fall.
I'd fall
Goodness.
asleep.
Oh my gosh.
Why, hello, guys.
The guy. Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. How old are you?
I'm 25 exactly.
25. All right. And are you Why are you laughing? Do you know him?
Nah, but he doesn't got 25 energy.
Oh.
I don't act 25.
Are you a believer? I think we've talked to him before. Haven't we talked to you before?
Yeah, I'm a believer.
Have we talked to you before?
No. Well, I
You've been
haven't been here
on
before.
you've been on Christina's stage or somebody's stage before.
Possibly. I've been on a few panels.
Yeah, I
I don't
think you've
remember
been in
too
here
many.
before.
I don't think I've been on this one though.
Yeah, you have because I remember your PFP.
Maybe you've seen me on a different panel.
No, I only watch a couple of panels on TikTok, and I've either
Oh,
seen
fuck me,
you.
nigger.
Yeah, there we go. Go ahead, say it again. Why do y'all do that and then run?
So weird. And right before he came up, he said we were delusional. Like, we're delusional, but you need to come up here and moan for Jesus. What is wrong with them?
And then to the black Christians in the comments, like how many times have y'all sat and watched a white Christian come up and use the N word? And then y'all will say he ain't no Christian. Yes, he is. The only reason they don't like me is because I don't believe in Jesus. The only reason they don't like me is because what I teach or what I talk about this Jesus. So yes, he is a Christian. When they come in here and do that, right? It's because they don't like what I'm saying about the God. So to black believers, when y'all hear them coming here and do that, it doesn't matter. This is the little dude that was on here the other day that was talking to Maddie, who said that he was black.
Mm.
And I literally took up for him and said, I'm not gonna say he's not black because I have a niece and a nephew who looks just like him who are black. And no, black people don't say nigger.
Well, Uncle Ruckus does, but he has reverse vitiligo, so it's different. Come
And let's not forget Clayton Bigsby.
here. Y'all want to see where I
And
am?
and he sat up here and he talked to Maddie for the longest, right? And defended this God the other day. So he is a believer. And then he came up here like, oh, Jesus is this, Jesus teaches this, Jesus, and that's how he acted today. When just Monday night, he was up here talking about how Jesus says loves your neighbor. And here it is on Friday morning. Now it's fuck what do you say? Fuck me, nigger.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all not okay. I don't see how black Christians can overlook shit like that. Like how do you worship the same God as the motherfucker who calls you a nigger? How? How did the same savior die for them and you? How?
And y'all have the same eternal destination in mind. Good luck with that.
The same blood.
Mm-hmm.
Make that shit make sense.
Hey, TGIF. Happy Friday, guys.
Hi. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? No, it says you're a Hindu. Um,
I was a Christian. I'm 43. I wanted to come on
I'm gonna
actually.
take you
So,
down. I'm only looking to talk to believers right now, okay? Believers in the God of
oh,
the Bible.
oh, I thought it was just like a panel to tell our story. I apologize.
No, that's okay.
Why?
That's okay. That's okay. Come back on next Sunday. The Sunday, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Y'all, I'm only looking to talk to believers in the God of the Bible right now, okay? If you're spiritual, not looking to talk to you right now. If you're a Hindu, if you're a Muslim, not looking to talk to you right now. If you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, not looking to talk to you right now. Only looking to talk to believers who are not scared to talk about Jezebel. Stop fucking whining. You're here. You're here and you're scared to come up. The truth of the gospel. Like literally, why are you here if you are afraid to come up? Like you sat there and you watched somebody, a Christian, call me a nigger and you ain't said shit.
Not a
You didn't
damn
say
thing.
shit in the comments. Y'all want to be able to hold this status, this fucking title as a Christian. Oh, of course, I already know that y'all will allow the white man to call you a nigger, to call somebody a nigger, to be loyal to this God. I already know. Your like your identity was stripped away. Like your desire, right? Here's the crazy thing. Like taking away your ancestors' identity, right? For you to become, when it says deny yourself, right? You must hate yourself in order to be his disciple. That is proximity. When you are grafted in as an Israelite, you might as well have been grafted into whiteness.
I don't know if he can make it in because he looked like Magic Johnson at the age kicked in.
Oh, so
Tell me I'm wrong.
put it in Discord. It's too small for me to see.
Okay.
Oh,
I
wow.
can't see. He got too much shit on his thing.
And that's crazy to say you're acting like one. Like, what does that even mean as a black person?
That's
Like to,
what these black men do. That
wow.
like remember Just?
Mm-hmm.
And then yesterday that commander guy, like
Yep.
they sit there just and on Ty's live, sat there and watched a white man call Ty and Zena niggers
Wow.
and took up for him and was like, that's okay, Timothy, they don't understand. A whole ass black man yesterday, that commander guy sat there and watched that man come on Oso's live and call me a nigger over and over again and took up for him. And here we
Hmm.
have this black man, right? Being silent and quiet as a white kid call me a nigger. Like who the fuck is going to look to y'all motherfuckers for to protect us? Who in the fuck is going to look to y'all motherfuckers to guide us? Y'all bow down, bitch.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, exactly, you bow down to a fucking kid.
I
You
definitely
let a
don't.
kid do that shit. I don't care if he has a video about me. I don't give a damn if these motherfuckers make videos about me. I don't think about these motherfuckers when I get off this app. Somebody in Ty's live the other day was like, "Thinker, I thought better of you." That's your fucking problem. You thinking of me and I don't think of you. That's the fucking problem.
Now he's saying he's not defending a racist, but you validated him. You agreed with him.
Right.
Like you don't see any issue with him coming up here calling her out of her name because according to you, she's blaspheming your Lord and Savior Jesus. She's reading your book. It's not our fault that your book is inconsistent. It's not our fault that your Jesus was a supremacist. We didn't write this book. Yet we're reading it, and that's the problem for y'all. Y'all don't want to think. You want to be told what to think. We don't want that. You can't guide me anywhere if you're following someone else. Why would I look to the leadership of someone who does nothing but follow?
I can't commit idolatry because I'm not in covenant with your God.
Don't even know what that means.
Shit don't make no fucking sense.
Yeah, I hate Thinker because she makes you feel how you sound to everybody else, bro. Like, stupid than a motherfucker. You look like a cross between a VeggieTale character, Magic Johnson, and Sid's. Um,
He says it.
Also,
I I don't like you. And the fact that you can come to this motherfucker and be like, "Well, you were acting like one. I'm not defending the racist. I'm just saying you're a nigger."
has he ever
Um,
come up before? Like, I don't
No,
remember. Okay.
I've
no.
never talked to this person. That's what I'm saying. They sit and they watch me. Like it scares them to see a black woman, a black person, right? Saying the things that I'm saying. It scares them because we have been whipped into submission. You are filled with fear. But y'all go on a white man's deconstruction live and talk to them because you want to be seen as intellectual. You want to be seen
Hmm.
as some fucking theologian and some scholar. You want their fucking respect. You want to bow down and you want to.
And the crazy part about it is like he just, I guess, responded to what I said about the inconsistencies in the Bible. They're there. You just don't want to see them. There are two different creation accounts. There's two different numbers of animals that Noah took on the ark. The way Judas died is different. The genealogy of Jesus is different. The number of people present at the crucifixion is different. Like there are so many inconsistencies in this Bible. You have an issue with the fact that we've read this book and it doesn't make sense. And you can't defend that. So instead of coming up here to address that, you attack thinker. You attack character. Don't attack character, attack content. But in order to attack content, you have to know content. And the fact of the matter is that y'all just are ill prepared for these conversations, yet you believe this book. That's the crux of the issue.
Yeah, Justin will cook them. They'll let Justin cook them.
Yep.
They like it. They love it. As long as they are seen getting some type of respect from the white man. Oh, Delamore, I see you in the guest box right now. I'm only looking to talk to believers right now. They'll go on there. They'll talk to Justin. They'll talk to Mezzo, but let a black woman? Oh hell no.
Well, you got to think about it, thinker. You're not only coming for their financial security, you're coming for their authority. As a black man in America, we are the only thing they have dominion over. So if we
Yep.
take their dominion and we've also cut into their profit by identifying the fact that tithes aren't biblical, the fact that this Bible doesn't say half the shit that they're up there preaching that it says, we are destroying the very foundation that they have built on the backs of somebody else's belief system. That's why they hate you.
And the crazy thing is like they will sit up there and the white man this and the white man that. Oppression. But you have decided to participate in the oppression. You have decided that you would rather so that your ass can make money, so that you feel some type of way about yourself. You feel good, right? You have some type of status, some type of influence. You rather keep your people in an oppressed state. Talking about the truth. Bitch, you don't want the truth.
The truth is, you should go on a diet. You look like you swallowed Jabba the Hutt. That's the truth. Okay.
Is he saying he's a PhD in this thing?
Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no
Pretty
fucking
huge
way.
dumbass. That might be what I stand for. pretty hefty dude. That might be what it stands for.
Sound that right?
And see, also they don't even get mad at you because you are a man.
Yeah. They also know I beat that ass too.
It's the women. It's me. It's Fee. It's Christina. It's Rhea. Like I wonder, do Crystal J when Crystal J does her deconstruction live, do they come in there repeal the 19th Amendment? Tell Crystal J that they gonna rape her, that they gonna do something to her kids.
Trying to insult her. I bet you don't have a man. I bet you you're not married. I don't think they get those. I think, oh, there are certain stereotypes and insults that are reserved for black women. But the
Yeah.
reality of the matter is that the way we live our lives neutralizes the impact of those insults. I don't give a shit what you think about me. I don't care if you approve of me. I don't need your God's approval and I don't need your God's direction. And the fact that we are bold enough to live this vocally and this boldly without them, it renders them useless. And I don't think that they like that because they need us to think that we need them. They need us to believe that the natural order is them on top of us. And what I need you to believe is that you can go fuck off because I don't need your direction. I don't need any of that shit from you.
The crazy thing is the only believer that has the strength and the courage out of the Christian men to come up is McCoy.
That's
So
very
what we're gonna
powerful.
do? Very powerful. Yeah.
That's the crazy thing.
And
Honestly, I didn't even think that I would have never even expected this, to be honest. Like this, I definitely did not expect.
Really.
No, I didn't.
I kind of did. And here's why. Because they can fight with you about their understanding of the words. They can, they've got enough apologetics behind them to go, to go to bat for the other things that we talk about from a biblical perspective. But when we look at the details of the story, when we look at the fact that you read that what she did and then you look at what they believe that she did, it's not found in that book. Just like that replay that you played from YouTube earlier, that guy had absolutely no retort to what you were reading from the book. None whatsoever. He just kept regurgitating the point. So they don't have any ammunition for this. And when they don't have any ammunition that's been created by somebody else, like an apologist or a theologian, they don't have anything to come up with. So I'm not surprised that they aren't coming up here. I felt like it was kind of pulling teeth to get folks up when you were talking about Jesus gaslighting. The concept of gaslighting alone in the Christian worldview is going to be problematic for them because they have convinced themselves that God does shit that they know that they do. And when we say it out loud, when you put it on a prompt like this, they don't have any pushback to that. They can't come in, well, God did this, show me he did it. You can't do anything with that.
Yeah, I, I think what I was saying that I didn't expect is for people to say I don't want to think. Like, don't make me think. Like, I can understand people getting mad because I don't believe in the God, but literally getting mad or being scared to think, I am shocked.
But they tell you that verbatim with the don't lean on your own understanding. Like that's them. Like look at truth now and talking about I'm trying to sound intellectual. What a sad facade.
Oh,
Why would you assume
What?
it's a facade? Like you literally know nothing about me. You know nothing about my mindset. You know nothing about my education. Yet you assume it's a facade. That says so much more about you than it does about me. I'm not surprised. They abdicate their intelligence to follow the will of a God. That it doesn't surprise me at all.
And then Fee ain't even rude. Like there is no reason for you to be rude to Fee
at all.
Oh, I look, they can't push against what we're talking about. They can't do anything with the content. They have to come for the character. Yeah, I don't know who Fiya is either, PT. I got all the names on TikTok.
Damn, y'all don't want to talk about Jezebel. Y'all can talk about Eve or Delilah. I mean, I know y'all know about Eve. Y'all daydream about Eve. Y'all dream about Eve.
Oh, to be in that beautiful garden.
It's insane. I hope the women in here, the next time a man call you a Jezebel, I hope you hold your head high and you know what that means.
I think you need to design a shirt. I would buy one. I'd buy a sweatshirt, t-shirt, and I would wear that shit proudly. Call me Jezebel. Let's spark
I
some
actually do have
conversation.
Jezebel shirts on the store already.
Where's the storefront?
In my bio.
Is it anywhere on Discord at all?
Mm-mm. No,
See
I'll
if I
put
can
it on the
find it.
Discord though.
Okay, because I'll definitely. I just ordered one off some, I don't even remember what account it was, but it was Keep the Immigrants, Deport the Racists. Yeah, I'm going to be wearing that one too.
Like that.
Because anybody that has an issue with that shirt is going to tell on themselves. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
yeah, like go ahead and show me who you are.
I don't know. Should we change? Like, this is so crazy.
Change the background to something that Christians can really dig their teeth into. Something like, was it an apple or an orange?
So if you deconstructing or if you're an atheist, the guest box is open since Christians are scared to come up and talk about Jezebel.
How old was Jesus when he died? Is a day like 1,000 years or the other way around? It's like
Good
small stuff, but
morning.
Hey, Ursula, how are you?
I'm all right. How you guys doing?
Doing good.
I'm swell.
I agree with everything on the topics, and you guys know that. Oh my goodness. I had a question though that maybe Thinker could answer, maybe, if she doesn't mind.
What's the question?
Do you happen to know who Jesus brought back from hell?
Mm-mm.
No.
No.
Oh.
My back?
It
Yeah.
doesn't say he brought anybody back from hell in the Bible.
Yeah, I've been reading a couple of things that say that it alludes to him bringing saints back or something, and yeah, I was like, oh, so I went on a little rabbit hole there for a minute, and I ended up at a very short and shallow rabbit hole.
Yeah, I think like there's a couple of apocryphal texts, right, that say that he went down there and preached to Adam and them. There's the Pilate, Pontius Pilate text that
Oh
he went
yeah.
down there and had a whole DC comic adventure, but those are all fan fiction and
Yeah, like a Hellboy adventure.
yeah.
Cool. Well, I just wanted to see if you might have known and come up and just say hello and tell you guys to keep sending this message out. You're doing a great job, and you are very, very appreciated.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Okay, let me down now. Thank you.
All right, have a good one.
Bye.
Does it make sense to you, thinker, to stay in the comment section of a live when people are discussing things that you don't agree with?
No.
Okay. And not come up to talk about where your points of contention are?
Only if you're scary.
Okay.
And you're obsessed. And jealous. And envious. You know. Kill Bill, what's up, Love Bug?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Madam Thinker.
How
How
are
are
you?
you?
I'm good. How are
Good
you?
morning. Also, I'm good. Good morning, Fee, Lala. Good morning, chat fam.
Good morning. Good
So, Brother
morning.
Matt.
What's going? Obviously, I agree with the prompt. From your favorite ex-Hebrew Israelite here. Just looking at it, or looking at the prompt from an ex-Hebrew Israelite perspective, just the amount of gaslighting that the woman would have to go through in the quote unquote cult is unbelievable. And looking at the prompt, it just makes me think back, and I could probably write a book from the amount of stories of how the women were treated, in just looking at the amount of gaslighting that would take place in that cult. It was truly unbelievable. And it makes me think in particular about how a lot of times in the cult, you would see the things of how women are looked at in the cult and in the Bible, about how uh, women aren't allowed to speak in the church. You're supposed to shut up. If you want to learn, you're supposed to ask your husband at home. Women don't have any autonomy. Woman, if something happens to a woman and she has a husband or a father, is looked at not as a crime against the woman, is looked at as a, so to speak, property crime against the man. But that's where the gaslighting, or the, how can I put it, the psychological manipulation would come in, and they say, oh, don't pay attention to that. Just focus on this. You just want to be the Proverbs 31 woman. You just want to be the righteous woman. Be the example for the younger sisters in here. Just focus on that. And looking at the prompt makes me think and calls to my memory all the times that I used to hear that taking place. And even me having to partake in, unfortunately, teaching those things when I was in there.
Wow. Yeah, like it's like a surreal awakening, right? Like when you realize that you've been a part of
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
gaslighting. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder, does it feel like when you realize that you were, taking a part of this and you didn't know that it was gaslighting, did you, it almost feel like there's like this double consciousness, because like you at one point were the perpetrator, but at the same time, because you were indoctrinated, it's damn near like you were also a victim at the same damn time. Like, did it feel conflicting? Like,
It did. Even to the point, well, I was in there from 97 till around 2011. And toward the latter end of my tenure there, I was kind of like riding the fence on my belief slash atheism, when you go through that whole, I guess when your deconstruction phase kind of begins. And then somewhere within that latter end, you kind of have your, I guess your, oh shit, what am I doing moment. And that's, I guess, that was the nudge that kind of knocked me over to the atheism side of the fence, or one of the things that helped do that, so to speak.
what do you think about when you see, I know you be in the lives, and we get called, nigger all the time, and you see black men in the comments justifying it. Like, what do you think about that? Like, how does that make you feel about the future of the black community when it comes to,
How can I say this?
like,
So, just me as a black man, having uh, being a black father, having black children, having a black wife, having black sisters, having a black mama, so forth and so on, etc. It one side of me wants to feel bad for, I guess, these black men who aren't realizing the other younger black men that look up to them, that see them treating other black people like this, with them calling, oh, well, just them using the N word or calling the other black men nigga, or even if you have the white Christians that come in and call us niggas, so to speak. But I think it's also very telling of how when they do that, the Christians in there, I'm like kind of in shock. Why, if you are supposed, there's a section or verse in the Bible where Jesus asks, who will stand up for me against the evildoers? So if you're really a Christian and you see a quote unquote fellow Christian doing what you would consider, I can only suppose, an evil thing, and you're completely and totally silent. Like, at what point do you speak up and say, I'm going to stand up against this quote unquote evil that Jesus wants me to speak out against? But it's never done. So, I mean, I'm torn out. I don't know.
And it's like they say they're not in a cult, right? They say they're not loyal to a specific system of belief. But their actions say differently, right? Like,
and that's what I tend to believe, their actions. Now, you can talk to the blue in the face, so.
Yeah. And it's terrifying to me to see that their willingness to step aside and allow harm, whether it be verbal, physical, or mental, in order to defend or protect a belief. And it's like, if you're willing to do that here, what else are you allowing, right? And what else will you allow? And it just
Exactly.
doesn't feel safe. Like, it feels it's like, knowing the climate that we're in right now and what we will be facing soon, I have no solace in the mindset of these people. Does that make sense? Like, it's
It
scary what
does.
they're going to allow.
It doesn't allow you to, I guess, be comfortable because you don't know what to expect. You know what I mean? So, wow. Two quick things before I don't want to take up too much of your time. One thing, I am in the Discord now, so I can do my happy dance. I think it was Miss Dudette sent me the link, so I'm in the Discord now. I'm officially part of the fam. And the second thing, I saw a post you had on your page earlier about the red dress run. I heard you talk about it earlier too. Let me tell you, I was there. I wasn't in the red dress, but I partied with them. So real quick, this past weekend, I had to fly down to New Orleans and meet my youngest daughter, my baby girl, and her mother there to move her into college. She just graduated. She wanted to go to an HBCU. She chose Xavier University. So we flew down there, and that Saturday, we all wanted to hang out. We're going to just do Bourbon Street. So we parked in the French Quarter, and we decided we would walk over to Bourbon Street because parking there is just hideous. So as we got out of the car, we saw a guy coming over, walking in that direction because we were walking up the Bourbon in red dress. Okay, it's cool. Just a guy in a dress. So the closer we got to Bourbon as we walked up the French Quarter, we would see maybe 2 more guys, 3 more guys, or 4 or 5. So Mom, my daughter's mother, decided to ask, is there like a type of a theme or an event taking place there? So one of the dudes was like, yeah, it's the red dress run, and he explained to us what was taking place. We wound up donating. We went up there and partied with him, and we had a ball. Like, just gay guys, straight guys, black guys, white guys, Hispanic. It was amazing. We had a great time. So, I mean, if I go back again and they have it again, I'm a party again. I mean, because who's going to check me, really? But
exactly.
It's amazing to me. And my daughter, my baby girl, she's a member of the LGBTQ community, so I'm a proud dad, proud ally. But it's amazing to me how when I was looking at your post, like the masculinity of these guys, or the lack thereof, so to speak. Like, for me, I've been a cisgendered straight man for as long as I can remember, my whole life. So the only time I would feel uncomfortable around someone I was attracted to, when speaking of the level of uncomfortability, if that's the word, that they have, would be around, for that reason, for someone I was attracted to. Like, if I was around a very attractive woman or a bad chick, or etc., so forth. So if you are that uncomfortable around another man, like, is that something you want to share with the class, bro? Like, what are we doing here? So I don't get it. But I just it made me think about that when I saw your post and then you brought it up earlier. So I did. I had an amazing time with those guys. I wanted to post some of the pictures on my TikTok, but Mom has the pictures, so if I get a hold of them, if you want, I can throw them in the Discord or whatever. But I
Yeah.
did. I had an amazing time. So yeah.
Yeah, that's what's up. And I think like you know, it's up when you know yourself, right? Stuff like that don't bother you. Like if you gotta do, if you
Exactly.
gotta, right, like you gotta tiptoe around other people because they're gay, and you like, I ain't gay, so I gotta tiptoe around. That's my masculinity. Then you're not secure in yourself. Like that doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever.
Life is too short. I don't have time to waste worrying about another man's business trying to be the damn pickle police. It makes no sense to me.
He
Like,
said pickle
it,
police.
Because
I mean,
that's pretty much what
I'm
they're
being real
doing,
though.
right?
That's just that. I'm just being honest. That's what they're doing. I don't have the time. Like, that's not bothering me in any way, shape, or form. Let them person look. Me in my household, me and my wife and my kids, we have a saying: hearts over parts, because we know we have
Yes.
LGBTQ
Exactly.
children.
And the
Oh,
So
I
crazy,
love
that's what
that.
it
That
I
is.
needs
do
to be a
too.
shirt.
It should be definitely. And isn't the red dress run about giving to a nonprofit organization like that? Isn't the
Domestic
hash?
violence.
Right.
It was for
So
domestic violence. Yes.
right. So the fact that these people are not dressed in a way that you approve of, regardless of what their intent is, regardless of what their goal is, regardless of who they're benefiting, because they don't do it in a way that you feel like you should be comfortable with how they're dressed, it's a problem. It's not about spiritual concern. It's not about morality. It's about control. Because ultimately,
Exactly.
if they're doing this thing and they're hosting this thing to raise money to help women who are victims of domestic violence, why can't you look at that?
Exactly. Right. You're more concerned with tearing down another man's sexuality or manhood than you are with helping the person who's in need, which is the reason why they're there in the first place.
Right.
Exactly.
I don't get it. So
And then
yeah.
talking about conspiracy theory, talking about this is exactly what Cat Williams was talking about. They're
It's a
trying to take the
humiliation
masculinity,
ritual.
yeah, trying to take the masculinity of the man, of the black man. Like
Oh
what?
boy.
Like if
Meanwhile,
somebody
their
can take your
savior.
masculinity, then you didn't have it in the fucking first place. You still ain't found it.
Exactly.
And they kick it like
Exactly.
Jesus was walking around here wearing a pair of Levi's. Like he was rocking a dress too. Like let's not play these
Exactly.
games.
How Jesus wore American brand denim.
He had good genes. No.
Yeah, the offense that they see isn't about the dress, it's about the fact that they can't control who wears it. Like that's all it is. They just need to cloak
Absolutely.
their bigotry in Christianity. That's all that is.
Yes, ma'am. But I'm just getting off of work. I'm clocking out, so I'm gonna go get some rest. That was all, Madam Thinker. I will be popping in from time to time. I appreciate all of you.
All right. Thank you, Kill Bill. Have a great day.
Have a
Appreciate
good
you.
Thank you.
one.
Thank you.
All right.
Hmm.
Pickle police is diabolical for real.
It really is. Hearts over parts. I love that though.
Yeah. But like I've been asking this question for the longest though. Like, w- what is it to you for two consenting adults to have sex with each other? Like two consenting adults of the same gender who love each other, and maybe they don't. Maybe they just want to fuck. Who like what is it to you what they do in their bedroom? Like why are you so worried about that? And like then they say because it's against nature. God says blah blah blah. From the beginning of time, since this book has been in rotation, in the book, your God says to purge the evil from amongst you. Your God ain't been able to do it. Y'all ain't been able to do it, right? People are born every day, right? And out of the people that are born every day, somebody's gay, right? Somebody's trans, somebody's non-binary, somebody's intersex, right? You ain't been able to stop it in 6,000, 7,000 years, and you still whining about it? Then, like we were talking about at the beginning of the live, we make progress, we move society forward, and y'all want to repeal that shit? Y'all want to
Yeah.
roll back progress for your
Mhm.
bigotry because you got your mind on some shit that you shouldn't even be thinking about. Like you shouldn't be in somebody else's bedroom. Especially since the majority of y'all that are worried about two men fucking got your own wife. Like you should be daydreaming about your wife, having sex with your wife
That's
instead
all they
of,
can do.
huh?
So that's all they can do. They lost on touchdown. Fucking losers. That's why y'all worry about everybody else dick.
Like it just I don't understand the point. And then they say it's to save your soul. Motherfucker, you don't care about people's soul. And that's an excuse. Because if you did, then you would want to know the truth, right? The moment that you learn that the book don't say what you've been told it said, if it was about saving the soul, you would let that shit go. You'd be like, oh shit, I was wrong. It's built in you. And then people on the street, right, are hungry. And you'll walk right past them, but you worried about somebody's soul and you ain't worried about their stomach. But you got to be worried about two men fucking because they soul matter.
And why would you worry about somebody else's soul? Like, is this a collective salvation or is it individual salvation? You can't say it's harm. Like, you can't say that they're hurting anybody because it's their them and their partner. They're living their whole ass lives absent of you. So why are you concerning yourself with someone else's soul? I just think that if it wasn't for the Great Commission, would you care? If it wasn't for the fact that your salvation is tied into how many people you convert and the fact that you've been commissioned with spreading this message, if that were removed, would you still be concerned? And I don't think that answer is yes, unless it's, again, about controlling what others do and ensuring that they follow the rules that you have accepted, not the rules that we have accepted. I don't give a shit what your God doesn't allow. I don't worship your God. That's not my concern. I'm not sure why they can't see that.
I think they know that the day of the Lord is going to be a little more difficult than the book might let on if they don't get a whole lot more people on their team.
But that's what makes it feel like an MLM to me. Like it's all about getting people under you to make you higher in the pyramid. Like it's not about truly helping someone, because if it was about
Hmm.
helping someone, like Thinker said, you would make sure they're fed. They're hungry right now. You believe that their soul is at risk eternally, but you don't know that. You can't prove that. This judgment day that y'all think is coming has been coming for eons. It's not here. And it's not the only one. Like multiple religions claim that some sort of end is coming or some Armageddon is impending. That shit hasn't come. Like you have absolutely no proof of that, but you know they're hungry right now. You know children are starving right now.
And they'll literally say that the children are starving because of something that the parents did. It's the parents' fault. The parents ain't praying. The parents ain't working. I just, I don't know. I just don't get it. Like, if you want to believe in a God, cool. You believe in a God. Like, you literally so fucking mad because a group of people, right, don't believe like you. And literally, the only thing, like, we're not even holding alive saying your God doesn't exist. We're holding alive saying it doesn't make sense to us. We're saying, hey, it doesn't make sense to me, right? And then you're telling us that, oh, we deserve hell because we can't convince ourselves to believe some shit that's illogical to us. And then you can't even tell us how to get to the belief. Like, I ask, how do I get to the belief? You say, repent to God. And it doesn't even cross your mind that I got to first fucking believe in the God to do that.
Why do they keep talking about our Lord's holy person and name? We don't give it, it's not holy to us. I can't blaspheme your God. I don't fucking believe in it. I don't give a shit what you think Jesus did. And I'm not trying to stop you from believing it, but you don't get to dictate what we talk about. Your comfort is not my compass. I don't care. It does not guide me. It guides you. And the moment y'all realize that, the more peaceful this world will be when you stop trying to require people to live up to your expectations and live within the barriers of those gates that you have constructed. You stay inside the gate. Don't worry about what the fuck I'm doing outside of it. It doesn't bear on you in any way.
Josh Henley. I normally don't read the $1.99 super chats, but I see you. Um, I don't know what I'm supposed to do about you not having live access. Like, you want me to know that you're an evangelical and you don't have live access on TikTok? What do you want me to say now that I've read your super chat? Thank you for the $1.99. Thank Bird. Thank you, Baby Doll, for the $1.99 super chat. World need more Think of God voice. Thank you. I appreciate that. Josh, what do you want me to do? What you just what? Like, okay, you don't have TikTok live. You're an evangelical. I sent it when you were wanting Christians to defend you. Okay. Did, like, did you send it to say, hey, I'm not scared, I would, but if I had TikTok? What now?
Yeah, didn't really change the situation there, bud.
I was just being honest with you. All things and still against me being just no. Thanks God, yes, I confirmed it. What?
Huh?
I don't know.
Ask God to give you live access. Maybe it'll make more sense.
Or a dictionary. Like what?
Marduk, thanks for the $4.99 super chat. Um, I don't know what to tell you. Like, if borrow somebody's TikTok if you want to come. I'm not sure what to tell you, love bug, but I can't do anything
Why
about
is he
that.
typing like Yoda? Like, was that the sentence that he typed?
That's I thought that was Josh. That's somebody else. They said not yet am I suffering from any stroke. I don't know if they're suffering from a stroke.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, however, I was just being honest with you. All thanks. Is anybody still against me being just
Oh, maybe it's something else going on.
Thanks God, yes, I confirmed 0. I don't know what they were saying. Um, just trying to say I'm here. That's all. There were no Christians to speak. Okay. Thank you for being here. Mm. I don't know. I guess.
This is crazy.
Yeah. That's insane. Is Jezebel that damn important to the Christians?
I think what she represents is.
Even to Christian women.
I don't think Christian women have really. I don't think they've read the story, know the details enough to know what the book truly says, but what they've been told about her, I think it's definitely one of the bigger linchpins in their theology.
Like, with them needing to like not be like her,
Mm-hmm.
or to feel superior to women who are like her, or to feel to like excuse themselves because they don't have the courage to be rebellious like her.
Well, it gives them their soapbox. Like it gives them something to stand on, to show them that they are, to show to them or prove to them that they're better than women like us. Like those who, women who speak out, women who ask questions, women who are unapologetically bold are seen as problematic in this book. So for them to hype up themselves and put down this Jezebel character without knowing what Jezebel actually did, it's just this stereotype. It's this idea that makes them better than, is in the same way that men have to, specifically black men, have to constantly hold on to that narrative as well. Like without that block, they wouldn't be elevated. They need Jezebel to be bad in order to continue to stack the next layer on top of, okay, so she did this, it was terrible, so she needs to be monitored, she needs to be controlled, and it's my responsibility as a man to do that. I'm in the leadership role, because when women get into leadership roles, things like this happen when the story doesn't even say that. So I think they just have to hold on to it. They aren't going to unpack that box to look at what's truly in the story. They just need to hold on to the narrative so that they can continue to subjugate women or be justified in subjugating women in their mind.
This book, right here, hold on. It's a archaeological scholar by the name of Israel Finkelstein. I think I've told y'all about Finkelstein before, and he talks about the archaeological evidence behind the Omri dynasty, which would be the dynasty that Ahab and the Phoenician queen called Jezebel would have ruled over. And he says that the story of Ahab and Jezebel was twisted by the Yahwehist writers because of they were at the time that the Amorite dynasty, and this is what I'll do. I'll since they're scared, I'll read from Israel Finkelstein's book, and we'll like what he says about Jezebel and Ahab. But at the time of the Amorite dynasty, the way the Bible writes about Ahab's dynasty in the South is that they were existing at the same time and growing at the same time, right? Except in reality, in actual history, the northern kingdom was the only kingdom flourishing, the only kingdom that had literate people. They had an urban center, they had wealth, and they were about to reach statehood. And the South, they were still living in villages. There was no kingdom. So the Davidic kingdom didn't come till around the 7th century, right? So the kingdoms that they attribute to Solomon were actually built by the Omri dynasty.
So, but that's not included in the biblical narrative.
And the biblical narrative, the biblical narrative is written by the Judites, the Yahwehists in the South, and they embellish. So they move David's kingdom up a couple of centuries so to compete with the North, as if both of these kingdoms were in existence at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and in actual history, the Davidic kingdom, they didn't start getting any type of influence until after King Cyrus came and conquered the North. So they were not competing nations, and after the northern Israelites got deported throughout Assyria, the Judites in the north felt like their God wanted them, like it was supposed to have been them all along, like they were the chosen all along, and that they convinced some of the Israelites from the north to run to the south, like to join them in the south. So some of them did run and live amongst the Judites. But they ended up taking the history, right, of the North, which is, hold on, I'm just gonna read it because I don't want to say it wrong. Give me just a second, since we don't have anything else to do. Uh, let me get. Okay. So it says Israel's forgotten first kingdom, 884 to 842 BCE. Violence, idolatry, and greed were the hallmarks of the northern kingdom of Israel as it is depicted in glory detail in the first and second books of Kings. After Jeroboam, the main villains of the story are the Amorites, the great northern dynasty founded by a former Israelite general named Omri, whose successors grew so powerful that they eventually managed to put one of their princesses on the throne of the kingdom of Judah as well. The Bible accuses the most famous Amorite couple, King Ahab, and his notorious wife Jezebel, the Phoenician princess, of repeatedly committing some of the greatest biblical sins, introducing the cult of foreign gods into the land of Israel, murdering faithful priests and prophets of Yahweh, unjustly confiscating the property of their subjects, and violating Israel's sacred traditions with arrogant impunity. The Omrides are remembered as among the most despised characters of biblical history. Yet the new archaeological vision of the kingdom of Israel offers an entirely different perspective on their reigns. Indeed, had the biblical authors and editors been historians in the modern sense, they might have said that Ahab was a mighty king who first brought the kingdom of Israel to prominence on the world stage, and that his marriage to the daughter of the Phoenician king Ethbal was a brilliant stroke of international diplomacy. They might have said that the Umrites built magnificent cities to serve as administrative centers of their expanding kingdom. They might have said that Ahab and Omri, his father before him, succeeded in building one of the most powerful armies in the region, with which they conquered extensive territories in the far north and Transjordan. Of course, they might have also noted that Omri and Ahab were not particularly pious and that they sometimes were capricious and acted brutally. But the same could be said of virtually every other monarch of the ancient Near East. Indeed, Israel as a state enjoyed natural wealth and extensive trade connections that made it largely indistinguishable from other prosperous kingdoms of the region. As noted in the previous chapter, Israel had the necessary organization to undertake monumental building projects, to establish a professional army and bureaucracy, and to develop a complex settlement hierarchy of cities, towns, and villages, which made it the first full-fledged Israelite kingdom. Its character, goals, and achievements were dramatically different from those of the kingdom of Judah. Therefore, they have been almost totally obscured by the Bible's condemnation, which supports the later claims of the southern Davidic dynasty for predominance by demeaning and misrepresenting nearly everything that the northern Amorite dynasty did. The books of Kings offer only a sketchy description of the first turbulent decades in the independent kingdom of Israel. After the 22-year reign of Jeroboam, his son and successor Nadab was overthrown by a military coup in which all the surviving members of the house of Jeroboam were killed, thus neatly fulfilling the words of the prophet Ahijah that none of Jeroboam's heirs would survive. The new king, Baasha, possibly a former military commander, immediately showed his bellicose nature by declaring war on the kingdom of Judah and advancing his forces towards Jerusalem. But he was quickly forced to lift his pressure on the southern kingdom when his own kingdom was invaded by the king of Damascus, Ben-Hadad. Soon after the death of Baasha, his son Elah was deposed in yet another army uprising in which the house of Baasha was annihilated. 1 Kings 16, 8-11. But the rebel leader Zimri, a chariot commander, reigned for only 7 days. The people of Israel rose up to declare Omri, the commander of the army, the next king of Israel. After a brief siege of the royal capital of Tirzah and the self-unaliving of the usurper Zimri in the flames of the palace, Omri consolidated his power and established a dynasty that would rule the northern kingdom for the next 40 years. And so these are the dates. King Omri ruled the north and founded Samaria from 884 to 873 BCE. King Ahab ruled from 873 to 852 BCE. They found archaeological evidence with Shalmaneser III mentioning the great chariot force of Ahab at the Battle of Karkar in 853 BCE. And it was mentioned in the Tel Dan inscription. See, the main building phase at Samaria, Jezreel compound, and the Megiddo palaces were found. The Hazor wall and gate. Let's see. In the 12 years of his reign, Omri built a new capital for himself. Hold on, let me see who's in the guest box. Let me see who this is. Hi, did you join on purpose or on accident?
Oh no, I had canceled, but I thought I canceled it because I just put what I wanted to say in the chat. I was listening to the live and I was in the grocery store, and I was just curious. It was a black woman. She was a cashier, and I asked her, did she know anything about Jezebel? And she said, yeah. She told me that she was a prophet, which was worse than a harlot, and she had no business opening up a temple or something like that. But then I thought about it. I was like, what's the point of interrupting? Yeah, that's what she told me.
She didn't open a temple. She had prophets. She wasn't a prophet herself. And then she said a prophet was worse than a harlot.
Those were her literal words. As I was listening to you as you began to teach this part of your life, some just said, ask her. You know, older black woman. I figured, I was being stereotypical because I figured she might have been a churchgoer. And I asked her about Jezebel and her exact word.
Oh, you cut out program. Program?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you cut out. Yeah, that's weird. That anybody would say a prophet is worse than a harlot. But everything that she's been told about Jezebel is not even biblical. Like, I don't know where she got all that from. But I think what she's trying to say is like the statues that were built to the Jezebel did worship Baal. That's who she was raised on. That's like saying, a Christian marries a woman who was raised on Vishnu, right? And she continued to believe in Vishnu. Jezebel was raised on Baal. Ahab put the statue up to Baal. And he might have done it for his wife, right? He might have done it for Jezebel, but it doesn't say Jezebel did it. Like the fact that they're blaming Jezebel for something Ahab did is crazy. But it wasn't a temple either.
I just thought it was an example of how, because it's curious, no one is coming up to talk about this subject, and I think she just demonstrated why, in real time. She doesn't know about the subject. Most people don't. It doesn't focus on the creation narrative. It doesn't focus on the gospel narratives or anything about salvation or eternity and damnation. It doesn't do anything like that. So it's not a focal point in the dogma when they're being educated. So what they do here is probably segments from this person and that person is always going to, be cast in a bad light about her because obviously she was a powerful woman and no one likes that. But I appreciate you letting me up. I wasn't trying to. I thought I canceled. I do appreciate everything that everyone on this panel does. I am a fan and aspiring to be just like y'all. But y'all keep continue. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. That was very helpful and a good example for people to see. And I think you made a very good point. And one thing that I was going to say is like it's when they carry these slurs around and they use them because the understanding that she has about Jezebel, right? It's still it's dangerous, right? It's like carrying a weapon and just using it willy nilly, right? And just aimlessly pointing it at people, causing harm. Because one, she's carrying this thought, this idea of this character in her head. So when a man or her dad or her pastor grandfather calls her a Jezebel, it justifies in her head, right? Or it hurts, it stings, and then she asks herself or sees herself in this light because some man done told her that this is what she represents. Or as a woman who has internalized this, use it to call her own daughter or another woman in society a Jezebel while she does not have the correct understanding. And so I think that was a very powerful thing you did, like asking, another woman, hey, what's your understanding of this character? And I do appreciate you for sharing that with us. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, you too. Truth of the gospel, first off, the word there does not mean that she killed them, but let's say she did. Did they not kill her prophets too? Huh? Like why are y'all so gung ho? Like why is it okay for Elijah and them to kill her prophets and she's not supposed to retaliate? And then why are you are you that scared, truth of the gospel, that you are typing paragraphs in the fucking comments? Does your God retaliate, our dad? Like, and then the crazy thing is, are we talking about the God retaliating, or are we talking about what Jezebel is accused of?
Oh, we're talking about the accusations. Clearly.
Exactly. Nobody is saying your God couldn't retaliate. Like, y'all focus on the wrong shit.
They always want to protect the God. That is the crux of their focus every single time, not making this God look bad. And the amount of work y'all have to do in order to do that is insane to me.
Do you see like the truth of the gospel is in the comments? Point number 1, point number 2, point number 3.
And
Who that
neither of
damn
those
scared and
points have
making whole ass
anything.
videos about me?
That is crazy. What was his video about you about?
I don't know. Somebody said he got a video about me. I ain't seen it, and I won't see it either.
These folks are weird.
Motherfuckers be having whole ass conversations about me, and I will never know. Somebody is in the guest box. Can somebody bring them up? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see. Okay, Bulon.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
How you all doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. Hey, I kind of fell asleep, got in late last night. On the topic that do you have those questions?
Oh yeah.
Because I wanted to kind of address something. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Jezebel was innocent. Eve was demon. Thank you. There was someone on. I really tried to hang, but I fell asleep. There was someone on, and I think they were addressing the fact that um, alluding to the fact that I guess they were attacking women on the emotional intellect, I would call it, but they were demeaning it, and so I was just. I woke up this morning and I was just thinking about the fact that what is wrong with a woman being very emotional. I think it plays into her intellect more so than anything else. And the other part is that, remember during COVID, I cannot remember the woman's name, but I think she was the leader or high up official prime minister of New Zealand. Now, when all this rigmarole was going on during AIDS, her country actually had the fewest deaths, the fewest diseases resulting from COVID because of her intellectual prowess, that even I think that her emotional prowess played into. So I guess my question is, what is so wrong with a woman being emotional? And or may I phrase it this way? Hasn't history proven that men can be just as emotional, and it has led us to the point that we are in the world today as well as to back then?
You said, are men so emotional as they were back then today? Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, yeah. I'm thinking that men can be just as much of, forgive me for saying it like this, but men are talking about women. I used to hear it in my family when I was a little boy, when they say women are emotional, nothing but emotional wrecks. But it looks to me that when I am looking at the world in which we live, and the world that was even back then and during Iron Age times, it seems like it is men that blow off the handle emotionally and put us in quagmires that we find ourselves quite having a hard time getting out of ourselves. Does that make sense?
I'm trying to follow. Fee, I'm sorry. Did you catch all of that? Also, I don't know that they're there. Can you say it again for me? Because I'm trying to follow it.
Okay, you know what? I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm trying
The
to follow what you're saying.
Okay, I'll just say it like this in the affirmative. And I think that men are, the male gender is just as much of an emotional wreckage as they accuse women of being. And I think that we have historical precedents to substantiate it, as well as current events that help substantiate the fact that uh, men are just as much of an emotional wrecking ball as they accuse women of being. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree, and we actually talked about that earlier tonight.
Okay.
When I was saying like they'll point out when they come in here and have conversations with me, right? Like they'll point out when I'm angry, right? They'll hone in on my reaction to their disrespect, to my frustration, and they'll try to use my emotions against me during the conversation as a weapon, right?
Mhm.
Um, while ignoring their emotions, right? Ignoring that they're yelling at the top of their lungs, that they're calling me out of my name because they feel like they have a right to their emotions and we don't as women. Our emotions are um a a tool for them to manipulate us, right? To either get us to do a thing or to either get us to refrain from rebelling against them or standing up, right, to shame us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you are correct. One thing that I have noticed is that men are just as emotional as women. They're used to denying it or being oblivious of their own emotions.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I'm guilty of it, even though I've been deconstructing for a few years. Uh, but I think it's imperative that that men who are in the process of deconstructing uh, need to understand that we are not totally deconstructed. We have been born into a world where we have been enmeshed with nothing but, for the lack of a better word, maleness dogma, as though it is the key to life itself, um, and that the world is supposed to be the way we see it, um, and that women have no say so whatsoever in helping the world be reconstructed or restructured in a better way, which I think that women actually are doing. And I'll say this: hope it does. People don't take it wrong, but Black women in particular uh, uh, appeared in my mind to not just currently, but in the past have been trying to restructure the world in a far better way than any other female demographic. So, and and I've also noticed, and I know I'm jumping around, but what I have noticed is that when you are making a point because someone does not comprehend a question that you have asked them to answer, that they will quickly try to tone police you or Fee or anyone else on your panel. That at those moments I have to tune out because I have been guilty of that as well in the past. My wife brought that out one time. We were shopping in Walmart. I said, "Hey, hon, I don't think you're getting the right product here." And she turned around and just looked at me. I'm 6'1", she's 5'1". She looked right up at me. And actually, we weren't married at the time. We were dating. And she looked at me and she told me one thing. She said, "This is not going to work." And I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "You and me, we're not going to work if you keep on trying to tell me that what I am thinking, what I am saying, what I am doing is not valid. Because it's worked for me before I met you. It'll work for me even if you're not here." And I was like, "Oh, shoot." You know, so, you know, and it jolted me because she's a soft-spoken woman, but when she speaks, uh, I tell her she's Filipino, right? And I tell her, "Hey, look, you don't have to be soft-spoken around me. Go ahead and be yourself." So she said, "Okay, all right." So she's not soft-spoken. She's totally herself, and I appreciate her for it because I think that what we're missing as men is that what you feed also Olive and what's I forget. There's another woman, another sister that has a platform who comes on, um, and also I shouldn't
Christina.
mention him because also not female per se, but female at all.
I'm
But
a real lady.
come on
Are
now,
you, are you talking about Christina?
yeah, Christina.
Hmm. And
Um,
Zena and Rhea? Like, yeah.
it's a whole good, nice percentage of it, you all, and I appreciate it. Um, I think that when we are telling women to tone police, I mean, when we're tone policing women, and we are, uh, and we show ourselves to be incapable of listening to what is being said, we as men are doing nothing but hurting ourselves.
And I think that that's Absolutely accurate. And I mean, I applaud you for recognizing the need to deconstruct further than religion. I was saying this the other day about like the religious indoctrination being like a handprint in some concrete. But under that concrete are wires, are piping, is other structures. And so it's not enough to just reject that central religious claim, that the belief system. You have to examine the entire mental infrastructure that it's built on. Like you have to understand all of the underlying belief systems that keep it going. And a lot of them are misogynistic. To your point about emotions between men and women, even in the Bible, the emotional reactions of men are praised as being passionate, or like David, a man after God's own heart. Their emotional expressions are reframed as like devotion, not weakness. It's not framed as, a spiritual fault like it is with a woman. Even like their emotional lows are met with care and not condemnation. So it's just this inconsistent application of a standard, and they don't want to recognize that because they need to preserve their superior position over women, and it's just BS to begin with.
I totally agree with that. Thank you so much for sharing that. But I just wanted to come up and just because that hit me like a ton of bricks last night, and and I've been following this live for quite a while, and will continue to do so. But I just want you all to know that first off, and I don't appreciate, and I'm going to start being very, very unapologetically dogmatic to men who I hear trying to tone police women. I'm not going to be a bystander. I haven't been a bystander on other things. I used to be a sexual violence prevention order coordinator for Georgia Tech back in Atlanta. And we talked about the bystander effect, right? Like people assume that somebody else is going to say something when they see something wrong or something being said inappropriate to a woman, right? And and it seems to me like men are more afraid of men. Well, I have to rethink that. I think that men are just. I think that the protection that you mentioned, Fee, of coddling our emotions and making them praiseworthy, have made us cowards. So I'm going to say that I think that, and we're not going to say it, but I'm going to say it. I think that when men won't protect women, when we won't stand up uh, and reject or put in check another man that is saying something disrespectful to women, I think those men that just stand by and let it happen are cowards.
I agree, and I thank you so much for coming up and sharing that and speaking out against that.
Yeah, and thank you for having me up, and I hope you all have a wonderful, great remainder of the day and the weekend as well, okay?
Thank you. Same to you.
Thanks,
All
you
right.
too.
Bye-bye.
And I honestly think that's what it's going to take. It's going to take calling out that double standard. It's going to take recognizing that why is it the case that all humans are supposed to be made in God's image? But when certain humans express the emotions that make us human, it's seen in one light. But when other humans do it, it's not. Like, it should be consistent. You constantly talk about this objective standard that this God provides, but you apply that standard subjectively. That's not what objective does. And I think it's people, like when we talk about, realizing that some deconstruction looks different for different people. So even if you land at a belief in a deity, don't let that belief cloud the view of these inconsistencies, because they're there and they're dangerous.
I I was thinking about I've been over here studying the Jezebel thing. Don't you find it weird that we know that Elijah killed 450 Baal prophets and 400 Asherah prophets, so 850 of Jezebel's prophets, but we don't know a number of the Yahweh prophets?
Mm.
It
But
just
it's just
says,
assumed.
yeah. Like I don't know why, but I feel like the story, like that to me is more theological proof that the story was written to like as a theological framework to say this is what happened when you go against God.
Yep.
Because if she was killing off the prophets, why would they have a number for Jezebel's prophets being killed but not theirs?
Framing.
Yeah.
We see it's done today. Like it's literally being done in this day and age where the framing of one group's actions is seen in a certain way and another group's is framed differently. It's all about controlling the narrative and steering people in their thought process.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I missed some solid jokes.
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
Hmm, interesting.
That was a solid joke.
Interesting. That must mean that you're made of iron. If you can stop me and not you, then something gotta be different.
I didn't get that.
Iron is his weakness. Oh shit.
Oh, I can barely hear you though, Oso.
Yeah, it connected to my car.
Oh. Every time I hit to bring somebody up, they just pop out. I don't know.
You need me to do it?
No, it's just popping people out. Like I'm bringing them in, they just popping out as soon as I bring them in. I don't know if they coming up
I
on
told him
accident.
yesterday, stop disrespecting
Ebony,
that girl. Bro,
hello,
Damn.
Ebony.
the thing is, you know good and dang well as of
Ebony,
right now, your auntie can't do it to you without DC.
That's the
yeah.
fucking truth. You better tell her or him or them.
I had to hurry but turn the microphone off. Miami Blue, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Y'all, I guess we are done. Uh, did not expect Jezebel to scare the men off. But after today, a woman shouldn't care if a man calls her Jezebel. Like you shouldn't care. Um or at least know that if they call you that, it's because they're scared of your intellect or your ability to have boundaries or, you know, speak out. This was their opportunity to at least, I don't know, I guess defend their
Justify their belief.
thought process. Huh?
Yeah, just justify their belief.
Yeah. But yeah. So I hope y'all have a wonderful weekend. Veda, you said hold on. What did you want me to hold on for? That's what I was trying to find. That she didn't, like, it says that it's a very vague claim. In 1 Kings 18:4, it just says back in the day when Jezebel. It just says back in the day when Jezebel was cutting off the prophets of Yahweh. It's very vague, right? The word that they use there for cutting off could literally mean that she wasn't allowing them to practice. Why does it keep cutting? That it was that she wasn't allowing them to practice their covenantal rituals. It could mean that she killed some. It could mean that she caused them to be destroyed, but it doesn't necessarily mean that she was killing them. That is the translation that the King James Bible translators selected. And that is what some rabbinic literature holds to, is to the Masoretic translation. But also, if she did kill prophets of Yahweh, it doesn't say how many she killed. It doesn't say necessarily like what caused it.
For what reason?
Yeah, it doesn't say a reason, like what would provoke her to do that. Um, like I don't know. It's just very vague. And honestly, the rest of the story is her taking revenge on Elijah for killing 800 of her prophets. And then the whole Naboth thing, like the elders carried out that execution. So I don't know. I tried to have the conversation. Lazarus, you've been in here all fucking night. Like you don't even like, I think y'all men want to blame women for your bullshit. And you can't back it up. Like I've been here all night and asked men to come up and justify the point. One came up and lost his shit, and then everybody else got scared after that. So Ethiopia, atheism, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I mean, laughing in the chat ain't gonna change anything.
Yeah, I don't think they have the depth to, like, I don't know that they realize, like, stories can have even a traditional moral that you've been fed of a story. There are alternative morals, right? Even to biblical stories, like to fairy tales as well. Like you talk about, like, think about the traditional fairy tales like Cinderella, Little Red Riding Hood, and things like that. Like, there are alternative morals that you can learn from the story if you are willing to step outside of the vantage point that you were given the story. So even with the with the Jezebel narrative, they were told these things about the story without reading it. But then if you look at all of the actual details of the story, there's something else that can be garnered from that story, but they're not willing to do that. And I think that just speaks to their lack of intellectual honesty with themselves. Because the fact of the matter is, when you look at, like you were saying, the historical context, meaning that the queen could write on behalf of the king, meaning that the elders were responsible for the execution of justice. These things are facts in the story, but they don't want to deal with that because it challenges the traditional moral that they think that this story brought, and they don't want to step outside of that. It's just laziness, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I
Oh
think
my
too, like
goodness,
if you
so
think
much.
about it, what do you say, also?
No, I was just agreeing with Fee emphatically. Like it's definitely fucking intellectual laziness. Like they don't care to learn. They don't care to grow. They are stuck where they are because they are afraid that if they learn something new, they might have to be accountable for something else, or they might have to try to be better people, or they might realize that the shit is all fucking bullshit. Like they are so afraid. They want to be fucking stuck. They just want that.
Even Lazarus in here saying, "Be careful who you talking about, Samson and Delilah. Be careful who you tell your secrets to." And Mary, they weren't married. They
See,
they weren't like, see what I'm saying? That's a perfect example. They don't know the story, yet they
Right.
think they know the lesson that the story teaches, and that's on them.
yeah, and then like I'm just gonna keep digging into this Jezebel thing that y'all want to hold on to so bad. Like if Jezebel was so bad and she deserved what she got because she killed prophets of Yahweh, so did Jehoiakim, so did Manasseh. Right? There were men who literally killed prophets of Yahweh. Right? But I don't see y'all like bitching and crying about these kings that killed prophets. Right? Like Nebuchadnezzar literally took 100,000 people from Judah from Jerusalem to Babylon. Y'all don't bitch and whine about Nebuchadnezzar the way y'all do about Jezebel. Right? Like that, y'all are terrified of a woman making the decision, right, to go against the God, to like it's more terrifying for a woman to kill the prophets of Yahweh than it is for fucking men. Listen to what you're scared of. That's why y'all won't let go of you won't discuss the Jezebel thing. Because men killed prophets of Yahweh throughout this whole entire book. Yes, y'all do. That's why y'all been in here all fucking night and you refuse to talk about Jezebel. You've been in here all night. You're scared. You are terrified to look at the fact that this story says the elders carried out that order. The elders picked the witnesses because in your head, you've been told that she got 2 witnesses to lie on Naboth. But the story does not say that. And y'all are terrified to face that truth. What do you mean? Which men can you compare to Jezebel? I just compared Nebuchadnezzar.
Like, are you good? Are you listening? Are you present?
Do you know who that is the question. Do you know what happened in the story with Nebuchadnezzar? That's the question. Because they don't know these stories because they don't read this book.
Like, that is crazy. Manasseh, King Manasseh, Jehoiakim. Like, are y'all okay? Y'all are stuck on Jezebel, and it doesn't even say how many she killed. And then on top of that, they were not prophets like Elijah. They were temple prophets, people at the shrines.
They were middlemen.
Like, y'all are terrified of this story because you need a Jezebel. You need to hate a Jezebel. But the crazy thing about it is most of you probably need a Jezebel. Because 9 times out of 10, a Jezebel is going to tell you to get the fuck up and make something out of yourself. Mm-hmm. Instead of letting you lay in the bed with the cover over your head talking about the white man, the white man, the white man.
Figure, is Mark saying that we're way off on the scripture?
If Mark can come up and show us that we're way off, we've been waiting all fucking night.
I will
like,
read
don't
it.
talk to us from the fucking comments.
Oh, yeah, I think he's saying he doesn't need a demonic spirit. Thanks. Let me find out literacy is a demonic spirit. Y'all are tripping. Like, read the
Truly
book.
it is.
Read the book, friend.
Y'all are scary. That's crazy. Jenny, are you in the box on purpose? Oh, goodness. Y'all, my grass is getting cut right now. Do y'all hear it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, y'all. Since everybody's scared, not everybody, but all the men scared of Jezebel, flood the chat with Jezebel. I will see y'all Saturday. We'll go back to the what they're not scared of. I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of the Friday. Thank y'all so much for the likes, for the shares, for the gifts. Thank you to the YouTube fam. Make sure, well, tonight's live, I mean, I don't even know if it's anything to share. But make sure if you're not following us on YouTube, go ahead and hit subscribe. Love y'all so much, and I'll see y'all Saturday. As long as also you going live Saturday?
Absolutely.
All right. I'll see y'all Saturday. Bye, y'all.
Bye, guys.
Dude.